Proceeding without caution will bring you into spoiler territory for the media displayed on screen. Timestamps are gifted in the description and comment section. Viewer discretion is advised.
Batman. Can somebody tell me what kind of a world we live in where a man dressed up as a bat gets all of my press? This town needs an enema.
No one cared who I was till I put on the mask.
The art style is so vomit-inducing it makes the Slim Shady show look like fucking modern-day Da Vinci. Say that one more goddamn time. But then the ending of this movie. My god, the ending of this movie. It's so stupidly fucking good for absolutely no reason. I absolutely love this movie, and like I said, Kevin Conroy is so insanely valid to think it's the best one.
I didn't count on being happy.
It's not about money. It's about sending a message.
I find the past such a worrying, anxious place. Yes, memories so treacherous. One moment you're lost in a carnival of delights, childhood aromas, the flashing neon of puberty, all that sentimental candy floss. The next, it takes you somewhere you don't want to be.
Treats its audience like they only have one fucking brain cell and it's only able to recognize flashy colors. Thank you, Leo Chu and Eric Garcia, for wasting my fucking time.
Justice! Not vengeance!
Your opinion is unpopular.
How is it unpopular?
You will see.
Batman is one of the most iconic superheroes of all time, and his legacy all started in May of 1939 when Bill Finger and Bob Kane brought the character to life in the 27th edition of Detective Comics. It wasn't until a year later when Batman would get his own dedicated comic in spring of 1940. Batman would stay in the comics until he got his first ever movie in 1943, but that's a different movie for a different time. And by different time, I mean in a few weeks. Batman eventually got his own TV show in 1966 that would last 2 years before eventually getting canceled due to ratings dropped. But in the same year that the show started, it got its own movie canon in the universe that most people would call the first official Batman movie. This movie is usually called Batman 66 or the Adam West Batman movie, and I bet that 80% of you didn't know that there were 2 other movies set in this universe. That's right. Adam West Batman got a live-action movie and 2 animated movies that came out exactly 50 years after the original TV show and movie aired. And today, I'll be going over all 3 and giving my thoughts on them individually, and then my thoughts on them overall, especially seeing them for the first time because I had never watched any of these prior to working on this video. So without further ado, let's get right into it with... Batman the movie was released on July 30th, 1966, and follows Batman, played by Adam West, and Robin, played by Burt Ward, saving the world from the wrath of the Penguin, the Riddler, the Joker, and Catwoman, all played by Burgess Meredith, Frank Gorshin, Cesar Romero, and Lee Merriweather. The plot holds the 4 main villains kidnapping an upper-class commander, having a holographic yacht, trying to defeat Batman and Robin, and turning all the world leaders into piles of colored dust. While all this happens, Batman gets bit by a shark, falls in love with a Russian girl with an insanely long and hilarious name,
Comrade Katanya Irenia Tatanya Karenska Alisov.
and with the help of Robin, takes down the 4 villains and turns the world leaders back into human beings, only now they all speak different languages, which was, admittedly, pretty funny. If this movie was made today, I'd give the plot alone like a 2 out of 10, because of how little sense everything makes, but because this was made in 1966, somehow plot sense gets a pass. But being completely honest, I didn't hate this movie. I'd like to read off a quote, if I may. I really hate Batman 66. Now, when I originally said this quote, I had never seen the TV show or the movie. I had just seen clips of it and cringed every single time. So when going into this movie specifically, I thought it was going to be a painful experience, like some wish not even the lowest of Harley Quinn Season 2 could accomplish. But alas, everything was fine. Yeah, the movie is very campy and corny, but it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. A lot of the jokes are very for the time and shit that I'm pretty sure my parents and grandparents would get a good chuckle out of. And the only times I laughed the most with this movie was with how little shit would make sense. Every other scene had me questioning what was going on and how anything was possible and not being given an answer that I thought I was watching Evangelion all over again. But it just got to a point that about halfway through the movie, I gave up trying to find the meaning and just laughed at how stupid it is. It's not comic accurate, although there are some cases where I do see a little bit of accuracy, like the Joker building a fake boat, but I wasn't expecting accuracy anyways. And to continue with positives, so the Adam West fans will understand that I don't hate this movie, Adam West himself was actually pleasantly surprising. His voice is very fitting for the playboy billionaire type. It was actually pretty believable. Once again, Caesar Romero's Joker was an absolute joy and had some good comic accurate moments, and he definitely steals the show in every scene he is in. And I even liked the Penguin in this. I thought he was pretty good for the most part. A lot better than Danny DeVito's. We'll get into that next week though. And probably my favorite part of the movie was Catwoman. Well, actually, it was Alan Napier as Alfred, because if there's something that Batman live-action adaptations always do right, it's the casting choices for Alfred. But for the most part, it was Lee's performance as Catwoman. Careful. He said careful! Of course, I wasn't expecting seductiveness in here because it is a PG movie, even though there's this line.
It approaches a climax.
Niet, not so fast. Be more slow.
Goddamn, the 60s were a different time. But I do have to say, Lee Merriweather would most likely be more seductive than Michelle Pfeiffer. I'm not explaining that until next week. Go fuck yourself. And that's basically it on the positives. I don't really even have much negatives to say about it. Not a lot of the jokes hit for me. They were more groaners, if anything, which is why I say that my grandparents or even my dad would like this kind of shit. Because it's very dad humor-esque. Also, I just don't know how 60s comedy was in general, so I can't really comment on how the comedy holds, even in the standards of the time it came out in. What I can comment on is how Burt Ward kind of sucks. Every scene he's in isn't bad, but oh boy, I wish he wasn't on screen. Look, the only good thing Burt brought to his role was his massive dong. Not Magnum though, because Frank's got him on that. But yeah, it's a fine movie that I can see a little kid in the 60s and possibly even now enjoying, because it's a little kid. It's dumb, it's stupid, it doesn't understand anything. He just see bright color and go, wow! And in the context of an adult enjoying this would most likely be nostalgia or alcohol. Or just watching it to make fun of it. Honestly, just take this movie, Batman and Robin, and Spider-Man 3, mix it with your poison of choice, and I think you got yourself a fun night. Anyways, it's a fine movie, good for its time, I guess, wasn't as painful as I thought it was going to be. With that being said, I don't really see myself willingly sitting down to watch it, but I could see myself watching it with a friend or two just to have some good vibes. Now, after many different incarnations of Batman throughout the 5 decades post-Batman the TV show, Adam West and Burt Ward would reprise their roles as Batman and Robin for the animated movies Batman Return of the Caped Crusaders and Batman vs. Two-Face, which would both set place in the same universe as the 1960s TV show. Return of the Caped Crusaders was released on October 10th, 2016, and follows Joker, played by Jeff Bergman, Penguin, played by William Salyers, Riddler, played by Wally Wingert, and Catwoman, played by Julia Newmar, who was actually the original Catwoman in the 1966 show, planning to take over the world by stealing a replicator ray. In the process of Batman and Robin trying to stop them, Catwoman gives Batman a thing of batnip, eventually making him evil. Batman then tries to rule Gotham and the world until Robin, Catwoman, and Alfred, played by Steve Weber, eventually makes him good again. Afterwards, they realize that Joker, Riddler, and Penguin's plan all along was to make Batman evil so they could go steal priceless arts. And just like usual, Batman and Robin save the day, and then Catwoman dies or some shit, I don't know. Being 100% completely honest, this movie sucks. If you notice, the plot of this movie is a little more darker than to be expected from the original show and movie, but at the same time, this movie brings in some of the more comedic tropes than the original show and movie had, and it doesn't combine well at all. I'm sorry, but you can't be serious and not serious at the same time. You can't have Batman go evil and try to kill Robin while also having Robin use his holy blank catchphrases and having bat everything. On top of all that, this movie's just boring as fuck. At least with the 66 movie, I can lose my shit over how nothing makes sense, but here, it's not even funny. They have Catwoman literally floating in space. I should find this hilarious, but I don't. Speaking of Catwoman, I really much prefer Lee's performance over Julie's. Julie's isn't bad, but it's got too much of a Spanish-Russian accent that it sounds like a Newgrounds parody game. Lee's, on the other hand, sounds a bit more like the Catwoman I'm accustomed to, and even when she did have a Russian accent in Batman 66, it was because her character was pretending to be Russian. But if we're going to talk about voice actors, due to the unfortunate death of Cesar Romero, he wasn't able to reprise his role as the Joker, leaving for the producers to have to get a new voice. So they went for Jeff Bergman, best known for his role as Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck, I assume. Now, being a Robert Pattison defender, I'm legally not allowed to judge people by their past performances, but getting the voice of Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck to replace Cesar Romero's Joker is, interesting, to say the least. And I wasn't aware of Jeff Bergman when I did my Joker ranking, so I guess we'll just... At number 25, we have Jeff Bergman. Now, I put Jeff above Zach because there's a bit more times that he's believable, but his performance is still insanely inconsistent. The only thing Jeff has in his performance is his impression of Cesar Romero's laugh, which is pretty good, but the second he starts talking, he sounds nothing like Romero and sounds really unbelievable as the Joker. Overall, this movie has a pretty cool concept, but it doesn't mesh well with the tone that is Adam West's Batman. If the concept was given to a much more serious Batman universe, it probably would have worked a lot better.
Wait, hold on. What was that?
Much more serious Batman universe. How do you
do it in real life, Jonah, that badly?
I know, right? Like how the fuck?
Not even I can do that, and I created the fucking language.
Can both of you stop talking about my terrible English? I will say the movie has a few references that I thought were nice, like a reference to Batman 89.
You wanna get nuts? Let's get nuts.
And the Dutch tilts that were very apparent in the original series, but like I said, it's a boring movie and not really that fun. Batman vs. Two-Face was released on October 10th, 2017, and follows Harvey Dent, played by fucking William Shatner of all people, becoming Two-Face and using that power to frame criminals and throw them into jail, while also trying to unmask Batman for all the criminals to see and turn Gotham into a bunch of Two-Faces. And obviously, Batman and Robin try to stop him. This movie is a massive improvement from Return of the Caped Crusaders, in my opinion. For one, the plot isn't some big, serious, modern-day Batman thing, and I actually could see this being somewhat of a plot in the original series or as a sequel to the 66 movie. That, and also this movie goes all over the place, that it does feel like a product that would come from the original 66 show. This movie also introduces two new characters, despite Harvey and Two-Face, which are Hugo Strange, voiced by Jim Ward, and Harleen Quinzel, voiced by Serena Irwin. And though they only appear for like a few scenes, I thought they were pretty good. I also didn't mention in the review for Caped Crusaders because he didn't really have that much lines in the movie, but Steven Weber as Alfred is just top tier. And the action in this movie is a massive step up as well compared to like the original show / movie or even Caped Crusaders. The fight scenes in this movie are just absolutely brutal, and somehow they managed to make the pow and kablam shit work with it. Like with the rest of the movie, I could see this kind of action in the original 66 show if it was made today. You also get moments in this movie like the goons being self-aware.
A coin decides their fates. Tough luck, boys. Batman and Robin will live. For now.
Boss, are you nuts? We owe it to every crime-abiding crook in town to crush the Cape Coppers. It's the ethical thing to do.
A possible reference to one of the most popular Batman memes from like 2012, which is fine given how this is an Adam West Batman movie, and an amazing cameo by Lee Merriweather.
Hello, Catwoman. I'm afraid I've got bad news. The parole board denied your request. Friend of yours?
As a matter of fact, yes. Well done, Hecate. You've earned an extra treat tonight.
It's done so perfectly. The comedy in here is very reminiscent of the 66 comedy with a little hint of the modern comedy that I actually laughed at a few jokes.
Who will make the first bid?
Holy Hugh Hefner!
Also, I don't know if it's just me, but I think the line from Gordon about always counting on Batman could have been a pretty good ending. But overall, it's a miles better movie than Caped Crusaders, but I also kind of prefer 66 over this one just because of how insanely stupid that movie is. This movie is just fine and mostly enjoyable. Overall, these movies aren't that bad. Yeah, Caped Crusaders can be a bit boring, but when walking into the series, I was really worried about the comedy and thinking it was going to be a really painful experience, judging strictly off of some scenes from the TV show. And to be honest, these movies kind of tone down the campiness and makes it to be a decent and sometimes even fun experience. Like I said, I would have no problem rewatching Batman 66. In fact, I literally cried laughing by just thinking of the massive leaps that Batman and Robin take to solve the riddles, or Catania Arena Titania Casino. I love that name so goddamn much. So overall, what would a guy who prior to this only watched, read, and played serious Batman media say about these movies? I'd say to at least give Batman 66 a watch if you want a fun time, and Batman vs. Two-Face if you want more of Adam West and Burt Ward. But other than that, they're not really essential unless you want to see where Batman was during that time. And don't bother watching Caped Crusaders because that shit was boring as fuck. Batman 1966 would eventually see the day of cancellation when its ratings were slowly dropped and eventually not enough people were watching to continue the show. This left Batman out of the limelight for over 20 years. Of course, comics were still being made and Batman was slowly rising out of the camp-infested pit that it was shoved into by Batman 66, but the mainstream still viewed the character as this corny, cartoony guy, while only comic book readers got to truly experience Batman's worth. And being a comic book reader around 1960, 1970, 1980 was a fucking deadly sin. Obviously, I didn't grow up around that time, but from what I've heard, if you went to school and mentioned that you read comic books, you'd get fucking ridiculed. So for many years, the majority of the world really didn't care about Batman. That was until summer of 1989 when Tim Burton would release his own Batman movie, and coming after Batman 66, this was the darkest fucking shit anybody in the mainstream has seen when it comes to Batman. The beloved movie was followed up with 3 really questionable sequels that would slowly run Batman back into the grave. So in today's video, I'll be going over all 4 movies and giving my thoughts on them individually and then overall. Batman was released on June 23rd, 1989, and follows the story of a mob gangster by the name of Jack Napier, played by Jack Nicholson, turning into the Joker during a heist at Axis Chemicals due to Batman, played by Michael Keaton. The film then shows Joker plotting his evil towards Gotham City and having Batman come save the day, all while a reporter by the name of Alex Knox, played by Robert Wool, and photographer Vicky Vale, played by Kim Basinger, trying to figure out who Batman really is. And now for one of my most controversial takes ever. This movie's boring. Now, to be fair, I don't hate this movie, nor do I hate everything about it. Danny Elfman's soundtrack in this movie is phenomenal, and the Batman theme is absolutely iconic and deserves to be. Let's go!
This song is great.
Being completely honest though, I only knew that theme because of the Lego Batman video game from 2008. Also, the Batmobile is the biggest highlight of the Tim Burton movies. I don't care if it's unrealistic and seems like absolute hell to drive it. I want to drive it. I think the opening of this movie is really great with the subversion of expectations. Even for me rewatching this movie, I forgot what the opening scene was and thought it was going to show Batman's parents getting killed, but we don't see that until way later in the movie. Gotham looks so dope, like it came straight out of a comic book, and I also think the cinematography in some scenes are absolutely beautiful, especially the one with the Joker after he kills Carl Grissom. Speaking of the Joker, Jack Nicholson's performance is absolutely amazing, and he really steps up his role during the final scene right before his death. His introduction scene is a lot of fun and really believable. His reaction to Bruce talking about Jack always gets a laugh out of me.
Mean kid, bad seed, hurt people. I like him already.
The way he describes himself is very Joker-like.
I am the world's first fully functioning homicidal artist.
And when he says,
"You idiot!"
I can hear the inspiration from his performance that no doubt went into Mark Hamill's iconic take. Michael Keaton is another one where I didn't think I was gonna like him, but he ended up being a very believable Bruce Wayne. Him as Batman is a different story, though. I will say, his opening line is a bit scary, I guess, for 1980s time.
What are you? I'm Batman.
But I think it more comes from the fact that he's hanging a guy from a rooftop. But for the rest of the movie, he's just kind of a man in a suit. I never really feel threatened by him, and it's kind of hard when the dude looks like this. No. I want you to keep looking at that. I want you to know that people genuinely think that's terrifying. Now, the two biggest problems I have with the plot of this movie is Joker being the murderer of Batman's parents, which none of the blame goes to Sam Hamm, because he stated he didn't want to do that at all. And the second one is, Batman kills in this movie. I mean, it's not as bad as in other occurrences, but it's still a glaring fucking problem, especially when it's the main plot point of the film. He may also kill in Batman Returns, which he shouldn't, but it doesn't bother me as much as it does here, because in this movie, he's specifically wanting to kill the Joker, and does. And besides, Batman Returns has a lot more things about it that bother me more. There's also little things in here in the universe that make absolutely no sense, like, I guess Thomas and Martha Wayne are fucking nobodies. Like, are the Waynes popular, or are they not popular? Some characters are like, oh, I know who Bruce Wayne is, and some people are like, who the fuck's Bruce Wayne? And then some people have no idea who he looks like. Who the fuck are the Waynes in this universe? Isn't Thomas, Martha, and Bruce supposed to be, like, really famous in Gotham? Another problem I have with this movie is it's praised to be such a dark take on Batman, and I get that given how it came out after the Adam West Batman, but let's take a look at some comics that came out prior to this movie. Dark Knight Returns, 1986. Killing Joke, 1988, where, in fact, Tim Burton can be found on the cover of.
Death of the Family was originally gonna be here, but either Google or Alex is fucking dumb, because somehow Alex got the idea that the comic was released in 1988, which actually it was released in 2012, and Death in the Family was released in 88, which is a completely different comic. I guess that comic still counts in this list, but it's a fucking kiddie pool compared to Death of the Family. Anyways, back to this dumb fuck's point.
As you can see, Batman kind of got dark again in the comics, so why is this movie so campy in a dark tone? But let's go under the assumption that Batman still wasn't taken serious in movie form. Okay, fine. That could genuinely be the case. I don't know. Also, I've heard that Tim Burton just doesn't read comics, and that's really fucking apparent in these two movies. So, that could also probably be the case. This movie is still boring as all hell. The only time this movie is ever the slightest bit of entertaining to me is when Joker is on screen.
Batman. Can somebody tell me what kind of a world we live in where a man dressed up as a bat gets all of my press? This town needs an enema.
Well, except for his big two scenes that were soundtracked by Prince. Other than that, it's kind of a chore to get through. The love dynamic between Vicky and Bruce is just kind of half-assed and unbelievable. The comedy in this movie is kind of best is when Bruce or Joker is delivering the jokes. And the action is just kind of boring. And I get that it's from '89. I wasn't walking into this movie expecting some fucking Batman 21 type shit. And that it's kind of impossible to do Roadhouse action in a suit where you literally have to move your entire body to just look up. So I can just chalk it up to 80s superhero movies not really aging that well action-wise, but it still doesn't make them enjoyable for me. Speaking of the suit, it's kind of trash. Not cosmetic-wise, like cosmetically the suit looks amazing, but it's so stiff, and I'm surprised you can get any movement out of it. This doesn't go against the movie, obviously, it just makes Batman look like a major fucking dork half the time. Whether that be for good or for bad, you decide. On another note, my biggest problem with the Joker is how his whole plot motive is just that he's a narcissist and that he's horny. Like this is what you did to such a complex character. Speaking of Joker being horny, this is the worst scene in the movie. My god, it makes me uncomfortable. Please stop. But overall, the movie's not bad by any means, and I understand completely that without this movie, there would be no Dark Knight trilogy, meaning there would be no Heath Ledger Joker. There would be no Batman the Animated Series, which means there would be no Kevin Conroy Mark Hamill, which means there would be no Arkham games, and without the Arkham games, I would have probably never gotten into Batman in the first place, and he'd probably continue being a campy cornfest that nobody takes seriously other than comic book fans. So, I would never wish for a life without this movie, but the effect it had on Batman does not make this enjoyable as a whole, and it just ends up being a very boring experience. But you want to know what else this movie brought us? Batman Returns was released on June 16th, 1992, and is a follow-up to Batman '89, which by then had been a massive hit. Due to that, Tim Burton was given free reign to do whatever he wanted to do with this movie, and oh boy is it something! The movie follows the introduction of the Penguin, played by Danny DeVito, a deformed monster who lives under the sewer, and due to that has a hatred for Gotham City. Eventually, he rises onto the surface, and due to Christopher Walken's character, he ends up running for mayor. Yes, I say Christopher Walken's character because I have no idea who the fuck Mechs is, or what he does in this movie or universe. Anyways, the Penguin's campaign eventually gets ruined by Batman, so he finishes off his big plan, which is to capture all firstborns of Gotham and drown them in the sewers. Jesus Christ. All while this happens, you have Selina Kyle, played by Michelle Pfeiffer, becoming Catwoman after being fucking killed by Christopher Walken, then joining up with Cobblepot, seeking revenge on Walken, and falling in love with Batman. I have many fucking problems with this movie. Where do I begin? Michael Keaton is a massive downgrade in here than he was in '89. Here, he makes a ton of stupid faces throughout the scenes, like he's not even trying to take the part seriously anymore, and honestly, who could blame him when he's given dialogue like this?
Eat floor. High fiber.
Michelle Pfeiffer, while not being a bad actress, and when she plays Selina Kyle, it's actually pretty good and sometimes even enjoyable. I really liked the scene with her and Bruce during the meeting and the party, but when she's in the Catwoman costume, the movie just takes a fucking downward trip into Pain Town. Now, to be fair, her performance isn't that bad. She's kind of got the voice down, I guess. her movement's a bit clunky, but that might just be a side effect from the suit. God, do you know what gets in the way of her performance, making almost every scene she's in kind of painful? The writing.
I don't know about you, Miss Kitty, but I feel so much yummier.
I want to die.
Half of this movie is full of sexual tension and love scenes because Catwoman's in it, so we have to have sex. And it's all written like a 12-year-old virgin's fan fiction on Wattpad. I mentioned in my Batman 66 review that Lee Merriweather would be more seductive than Michelle Pfeiffer, and even though some of my thoughts on Michelle changed after writing that line, I still believe it. Yeah, like I said, Michelle's kind of got the voice, but there's just something about her that doesn't do anything for me. It could be chalked up to her being given terrible dialogue, but Lee wasn't even given that much romantic dialogue, and she still pulled through with a tone that was kind of leading me down the road that Arkham Catwoman leads me down. Side note, Grey DeLisle's Catwoman performance is on another level. She is my definitive Catwoman. But, yeah. Also, speaking of the sexual tension, can Tim not be horny for 5 minutes? Jesus, fuck! I swear, there are a stupid amount of scenes in here that has women just being sexualized for a cheap laugh and played off as comedy. Yes, I love seeing Danny DeVito grope women. And once again, the terrible love dialogue.
You might not let me kiss you.
You know, the Bruce Vicky Vale love arc in '89 wasn't believable, but at least it wasn't painful to sit through. And one final thing, Danny DeVito is a perfect casting choice for the Penguin. I could hear him speaking like the Penguin in the 66 movie, or the Penguin in the Arkham games, and he even has the body for it. But holy Christ, this design is awful! What can I say about this? It's fucking hideous. And the Catwoman suit, holy shit, it looks so bad. It's like Tim just said fuck it to knowing anything about the characters that he's making a movie on and just went, oh, this dude's named the Penguin. Alright, make him a human penguin with flippers for hands and eats raw fish. Oh, her name's Catwoman? Make her a human cat with 9 lives. In fact, we'll kill her and have her get resurrected by cats, and then we'll have her clean herself like a cat! What the fuck is this shit?! Call me High Tops Films, because Batman Returns is a bad Batman movie. But going back to the Penguin, because I really need to mention this dude's a fucking incel. You get these scenes like him and Catwoman meeting, where he just radiates of this massive, creepy, disgusting pervert that I fucking half expected Chris Hansen to walk around the corner and tell him to take a seat. Or him being utterly gross saying shit like, oh, I'm gonna give her my flipper. Or like I said, groping women. And oh god, and when he gets rejected by Catwoman, he gets so angry, tells her she was putting out the signs, and then tries to kill her. Yes, my Penguin's an incel. There's very little pros I can give to this. First, while the Batsuit in here is basically just a darker version of the '89 suit, I actually kind of like it more because of that. Second, there's a very rare comical scene that works, like the aforementioned Bruce and Selina scenes, or even the scene between Selina and Christopher Walken right before she dies. Third, the opening scene is the only part of this movie that's good storytelling-wise. It opens the film with a bunch of questions that end up getting answered by the end of the movie. Who is his child? Oswald. Why did they scream? He's deformed. Why did they throw him away? Because he's deformed and they're rich, so they can't be seen having a child like that. And fourthly, of course, there's Danny Elfman's score, but at the same time, it's just not as memorable as '89's. It's still good, but a Danny Elfman score can't make up for the 2 hours of pain I sat through. Overall, my biggest problem with this movie is just the fact that it's massively horny on main. And that's coming from a guy who made a song called West Coast Virgin and sims for a 2D character on the regular. But you know, I just don't go to Batman movies to watch softcore porn. And because this movie is basically Tim Burton trying to make a porno that he can show in theaters, I went out and watched actual porn released in 1992. And I can say for certain that it was not as painful. It was boring, don't get me wrong. I feel bad for the people in the 90s, but it wasn't painful. And to top it all off, you have this movie trying to be so dark and edgy and grown up because, hey guys, look, we have sex. But on top of the softcore cringy sex, you have really corny lines like this.
Eat floor. High fiber.
Corny acting, corny representation, and a fucking Wilhelm scream! It's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for After Batman Returns was met with massive backlash by Christian moms at the fault of McDonald's, which, by the way, did you know that their bacon and McMuffins turn anybody into a morning person and you can buy one meal and get a second one for just $1? Because I sure do.
Into a morning person.
Every day at McDonald's, buy one of your breakfast favorites and get one more for just $1.
And again.
This way. Any person.
Are you fucking kidding me?
At McDonald's, buy one of your breakfast favorites and get one more for just $1.
And again.
This way.
Anyways, Warner kicked Tim Burton off the production of the third movie and brought along director Joel Schumacher to make a more child-friendly Batman film. And the result was Batman Forever, released on July 15th, 1995, which follows Batman, now played by Val Kilmer, trying to stop Two-Face, played by Tommy Lee Jones instead of Billy D. Williams. Two-Face wants Batman dead, and in the process teams up with the Riddler, played by Jim Carrey, and also ends up killing the Flying Graysons, giving us the Robin of this universe, played by Chris O'Donnell. All while Bruce falls in love with a lady named Dr. Chase Mirandon, played by Nicole Kidman, and deals with the trauma of his past. Ooh boy, where do I begin? Okay, so let's take my comment on this universe. Let's analyze that. Where the fuck is this? You got some of the same characters from the Tim Burton films, but then brand new characters and recasts, and a new Wayne Manor and Batcave, and Gotham looks kinda different and then majorly different. So I'm just gonna assume this is in the same universe as the Tim Burton films, just like everyone else does. This is a mess. Let's talk about the actors now. Ooh boy. Val Kilmer as Batman was actually kind of good. Is he better than Michael Keaton? God no, but I thought him as Batman was pretty believable and pretty good for the most part, given the tone of this movie. Also, Kilmer had the nipples before Clooney, but Kilmer as Bruce is a different story. I just don't fucking see it, nor do I believe it in the slightest. Chris O'Donnell as Robin is... honestly, I don't know, nor do I care. He's kind of a crybaby in here, for the most part, but how could I possibly expect good character representation from the same movie that does this to Two-Face? What the fuck is this? The makeup and design of his face is horrible, and he just acts like the Joker. You know who also acts like the Joker? Fucking Jim Carrey as the Riddler. Riddler's supposed to be this cocky embodiment of r/I am very smart, but in here, they just made him some crazy fanboy of Bruce Wayne until he gets rejected, so he becomes insane, and it was specifically this moment where I knew that it was Riddler playing Jim Carrey. I mean, I guess if you're gonna have an insane fanboy, you either get Jim Carrey or Devon Sawa to play it, but when you have both the villains in this movie acting the same and just acting like you bought Joker off of Wish, it doesn't make for a very enjoyable experience. As much as I wasn't a fan of the Tim Burton movies, I can at least give them props for developing the villains a lot better than this. And speaking of experience, this movie is boring. And not Batman 89 boring. Nah, I'm talking Return of the Caped Crusaders boring. This feels like 2 hours, and it doesn't help that, like I said, the two main villains are just the same person. And you also get really, really bad love scenes and dialogue.
You trying to get under my cape, Doctor?
A girl can't live by psychoses alone.
It's the car, right? Chicks love the car.
Oh yeah, speaking of the dialogue, this is just camp. This is going back to the 66 movie, all the way down to the writing of the screenplay, and how shit will make absolutely no sense. But unlike in 66, where I could lose my mind over how stupid the movie is, here, it's just boring. I get no feeling out of this except for towards the end, where I'm just annoyed and progressively getting more angry that the movie won't fucking finish. It really is a lot like Return of the Caped Crusaders, where they try to be serious and campy at the same time. Yes, I am aware Caped Crusaders came out years after this one, but still. Also, the Batmobile is fucking stupid. I hate the third wing. It's so fucking dumb. It's like taking a Mini Cooper and slapping a salad bar wing onto it. There is literally no reason to do that, other than you think it looks cool, but in all actuality, you just look fucking stupid. And when it's flapping around in the wind, it looks like it's fucking taped on cardboard. But I do have one more positive that can go towards this movie, other than Michael Goff as Alfred, because he's just an automatic plus to all these. No. I'm talking about the choreography. Now, I usually don't talk about choreography or cinematography unless it's either really impressive or an abomination. Basically, if it makes me feel something in any way, I'll talk about it. And unpopular opinion number 752, the choreography in this movie is the best in the entire series.
Yes, I would like to die on this hill, please.
But there are two things that get in the way of this really good choreography, and that is the cinematography and the editing. Cinematography-wise, this thing is just Dutch angle after Dutch angle after Dutch angle, and every other shot is just a close-up of something that it makes the fight incomprehensible, and what doesn't help is the god-awful editing in these fights. Now, I'm a video editor, obviously, so editing is always important to me, especially in a film. And when every fight scene is constantly blasting through 100 scenes per second that it looks like a guy with Parkinson's had a spasm attack while holding the cut tool in Premiere Pro, it's a giant fucking mess. I think I know where the editor for Catwoman got their inspiration from. But that's basically all the things I have to say about the movie. It has bad writing, bad editing, good choreography, and very, very rarely good acting. Overall, it's a boring movie. I would rather watch this over Returns, though, because I'll take boredom over pain, but Batman 89 is obviously more enjoyable. Like, what fucking question is that? That's like asking, would you like to play the Xbox One or the X-Game console gifts, TV, children, dual gamepad, mini portable, wired HDMI? I already know there are about to be PS4 fanboys in the comments like, I take the game console. So since we're in game territory, I wonder what will happen next.
What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age!
Oh dear God! Due to the success of Batman Forever making the studio more money than Batman Returns did, they brought back Joel Schumacher to make yet another, even more campier movie. We have come full circle from 1966. I recall reading an interview with Joel Schumacher where he brought up how the making of Batman and Robin, and probably Batman Forever, Warner Brothers wanted Joel to basically just make toys, and this movie was practically built off of toy designs, which it shows immensely. The movie follows Batman, now played by George Clooney, and Robin, played by Chris O'Donnell once again, stopping Mr. Freeze, played by Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Ivy, played by Uma Thurman, from taking over Gotham. Throughout this movie, you get Dick being a crybaby, Ice Buns, and Alfred dying. And due to Alfred dying of, coincidentally, the same disease that's killing Nora Freeze, which is called McGregor disease. Yes, you heard that right, Ewan McGregor has turned to the dark side. Not only is he killing the men, but the women, and the children too! Alfred's niece, Barbara, played by Alicia Silverstone, comes into town and takes care of Alfred, which eventually leads her to find the Batcave and become Wait, what? So you're telling me Batgirl, aka Barbara Gordon, the daughter of James Jeffrey Jimbo Slice Gordon, aka Commissioner Gordon, is not actually a Gordon and is actually a Pennyworth and is related to Alfred.
What?!
As I've mentioned before in my Harley Quinn reviews, I have no problem with change when it's executed properly, but when you take a significant part of Barbara's character, the factor that she works undercover with Batman while her dad is head of the police, and she can't tell him that and has to keep it a secret, When you take that very important factor and replace it with, oh, well, she's actually the niece of Alfred. That's what makes her related to Bruce Wayne. That's not how you should change a character. Batman doesn't have to be fucking directly related to everyone he ever works or beats up just so they can have a great character dynamic. That is not how any of this works. Bad writing. The reason why I didn't get this way with Two-Face and Forever is because you can change how a character acts, and 9 times out of 10, it's not going to go well, but you can still do it. But when you change the origin of a character, including one that's so important that it makes the character, yeah, that's when I kind of have a bit of a problem. And the cherry on top of the bad writing for this character, you get the bad acting of Alicia Silverstone. Every scene she's in fucking sucks. And by the end of the movie, when she's making her little, I kicked Ivy's butt, it was all me, I was so fucking annoyed and tired of her character that I wanted to do this to her. Moving on. George Clooney as Bruce Wayne is unbelievable. Not in a positive way, though. Like, I genuinely just don't believe him. I don't know what it is, but I just don't see him as Bruce in the slightest. And him as Batman is interesting. When I first saw this movie, I held the opinion that I could see Clooney as Batman. Then when I saw it again, I still held that opinion. But then I saw it for a third time, and I just kind of didn't. Yeah, there's the obvious criticism of how he never really changes his voice in and out of the suit, which I feel like could be fine as long as the voice sounds like Batman, but Clooney doesn't even bother creating a Bat voice. Michael Goff as Alfred is always great. Like I said, he forever will be the best part about this whole quadrilogy. Arnold Schwarzenegger as Mr. Freeze is, not good, but granted, Mr. Freeze in this movie is absolutely fucking dog shit. And the only time I actually liked Arnold and actually got a tad bit frightened was at the end when he's threatening Ivy.
Loves me.
Not. Surprise. I am your new cellmate. And I've come to make your life a living hell. Prepare for a bitter harvest. Winter has come at last.
It's like this scene was when Arnold was finally able to play the role he does best. The emotionless, soulless sociopath that only lives to kill people. Then there's Uma Thurman as Poison Ivy. This is going to be an unpopular opinion and a half, but I think Uma Thurman was far more dominant and seductive than Michelle Pfeiffer.
Kill him.
Granted, Uma does get better written dialogue than Michelle, but she was still very believable. For the most part. Yeah, about a little over halfway into the movie, I noticed that Uma Thurman was just kind of slipping in and out of the seductive tone. I don't know if that's a choice on Schumacher's part, or if she just stopped caring by then, but that's probably my only complaint with her as Ivy. Wasn't really that big of a fan of her as the Doctor pre-Poison Ivy, but nonetheless, I thought she was a massive highlight in this dog shit movie. And finally, there's Robert Swenson as Bane. Now, I mean this with absolutely no disrespect towards Robert himself, but this Bane is utter fucking garbage. And it is hilarious. Some of the best moments I had while watching this is just Bane's dialogue and how absolutely fucking stupid it is.
And step on it.
It's a shame that his debut on the big screen is just the normie's perspective of Bane with absolutely no knowledge on the character. And Robert Swenson was a great body for it, so there's a possibility that if done right, he would have been a great Bane. Now, the movie overall is obviously trash. It defies the laws of physics and makes absolutely no sense. One ass shot was too many, let alone 3. Every fight in this movie looks like it was the inspiration for Freddy vs. Jason. It is filled to the brim of Dutch ankles, especially during the pointless motorcycle race, which that's a great segue into saying this movie has terrible writing. It's this massively campy movie with only one good, genuine joke in here.
I can respect your opinion. Sadly, I'm not good at rejection.
I'm afraid you'll have to die.
Any other thing that can be found funny is just at the expense of how bad it is. And the biggest thing in this movie that is absolutely awful and ruins the entire movie altogether and doesn't give it a single chance of getting anything above a -5 is the bat nipples. Obviously, I'm joking because they really don't bother me. It's a factor in the Schumacher movies that makes absolutely no sense.
Wow! If I had a nickel for every time and had nipples, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right?
But honest to God, if you look past the nipples, the suits aren't that bad. And not those ones. Those are horrendous, but the original Batman and Robin suits that they have for the majority of the film don't look too bad. The only other positive I can give towards this movie is that the editing and villain writing is a step up from Forever, with the editing not being as abysmal, and at least the villains get their own personality, for better or worse. For the fact that I can get some positives out of this movie, I can't say it's a 0 and the worst movie ever. It is a bad movie, and it's on the list of the worst, but the worst movie of all time isn't gonna have any positives to it. But there's also just the fact that I have such a joy watching it. Unlike Batman Forever, where it was flip-flopping back and forth between being serious and being corny, that I ended up just not being good enough to like it, but not being bad enough to hate it or laugh at it, resulting in a really boring experience. This movie knows it's corny. Like look at this. You can't tell me that a movie made in '97 did this and didn't know it was a massive joke. Also, Joel Schumacher went on record multiple times saying that when making the movie, he was just trying to make something lighthearted and fun. And I just have to say, if you think Joel Schumacher apologizes for this movie because he regrets everything, you're wrong. In fact, according to an interview with GQ, he actually said this: I didn't. I mean, I don't know how it was interpreted. I didn't apologize again at all. I did years ago. I said, I'm sorry if the fans were disappointed. There were a lot of fans that weren't, but of course there's no headline in that. Actually, the hard thing about doing interviews is I was laughing through the whole thing, and that never comes across. I thought, well, I hope I can entertain everyone again. And so I can't say I wish I hadn't made the movie, because that's not true at all. I also think that audiences really have to understand, and I think they do, no one sets out to make a bad movie. People don't sit down and say, let's make a bad movie and disappoint everyone. There are all kinds of fans of any superhero, and it's kind of hard to please everybody, but that's okay. I had a ball making them, and I'm really glad I did them, but yeah, I'm not going to apologize anymore. And the apology that everyone points to is actually him just apologizing to the fans that weren't expecting that kind of movie and basically saying, I'm sorry you were disappointed. But he doesn't actually regret anything he did. Maybe I was just the only one who thought he did, but I thought I'd point it out either way. Clooney, on the other hand, regrets it.
I've never done a film. Well, I did one film, Batman and Robin, which was a... Yes.
Well,
thank you. Which was a disaster.
Didn't you apologize to the crowd at Comic-Con for Batman and Robin?
I always apologize for Batman. I thought at the time this was going to be a very good career move. It wasn't.
But they're about to be re-released again on 4K, and there's still this strange fascination with...
I wasn't a very good Batman. I'm the first one to say it. But if it's good for drinking games, then that's worth something. There's something salvaged out of that mess.
For sure. You don't want to see the George Clooney version of Batman and Robin?
You know, honestly, I could take a crack at it. I'd have to get a sandpaper and take down my nipples, you know. But then other than that, I think I'd be ready for it.
But I can only, impart my wisdom from my experience. And I just said, don't have nipples on the suit.
Will you ever revisit that movie? You would never watch that movie again.
No, that would. It's so bad that it actually hurts to watch. It's physical. Like you'll be flipping the channels and it'll just pop up and I'm like, oh no. And the truth of the matter is I was bad in it. And it's a terrible.
Can you imagine if we had like ads on TV campaigning against other actors for roles and stuff, like over actor, like
Did you see him in that film? It would just be shots of me in a rubber suit and a Batman outfit.
And I can't blame him, but that's besides the point. Anyways, like I said, we've gone full circle, and we're back in 1966, where I love watching this movie because it's so funny. It's not consistently funny, though, because there are scenes that are just boring or feature Alicia Silverstone, but for the most part, I had a good time watching it, and I'd probably watch it again with a friend. Overall, I don't think these movies aged well. I can understand how amazing Batman and even Batman Returns would have been when they originally came out, but seeing them now after everything we've gotten, they just come out either boring or painful. And then when it comes to the Joel Schumacher films, somehow the film that everyone hated was the film that aged well the most. It's also interesting reading about the canceled sequels. There was Batman Continues that would have been the Tim Burton follow-up to Batman Returns, featuring Michael Keaton and Michelle Pfeiffer as Batman and Catwoman, and also including Billy D. Williams reprising his role for Harvey, who would then become Two-Face, Marlon Wayne as Robin, and also having Scarecrow in the movie, which honestly would have been insane to see a Scarecrow Nightmare Land created by Tim Burton. I can only imagine the amount of stop-motion scenes. Oh god, and I also found this giant rabbit hole of fan wiki pages where this dude just wrote out the entire Burton Batman universe that goes all the way to fucking 2028 with 14 main films and 5 spin-offs. I don't know what the fuck any of this is, other than it's on Batman Fanon Wiki, so god, I hope nobody is dumb enough to use this as a source. But then again, people use fucking We Got This Covered as a source, so god can only imagine. And then there was Batman Unchained, or Batman Triumphant. They're the same movie, just different titles. Which would have been the follow-up to Batman and Robin, featuring a whole ton of reprised roles and new roles, and honestly, I'm glad it wasn't made. I can only imagine the shitfest it would have been, and I also heard somewhere that LL Cool J was gonna be Scarecrow, and that Harley would have been Joker's daughter, which, what the fuck? And then, because of Unchained getting scrapped due to Batman and Robin's poor reception, supposedly there was going to be a different version of that story called Dark Knight, which, my god, that spelling is fucking stupid. But that movie was supposedly going to have a more darker tone, given how it would have been on Halloween and being made behind Joel's back, but it also got scrapped because of Batman and Robin, and just because Warner wanted to put this universe to a halt, and after a failed Year One adaptation and live-action Batman Beyond, just put live-action Batman movies as a whole on hold until a good script came along. Take what I just said with a massive grain of salt, though, because the only source I could find about Unchained and Dark Knight was on Fandom, and their source for Unchained was a Netforia forum post, and their source for Dark Knight was a fucking Amazon product. Anyways, I'm sorry for going down that massive rabbit hole, but the only movies I would recommend is Batman 89 to at least see Batman getting darker in the mainstream, and also just because, like, fucking Jack Nicholson's Joker is amazing, and Batman and Robin solely if you want to have a fun time with some friends. And the other two, I would just avoid. There's absolutely no reason to watch them. So Batman 89 is out, and the Caped Crusader is now dark in the mainstream. What comes out of this? Well, in 1992, we got Batman Returns, we don't talk about that movie, but also in 1992, we got Batman the Animated Series, a cartoon made for both children and adults alike. Developed by Bruce Timm, Paul Dini, and Mitch Bryan.
How dare this fucking idiot not mention the absolute queen that is Andrea Romano for basically being the entire reason why we got such iconic roles and shows.
Shame! Shame!
The series would go through 3 different versions. Obviously, the original from 1992 to 1995, a new version with the characters getting a heavy redesign called The New Batman Adventures that would take part from 1997 to 1999, and Batman Beyond, a show set in the future of the animated universe, as well as an old Bruce Wayne letting a new and younger Batman fight crime in Gotham. This show would take place between 1999 to 2001. In between the 9 years that this universe lasted, it managed to have 4 movies come out of it: Mask of the Phantasm and Sub-Zero, set in the place of the animated series, Batman Beyond, Return of the Joker, obviously set in Batman Beyond, and Batman Mystery of the Batwoman, set in the place as The New Batman Adventures. So how do these movies hold up? Well, let's find out with me going through all 4 of the movies and giving my thoughts on each of them individually, and then, of course, how I feel about them as a whole. So let's get right into it. Mask of the Phantasm was released on Christmas of 1993, over a year after the original Batman the Animated Series started airing. The movie follows a mysterious figure that goes by no name in the movie, but is the Phantasm, who's voiced by Stacey Keach, going around and killing off the members of a mob gang, which causes the blame for the murders to be put on Batman. while Batman, voiced by the amazing Kevin Conroy, tries to figure out who's doing all the killings and has to put a stop to it. You have the mob leader Sylvester Villestra, voiced by Abe Vigoda, hiring an old friend to do the same thing. That old friend being Joker, voiced by the wonderful Mark Hamill. On top of all this, you get flashbacks of Bruce creating and becoming the Batman, while struggling because he met the love of his life, Andrea Beaumont, voiced by Danny Delaney. Where do I begin with this movie? The animation alone is absolutely beautiful. It's so blissful and smooth that there were times that I just zoned out and stopped paying attention to the dialogue and the story, and was just paying attention to how fluttery the characters are while they move. Gotham looks amazing, the soundtrack is astonishing. But unlike Tim Burton, this movie brings both style and substance. And funny enough, I think this movie has a few very key similarities to Batman 89. You have Bruce earning a love interest that he can't be with due to the fact that he's Batman, but she eventually finds out, so they're able to be together, possibly, but not actually. You have the Joker and giving him an origin as a mob boss named Jack Napier. And you have a bit of Batman's origins, but it's not the key point of the movie. Only, I think Mask of the Phantasm does these three things a lot better than Batman 89. Starting with the Joker because it's the smallest of the three. In Batman 89, most of the movie is revolved around the Joker and his origin story, giving very little of one towards Bruce and Batman. While in Phantasm, you're given just a small little scene showing a photo where there's a mob boss that Batman draws a massive red smile on it, showing that he looks a lot like the Joker. Honestly, I much prefer the subtle approach of giving Joker an origin while having the original person, Jack Napier, barely show up in the movie and never having a line of dialogue. And let's be honest, Mark Hamill's Joker is so much more superior to Jack Nicholson's. Then you have Batman's origins, which aren't really discussed much in Batman 89, except for just showing his parents getting killed and him saying that he just has to be Batman because no one else will. While in Phantasm, you get these segments of the movie showing Bruce as an adult slowly crafting the Batman identity, trying out his moves on criminals, practicing jujitsu, finding the inspiration for the Batmobile, creating the suit, and actually giving us a reason why he does it.
I talked to my parents.
What'd you say?
I made a vow.
What vow?
A secret one.
And finally, you have the love interest. This one's a big one because in Batman 89, Bruce falls in love with Vicky, tries to tell her that he's Batman and fails, then eventually she finds out, and they live happily ever after. Except not actually, because she's never to be seen again. It's a very tacked-on romance that honestly just doesn't fit into the movie. Meanwhile, in Phantasm, Andrea is a massive part of the movie and Batman's origins. Bruce contemplates continuing his promise with his parents, eventually ending up at their grave, begging them to let things change because he wants to be with Andrea, giving us the best line in any Batman movie ever.
I know I made a promise, but I didn't see this coming. I didn't count on being happy.
God, the emotion Kevin puts in this line is so good. He even gives up on being Batman just so he can be with her, which ends up falling through, leaving him to go back to the original plan of being the Dark Knight. Andrea even figures out his identity in a scene where only 2 words are spoken to each other.
You! Bruce?
Ah, it's so good! Andrea and Bruce eventually end up back together, thinking they'll be able to live their lives and be happy together, but that ends up not going according to plan. Mask of the Phantasm, genuinely, in my eyes, is Batman 89 done right.
Also, fun fact, according to Andrea Romano herself, the only reason why the character is named Andrea is because she was so in love with Kevin Conroy that she wanted an excuse to have him say her name in a loving wail, Mayo.
As Kevin and I started working together and we did, a couple of sessions and, Kevin didn't even really know how to give a level yet or what fight walla was or what all those sound effects were that you guys know how well, how to do it so well. And so Kevin, I would say at the beginning, give me a couple of fight sounds, throw a couple of punches, throw a couple of batarangs, and he would do that. And then I said, take a few punches. and he would do that. And then because I loved his voice so much and I was already falling deeply in love with him, I said to him at maybe the third session, I said, and now say my name in character. And he said, actually, you say it. He said,
Andrea.
And that was it. Love, 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 love. We made a movie that I personally really like. It's called, I'm going to totally forget it, Kevin. Which one is the one with Andrea in it?
Mask of the Phantasm. Mask of the Phantasm.
Which I think was the very first movie we ever made.
It was the first one.
As a feature.
With Andrea Beaumont. Yeah.
Exactly. Which was named after me just so that we could have a moment where Kevin could say, as Bruce Wayne, who was really sick,
"Oh, Andrea."
Oh, but the review doesn't stop there. I got more shit to say. This movie tells so much while saying so little. There's multiple times throughout the film where words are barely or never even spoken, and the visuals just tell you everything, and it's so good. Like the aforementioned origin of the Joker, or when Bruce says that he's changed the plan, and then immediately a cave full of bats come flying out, representing his parents, telling him that he's not allowed to change the plan and he must continue with his promise and become Batman, which is just so fucking good. Or even something so little as Andrea wearing a widow's mask on the boat, letting other people know that her husband is gone, but letting the audience know that she knows she needs to be separated from Bruce and is willing to. Along with the scene happening right after the showing of her still being alive and safe just by showing a necklace. And this next example, I have to preface this with a major spoiler warning, and I mean major, like please, if you have not seen this movie or do not know what happens in the tail end of the film, please do yourself a favor and click out of this video and go watch the movie, because I wish I could go back to when I didn't know this information. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so the Phantasm is actually Andrea, plotting her revenge towards the mob leaders who killed her father. And the reveal of this is done twice back to back, but in such different ways that it's absolutely amazing. The first time it's revealed is shortly after Andrea tells Bruce that her father is the Phantasm. You see her standing outside of the Joker's hideout, which actually happens to be one of the places her and Bruce went on a date to, but her body is covered by a shadow, so her black clothes seem fine. It goes to a close-up on her face where it takes you to a flashback of her coming home and seeing the Joker himself, Jack Napier, come out of the house, and that's where you find out her dad's been killed. It then flashes back to the present where you still never see what she's wearing. Then we cut to Joker in his hideout talking to his robotic wife and self like usual, and then soon enough, the Phantasm shows up, where Joker then just simply refers to him as a she, and Phantasm takes his hood off to reveal Andrea. So the flashback scene perfectly explains who Phantasm is with little to no words and without downright saying it, and then almost immediately downright tells you without it being terrible, or a waste of a flashback, or feeling like it had to spoon feed you information. But in fact, feeling like the two reveals are intertwined with each other in a way. And because of that reveal, when you go back and rewatch the movie, the first scene with Andrea doesn't take place in the timeline of the movie structure, but obviously prior to the opening scene. It's just something that small that can make a massive impact in a movie, and I think it's amazing in here. And you want to know one of the great things about this movie? I haven't actually seen a review of it prior to writing the script. The most I've seen is Kevin Conroy himself saying that he thinks this is the best Batman movie ever, which is 1000% valid because this is a beautiful movie. But the only thing he ever mentions is just the personal struggle and Bruce being a thing in the movie and the amazing line about not knowing he'd be happy. But I'm still able to watch this movie and understand all the little details put throughout the story. And I only have like one working brain cell. Other things I liked about this movie was how amazing the reveal of the Batsuit is, because it just shows you Alfred's reaction without saying any words during it, but you see how the suit finally achieves Bruce's goal in striking fear in people. Speaking of Alfred, Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. is absolutely amazing as him, as with everyone else who plays the character. I love the chemistry between Bruce and Andrea, the comedy in here being top-notch for a Batman film, and even Bruce himself has a few jokes that don't feel out of place.
You expect every guy you meet to call you up? Is my shirt too big, or is that my flesh crawling?
Once again, Mark Hamill's Joker is an absolute blast to be around.
Business. Ooh, business sounds like fun.
And also, there's a WB logo found on the side of one of the Joker's small buildings that I thought was kind of neat. The only complaint I have with this movie is how during the big action scenes or the scenes where Phantasm is killing the mob, I kind of just zone out during them. They're not bad, the animation is really good during them, and even in some of them, they're insanely great, but they end up just being the only scenes in here that I don't really enjoy as much as I do with the rest of the movie. But that only affects the final score I give this movie by just a very, very tiny bit. And overall, this is an insanely solid film, especially for a Batman one. I absolutely love this movie, and like I said, Kevin Conroy is so insanely valid to think it's the best one. Sub-Zero was released on March 17th, 1998, and follows Mr. Freeze, voiced by Michael and Sarah, having to save the life of his wife, Nora, due to the tank keeping her alive being destroyed by a crew of... To be honest, I don't really know. But due to this, Freeze ends up kidnapping Barbara Gordon, voiced by Mary Kay Bergman, because she's the only person out of 18 people, apparently, that can save Nora's life, but at the cost of her own. And because Barbara has been kidnapped, Batman and Robin, voiced by Kevin Conroy and Lauren Lester, have to rescue her. The movie itself is surprisingly pretty great. I wasn't expecting it to be able to hold a candle to Phantasm, but it was a very quick and really enjoyable watch. Michael and Sarah's Freeze is pretty good. Prior to this, I had only heard Alfred Molina and Maurice LaMarche, and while I thought Maurice with the voice modifier was insanely terrifying, and Alfred's performance was very entertaining and fit the show and the design of the character, I gotta give Michael and Sarah the win here. His voice fits so well with the character and the design of Freeze used here. And though I just said I gotta give him the win, being completely honest, it's always going to be a trade-off between Michael and Maurice. Like, come on, that fucking voice modifier is terrifying.
What do you want with me? I just require a moment of your time.
Mary Kay Bergman replaces Melissa Gilbert as Barbara Gordon, which is fine, I guess, but I prefer Melissa Gilbert's performance a lot more, though. The party scene is where I have the biggest problem with Mary's voice, because she sounds like she's trying to do a Harley Quinn impression for some reason.
Hey there.
Oh, sweetheart.
Hi, Dad. Sorry I'm late. Mwah.
It's really weird and sounds really off, but for the rest of the movie, it's fine. Speaking of Batgirl, this movie reminds me a lot of Batman and Robin, given how they both have Batman, Robin, Batgirl, and Mr. Freeze. I was half expecting Ivy and Bane to show up at one point in this movie. And I guess I was right to feel that way, because this was made to go alongside with Batman and Robin, but was delayed after that movie bombed immensely. And obviously, this movie is so much more superior. And as much as I'm not the biggest fan of Mary's Barbara / Batgirl, she is a goddess compared to Alicia Silverstone. Anyways, the pacing of this movie is pretty good, with the time not really having any feel to it. I paused the movie about 40 minutes in to go get pizza, and it hadn't even felt like it'd been 40 minutes. It felt more like 10 to 20. But I do have to say, this movie does have some more flaws than Phantasm did. For one, the animation and the art didn't feel as smooth and blissful as the first one, and it just overall felt kind of meh. I'll admit, there was a scene of Barbara ziplining that looked really nice and just reminded me of some, like, 90s anime. But then there's times where the animation looks both visually stunning and like a PS2 game at the same time. And the action scenes still are kind of lackluster for me. But I will admit that the final climax is insanely good in both an entertaining and storytelling aspect, giving me the feeling of excitement, but also making me very nervous for Barbara, Freeze, and Nora. The ending is easily the best part, with Freeze being off into hiding after being pronounced dead, which I myself believed he was dead before it was revealed. Looking through the windows of the cabin playing the news, announcing that Nora has been cured and has made a full recovery. At the sight of the news, Freeze smiles and starts crying from happiness, then turns around and walks away with his 2 polar bears while the screen fades to black and the credits start rolling. Dead ass felt like I was gonna cry because of how nice and wholesome this ending is. Apparently, Bruce Timm didn't like the fact that Nora survived. Well, fuck you, this ending is great. Overall, the movie's enjoyable, and while it obviously wasn't going to be able to top Phantasm, it's still pretty great. Batman Beyond Return of the Joker was released on Halloween of 2000 and is set in the Batman Beyond universe, which, like I said in the beginning, is just the future of the Batman animated series universe. In here, Bruce Wayne is an old man and can no longer be Batman, so he gets a new kid named Terry McGinnis, voiced by Will Friedle, becoming Gotham's new Batman. Well, turns out, Joker's back, which causes major panic among Gotham, but confusion among Bruce and Barbara, voiced by Angie Harmon, because they saw Joker get killed all those many years ago. Now this is where I need to preface that prior to me watching this movie, I had saw the Nostalgia Critic video on the best Joker death scene, and even though it outright says where that scene's from, I had no idea while watching this. So when Joker is knowing about Bruce being Batman, and when they mention his death, I'd thought of that scene, but thought it was like the ending of the animated series or something. And then it just starts playing partway through the movie. Which, yes, I absolutely love it. It shows a side of the Joker showing how truly fucked up he is, while also showing how fucked up Harley's been ever since she got with the Joker, how she just overlooks how sickening this is.
How could you help Joker do it, Harley? Okay, so he roughed the kid up a little, but I'll make it right.
Before this scene, it's revealed that Joker does know who Batman is, but in here, it explains how he found out and is even able to make it shocking a second time.
And the dear lad began to share such secrets with me. Secrets that are mine alone to know. Bruce.
On top of how spectacular Mark's performance is.
It'd be funny if it weren't so pathetic. No, what the heck, I'll laugh anyway.
Speaking of performances, Kevin is amazing as usual. Same goes for Arlene's performance as Harley Quinn, obviously.
Sweetie, get Mommy's bazooka.
As much as I love Tara Strong's performance, because that's the one I got used to the most, Arlene is easily the definitive voice of Harley. Tara Strong is in here as well as Barbara Gordon, which I like her a lot more than Mary Kay Bergman, but I don't really know if I like her more than Melissa Gilbert or not. I think I do. And speaking of Barbara, Angie Harmon plays the old Barbara character really well. And then there's Will Friedle as Terry McGinnis, which I had no idea what the character was like, but I gotta say, I really like it. For my basic-ass knowledge on the character after watching this movie, I can come to the conclusion that Terry is basically the Spider-Man of Batman, and Will's delivery and voice is absolutely amazing for it. The fight between him and the Joker, where he's just making fun of him and mocking him, is just so fucking great and had me laughing so much throughout it because of how enjoyable the entire scene is. And speaking of fights, this movie really steps them up for me. I found them to be incredibly entertaining. Some more positives I'll give are, I like the reveal of who Tim Drake is. At least for me, when he was introduced, I thought it was just an old Commissioner Gordon, which looking back on it is really fucking dumb because he obviously looks a lot younger than Gordon ever was in the original animated series, but I mean, they never actually downright say his name until after the whole backstory of Tim Drake. Like I said, I only have like one working brain cell. I also love the Batman Beyond suit. It's so smooth and slick and absolutely badass with all the different tricks that it can do.
Batman should not be wearing Iron Man suit.
Yeah, we know. Anyways, it definitely does feel like a Batsuit that would be made using the technology available during that time.
Where is the underwear over
tights? Yeah, I know. You've been saying this shit since fucking July of last year. Like, literally the only fucking thing. I can't sleep, I can't eat, I can't shower, I can't shit, I can't fantasize about Robert Pattinson's Batman without hearing you say those goddamn fucking words. Move the fuck on!
Does my appearance in the adaptated Batman review prove your continuity wrong?
I'm the creator of the meme cinematic universe. Do you really expect continuity? And the chemistry between Terry and Bruce is so good, and the relationship between the two is very believable. The animation is great, future Gotham looks amazing, I love the influence of rock in the soundtrack. The only big problems I have are with the opening and closing credits that seem cheap and just out of place and weird. And the Joker's gang isn't really that memorable, nor is there anything charismatic about any of them. I mean, for fuck's sake, Ace had more charisma, and he's just vibing throughout the entire movie. Genuinely, the only ones that are the most memorable to me is the twins, just because they were hot. Overall, the movie is surprisingly really good, has amazing fight scenes, and of course, the iconic death of the Joker. Voice acting is great, and I barely have much complaints about it. It's definitely not a masterpiece, but it's a very good watch. Mary Sue trash. Nah, I'm kidding. Batman Mystery of the Batwoman is a sequel to Mask of the Phantasm and Sub-Zero, and was released on October 21st, 2003. The movie follows the story of a new character in Gotham, Batwoman, voiced by Kyra Sedgwick, causing trouble with the goons and Batman himself, given how she tends to not care about human life, which ruins the reputation of the Bat logo. So Bruce hunts down to find out who Batwoman is, all while Batwoman is going after Penguin and his crew, trying to take them down. Throughout this movie, you get these times where you think Batwoman is someone, but it ends up possibly being someone else, and then possibly someone else, until it's revealed that Batwoman is not just one person, but three. You have the motives of Kathy Duquesne, voiced by Kimberly Brooks, who's trying to get revenge on her father for being the death of her own mother. The motives of Rocky, voiced by Kelly Ripa, who is trying to get evidence on the Penguin in order to break her boyfriend out of jail. And the motives of Sonia, voiced by Elisa Gabrielli, who's getting revenge for the fire set on her family's local business that they never recovered from. Meanwhile, Penguin doesn't really have that much of a motive, except for take something or I don't know, to be honest. Unlike Phantasm or even Sub-Zero, this movie doesn't really have that much depth in its story, and it's just more of a fun, lighthearted hour and 15-minute special, which there's nothing wrong about that, but it just kind of ends up being a subpar, semi-enjoyable experience. The different twists when it comes to Batwoman were kind of fun, even if they were a bit obvious, and Penguin and Bane are treated so much better than previous incarnations. Though I will say, I definitely enjoy the Arkham games Penguin and Bane in voice and performance-wise over these movies, but I'll still take these over Burton Schumacher versions. This movie's definitely more of a comedy in my eyes, and as we've discussed before, a Batman comedy can be done severely wrong, but here, it's done fine. I don't really mind it, especially how all the jokes are coming from new characters or characters that seem the type to crack a joke, and rarely any are delivered by Batman himself. Tim Drake is also in this movie, voiced by Ellie Marenthal, and I think he's possibly one of my favorite Robins. I'm not a big fan of him in the Arkham games, but in here, there's just the sense of father and son wholesomeness when him and Batman are working together. And he never gets on my nerves, unlike another Robin kid I know of. There are love dynamics between Bruce and some of the characters that I feel just didn't hit. Like, him and Kathy were kind of weird to watch and be around. And then there's the Barbara Gordon scene, which downright makes me uncomfortable.
But spring break will be coming up soon, and I'll be back in Gotham for 2 whole weeks. Won't that be nice? I just saw the news, and I was wondering if you'd gotten a new partner. Someone a little older? Because if you had, I'd be really upset. Because I thought you and I were, you know.
But other than that, the movie's fine. The soundtrack has its moments, like the Rocky apartment scene.
Kevin! You have no new messages.
Or when I heard Danny Elfman's signature piano. Which there is no way in hell he didn't have any bit to play a part of the soundtrack, because that is his piano. Anyone else who uses that piano, you can't. Danny Elfman has pretty much made that his piano. And the last thing I have to say about the movie is I really like the redesign that was done for Batman. I know not for specifically this movie, but I still like it due to the suit now being black and gray. What I'm not a big fan of, though, is the design of Batwoman. I just feel like it's too bright, and I think it would have looked a lot better if the red was a lot darker and it was black instead of silver. But other than that, like I said before, this movie's fine. It's somewhat enjoyable, but you're not gonna really get much depth from it, which is why it's probably the weakest of the 4 movies covered in this video. Overall, these movies are actually pretty fucking good, and they stood the test of time. Even one of the weaker movies isn't a bad film or a bad experience, and when this series creates a banger, it's a fucking banger. Just think about the fact that the best Batman movie of all time is animated. Like, that's fucking insane. And what's also insane is that most people don't know about these movies, and that sucks because they're amazing. I'm glad that at least more people are finding out about Mask of the Phantasm, but I still think all 4 of these movies should be given the recognition that they deserve. And if you haven't seen these, go and do yourself a favor and see them, because they truly are incredible.
It's fucking distracting. Oh, good. It's fucking distracting.
$1 million.
$2 million.
You don't have it. $3 million.
I'll borrow it from you. $4 million.
$5 million.
That's a utility belt, not a money belt. $6 million.
$7 million. Never leave the cave without it.
In 1997, Batman was dead to the mainstream. After rising from all the campiness he was put through, thrown back into the limelight as a darker and grittier version, he was once again dragged back into the camp with Batman and Robin. And after that, he was gone for a whole 8 years. And yes, of course, he was still alive and doing well in the comics, but just like after Batman 66, The Dark Knight was nothing to the mainstream. Until an up-and-coming director with only 2 films in his catalog walked up to Warner Brothers, handing them a script that would soon permanently change the character for the rest of time. That director was Christopher Nolan, and that script was for the 2005 movie Batman Begins, a movie that would not only drag a Batman out from underneath the grave, but would do it using a fucking crane and send him flying into the public eye even darker and grittier before. This move would be followed up with an absolute legendary icon, and then followed up with a very controversial move. So today, let's once again talk Batman movies, and specifically the 3 that Nolan would bring to the public. And let's go over each of them individually and talk about the good and the bad, and then wrap it up with a nice, neat little bow and talk about how I feel about them overall. Also, I feel like I need to put this sort of disclaimer here. The Dark Knight trilogy is one of 3 trilogies that are very special to me. See, it goes Raimi Spider-Man trilogy, the original Star Wars trilogy, and then the Dark Knight trilogy. And with this trilogy, I've said trilogy so many fucking times. With this trilogy, and specifically the Dark Knight, I have seen countless analysis of these films, so I am well aware of the deeper meanings of everything. With that being said, for the most part, I'm probably not going to bring them up, just because I want my reviews to be strictly me and my opinions, and if I were to delve into every deep aspect of these movies, I would just be giving a low-tier copy of New Rockstar's videos on the trilogy. I will mention some of them, but those are things that either I noticed myself, or I feel like I could have noticed myself if I had seen these movies more times than I actually have. Being completely honest, I've seen the New Rockstar's videos on the trilogy more times than I've seen the actual trilogy. So with that out of the way, let's go back to the year of MySpace and Hot Topic and see where this Batman will begin. I am not going to apologize for that.
It's fucking distracting. Oh, good. It's fucking distracting.
Batman Begins was released on June 15th, 2005, and follows the origins of Bruce Wayne, played by Christian Bale, becoming Batman. About a good half of the movie is showing the origins and creation of Batman, and then the second half is showing Batman take over and save Gotham, making himself the household name that he will become. And I have no idea where to start with this. For one, I see why they picked Christian Bale as Batman for this, especially when he was coming off of such an iconic role that was Patrick Bateman in American Psycho, truly showing his capability of playing a character that has 2 sides to it, one that needs to be hidden from the public. And up until another actor that we'll discuss later down the line, I think he is the perfect looking Bruce Wayne that's been played so far. Once you get him in that suit and tie, you can just see the Playboy millionaire. And there's even a shot in this movie where he looks like a really good young Bruce Wayne. Now him as Batman is, it's the voice. It's the voice. The voice is the one thing everyone talks about when it comes to Christian Bale's performance. And to be completely honest, I don't mind it. Of course, it's fun to make fun of, but I never really minded it. It's just kind of there and, whatever. With that being said, I think it's the worst in here just because of how inconsistent it is. Now, if you see my Joker ranking, you'll know that consistency is everything in a performance for me, and it stays true in here. There are times where the voice works and is amazing.
I swear to God. Swear to me!
Then there are times where it's just like, kinda not even there.
It's not who I am underneath, but what I do that defines me.
There are also a few times where Bale's performance as Bruce is a bit weak, like during the pool scene, which I honestly think that entire scene is trash and should have been replaced with something else. I get that it's there to lead into Bruce and Rachel meeting up again, and to show Bruce covering up his side and making sure nobody expects him to be Batman, but everything in that scene just felt like a waste of time for me. Speaking of Rachel, let's talk about the supporting characters in this movie. Let's start with the Waynes. I didn't mind them. I thought the scenes between Bruce and his father were really nice, but the writing and pacing was kind of garbage throughout them. Martha doesn't really get to do much. The attention's kind of all put on to Thomas, but I thought they were both really good. And I usually fucking hate children in general, let alone just child actors, but I liked Child Bruce, you know? I thought he was alright. I don't know, man. I didn't bring it up in my initial review, but I really fucking hated Child Bruce in Batman 89. There was just something about him. I was like, I don't like looking at you. Get the fuck off my screen, please. And then there's Michael Caine as Alfred. And as much as I love his performance, and I love his character, and I love the different take on Alfred in this universe where he's very helpful with Bruce when it comes to setting up as Batman, compared to the other Alfreds, I kinda just like them a tad bit more. There's just something with the voice and performance in all the other Alfreds prior that's lacking in Michael Caine's performance, but nonetheless, I still love him in here.
Is a persona to protect those you care about from reprisals.
You're thinking about Rachel?
Actually, sir, I was thinking of myself.
Morgan Freeman's also in this movie as Lucius Fox, and while I personally prefer Dave Fennoy's performance, I will never complain about having Morgan Freeman in a movie. And his performance in here is great anyways. He has some of the best lines in the entire movie and the entire trilogy.
Didn't you get the memo? Let me get this straight. You think that your client, one of the wealthiest, most powerful men in the world, is secretly a vigilante who spends his nights beating criminals to a pulp with his bare hands? And your plan is to blackmail this person?
It has a long, uninteresting Wayne Enterprises designation. I just took to calling it the Bat. And yes, Mr. Wayne, it does come in black.
Gary Oldman's also in here, but I would like to talk about his performance in the next movie because he's a little bit more prevalent in there. Liam Neeson as Ra's al Ghul was fine, I guess. I understand that it's pretty hard to translate a dude who looks like this and jumps into a pit made of liquid that brings him back to life, causing him to be 100 years old, is a tiny bit complicated to bring into real life, so, you know, he was good with what he had. Cillian Murphy as Scarecrow is honestly really fucking great. I especially love whenever he has the mask on, and now I understand why Angry Video Game Nerd was kind of upset with this movie, because by the end of it, I just wanted more Scarecrow than anything else. I don't know, man, ever since Arkham Asylum, like, Scarecrow's just been fucking badass to me. He needs more representation, please. And then finally, there's Katie Holmes as Rachel Dawes. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. I mean, it took a while to get used to the fact that, as Nostalgia Critic says,
looks like she's about 12.
But her acting is just kind of all over the place. There are some scenes that I'm like, yeah, that's not bad. And then there's some where it's just, please stop talking. On to the plot of the movie and my opinions on it. I think as a Batman origin movie, it is insanely good, with so many little things put into it that makes it so great. For one, the Joker isn't the cause of Wayne's death. Yay! I don't know how you could fuck that up! But also, there are just little subtle things that I love, like the one choir boy during the Wayne's death. Who would rather win? Two grown rich adults that could afford a bodyguard, or one singy boy? There's the arm gloves that Ra's al Ghul wears that Bruce ends up taking for his suit. There's the whole swapping between the past and the present, the showing of how he got the materials for his suit and gear, and even just the showcase of how he donned his no-killing rule is pretty cool. Even if the following of that rule is a little little inconsistent. Other things I liked about this movie was the opening scene having the bat logo made out of bats, representing the fear Bruce has for that creature and him eventually overcoming it, and also playing into the theme of fear that this movie has. Themes being something that is prevalent in all three of these films, and that's what makes them so great to me. And even just the showcase of the train being covered in graffiti when it was once all prim and proper before the death of the Waynes. There's comedy in this movie, and it's done pretty well, having the other side characters deliver the jokes, or Bruce Wayne delivering them, and not Batman. Well, I mean, there are 2 jokes that Batman says, and,
Nice coat. Can you drive stick?
I'm not the biggest fan of nice coat, but I can forgive it for being a reference, but can you drive a stick is a bit, to me, because I can kind of hear Kevin Conroy saying it, but I still don't know if it fits the character of Batman. I like how once Batman starts taking back Gotham, it leads into what could be used as an ending of the movie. But then it just continues, kind of acting as a second half. Like, this is the beginning of Batman's creation, and this is the beginning of Batman's popularity. I also like how Zsasz got a bit of representation here. Again, something about Arkham Asylum just made me fucking love Zsasz so much. I don't know why. He was also criminally underused in that game. Jesus fucking Christ. I thought Nightmare Batman was insanely dope. But then I do have some negatives, which is a fucking cardinal sin to have when talking about this trilogy. For one, the editing is kind of atrocious during the fight scenes. I didn't remember them being that bad and thought people were just overreacting, but Christ is the camera all over the fucking place and I can't make sense of what's happening. And the majority of the movie's runtime has a decent pace going for it, making the first hour and a half not feel that long, but then at some point it just screeches to a halt and gets kind of slow and boring. But overall, the film is, pretty good. And,
Take this guy. Armed robbery, double homicide. Got a taste for the theatrical, like you. Leaves a calling card.
I'll look into it.
It's fucking distracting. Oh, good. It's fucking distracting.
The Dark Knight was released on July 18th, 2008, and follows up almost immediately after Batman Begins with the Joker, played by Heath Ledger, going through his plan to turn Gotham into chaos and anarchy, and Batman needs to stop him. This movie is just stunning. It starts with this amazing 5-minute bank robbing scene that gives you just a glimpse at who the Joker is. This scene holds so many great things. You get to see the Joker in the very beginning. Rewatching the scene, you get to be able to notice that it's the Joker, given his little tiny movements. Also, this is gonna go against my rule of things that only I notice, but it's so good I had to bring it up. There's a Spider-Man 3 movie poster in the background. This is why Tobey Maguire is the best Spider-Man, okay? Did Tom Holland get to be canon in Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy? Didn't think so. There's a reference to Cesar Romero's Joker, and I mean, what else can I say about that? And of course, there's also the amazing Joker scene that fits so perfectly with this universe. And Heath is just astonishing as the Joker. He manages to embody the past 3 well-known Jokers while also being his own character and fitting so well into the serious world that is this universe. Looking at him and the way he acts, I can't believe that someone in real life would go batshit enough to start acting like this. And watching like some of his interviews prior to this movie, I can't for the life of me see or hear this performance coming out of it. Like, you know how much of a fucking massive, like, difference there is between his voice and his Joker voice?
Touch what Jack Nicholson did in Tim Burton's world would be a crime.
We should start with the head. The victim gets all fuzzy. He can't feel the neck. See?
How? How? My one brain cell has a migraine just trying to imagine that voice coming out of him. Aaron Eckhart is a massive step up from Tommy Lee Jones's Two-Face because, I mean, for one, he's his own character.
What was that, Gordon?
Say it. Say it!
Yeah, that scene right there actually got me to jump when I rewatched it for this review. I somehow forgot it happened. Maggie Gyllenhaal as Rachel is honestly a lot better than Katie Holmes, in my opinion. I don't want to keep referencing other reviews in this one, but I have to say I agree with Jeremy Johns on this.
But personally, I prefer Maggie Gyllenhaal to Katie Holmes, because Katie Holmes looked like she had to sleep with the DA to get her job, and Maggie Gyllenhaal, although she was sleeping with the DA, didn't look like she had to. She looked pretty good as a lawyer in this movie. Like, if you watch The Dark Knight and you try to envision Katie Holmes saying Maggie Gyllenhaal's lines, it doesn't work.
Morgan Freeman and Michael Caine are back as Lucius Fox and Alfred, and they are still amazing. Kristen Bale is obviously back, but he ends up having his voice even deeper and even more Chainsmoker sounding.
I'm not wearing hockey pads.
And if I'm gonna be completely honest, I like it more than Batman Begins. Obviously, just because it's more consistent. Like, it's fucking stupid, don't get me wrong, but at least he continues to have it all the way through the movie. That's all that matters to me. Just keep it consistent. I also like the new suit more just because it seems less awkward to be in. I wasn't the biggest fan with the trend of having the mask combined with the suit, and the one in Begins just makes him look like he's constantly hunched over.
Hunched over is a poor choice of words. More like just awkward in general. Also, the suit looks like it's really cheap and made of rubber. Looks like a Spirit Halloween costume more than an actual suit.
While this one at least lets him assert his dominance a bit more. Plus, they even have a scene in here explaining the suit change.
I need a new suit. 3 buttons is a little 90s, Mr. Wayne. I'm not talking fashion, Mr. Fox, so much as function. You want to be able to turn your head. Sure me backing out of the driveway easier.
It's not necessary at all, but it's a nice addition. I liked it. Also, how could I not love references? And then the role I saved for last, Gary Oldman as Commissioner Gordon. Now, while he's not my definitive Commissioner Gordon, because I don't really have one given how so many people have played the character, there is one performance, though, that we'll talk about next week. Either way, Gary Oldman is easily the live-action Gordon, and the best one so far. He looks like Commissioner Gordon, and his performance is just so fucking good. He is truly the, like, J.K. Simmons as J. Jonah Jameson of Batman movies. Like J.K. Simmons will always be the definitive J. Jonah Jameson. Like, he looks exactly like the character. And same goes with Gary Oldman. Gary Oldman looks exactly like Commissioner Gordon, and his performance, like I said, is fucking spectacular. Other things I liked about the movie was the opening scene with the Bat logo being made out of fire, which is something that the Joker absolutely loves. The editing is a lot better during the fight scenes, and I'm able to see what the fuck's going on. I also like the attention due to time, something that's very well known in Nolan films, and I really appreciate it. And this movie holds what I considered to be 2 of the greatest scenes in any Batman movie ever. Now, they're not as good as the grave scene in Phantasm, that is truly the best one, but this movie holds the hit me scene and the interrogation scene. Let's start with the hit me scene. I absolutely love this. It shows Batman's no killing rule at its best, having him so close to the brink of actually breaking it before he takes control over himself and veers off. And at this point, we get easily one of the best performances of Heath Ledger's Joker, where he almost embodies the character, and also Mark Hamill's performance for some reason, I guess. And then also this whole scene is taken, like, right after the fucking amazing truck flip scene, which, like, you have to understand, around the time that this movie came out, a lot of films were doing the fucking truck flip scene. It was like a requirement for movies around this time that you have to have a truck be flipped, but everyone did it in CGI, and then Christopher Nolan was just like, you know what? Fuck you and your CGI, I'm gonna do this for real. And then the interrogation scene, a lot like the hit me scene, shows off the no killing rule, with Joker once again egging him on, telling him that he's gonna have to break it, and Batman going batshit, no pun intended, due to it. While at the same time, we have Joker truly describing the relationship he and Batman have.
And why'd you want to kill me? I don't want to kill you. What would I do without you? Go back to ripping off mob dealers? No. No, you complete me.
See? Joker doesn't need to be the murderer of Batman's parents just for them to have a relationship. Also, it's technically not a part of that scene, and it comes afterwards, but Joker's whole speech about why he uses knives is so fucking good and quotable. I love it.
You want to know why I use a knife? Guns are too quick. You can't savor all the little emotion. You see, in their last moments, people show you who they really are. So, in a way, I knew your friends better than you ever did.
He do be speaking facts, though. There's also a ton of other scenes in this movie that I could sit here and break down and talk about how, like, oh, Christopher Nolan really did a fucking 4D chess move on the comic book movies, and all these scenes are like some 200 IQ type shit. But as I said in the beginning, I would just be giving you a D-tier New Rockstars video, so go watch those ones if you want more of an analysis of these films. Overall, though, this is a fucking amazing movie, it's an amazing sequel, it's an amazing Batman movie, and easily one of the best Batman movies of all time, but having a trilogy that has a really good first movie, and then the sequel blowing that one out of the water, has already been done before. And sadly, history repeats itself.
It's fucking distracting. Oh, good. It's fucking distracting.
Return of the Jedi sucks.
It was so boring.
Sorry, I just had to say that just in case Brain was watching. The Dark Knight Rises, however, I kind of feel the same way that I felt about Batman Begins, which is probably just one of my other unpopular opinions, because most people hold this movie as, like, the weakest and or the worst in the trilogy, and, like, just overall a bad movie. Yeah, I get it, but to me, I found it really great and enjoyable, and I just kind of don't have a solid opinion on it, I guess. The Dark Knight Rises follows Bane, played by Tom Hardy, coming into Gotham and breaking it down, fully taking over the city with plans of blowing it up. Gotham isn't the only thing he breaks, though, because he breaks Batman's back, and probably his fucking mental, and drops him into a pit where Bruce will eventually heal and climb out of it. On top of this, you have the introduction of Catwoman, played by Anne Hathaway, and John Blake Robin, played by Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Yes, you heard that right. John Blake Robin. We'll get into that later. And just like Batman Begins, I have no fucking idea what's going on in this whole opening scene. Maybe I missed something, but it all just feels like 100 things are going on at once. And what truly confused me was this. Like, why are they taking this guy's blood while the plane's crashing? And then I think they took him after that? Like if you're gonna take the guy anyways, why did you bother taking the blood from him? Like, did I miss something? Like, I'm genuinely confused about this scene, and I feel like I missed something. And it might just be because of the fact that, like, I have a fucking small brain. We all know this, but it's just so many things happening at once, like with the opening scene of Batman Begins, that my said small brain can't compute. I don't, like, genuinely, if I missed something while watching that scene, can you tell me in the comments? Like, please? I would like to know what the fuck was going on. I will say, though, this line was pretty funny.
If I pull that off, will you die?
It would be extremely painful.
You're a big guy.
For you.
Oh yeah, that's something else this movie brings. It brings a lot of comedy.
Must have lost my ticket.
Your wife said you were taking a cab home.
My wife?
I think this might be the most comedic movie in the trilogy, and that tends to be the main complaint that I hear, along with just the constant plot holes and shit. But honestly, both of them don't really bother me. I don't have a problem with comedy in Batman movies unless it's coming from Batman himself. And obviously that doesn't include Bruce Wayne, because it would be weird if the rich playboy millionaire didn't crack a few jokes here and there, especially with the fact that he has to hide his darker alter identity. With that being said, Batman does deliver a joke in this movie.
Miss Kyle. So that's what that feels like.
I don't know how to feel about it, to be honest, because on one hand, it's Batman delivering a joke, but on the other hand, it do be kind of funny, though. I also just want to mention, I don't understand the hate the scene gets. Like yeah, it's dumb that he speaks in his Batman voice when he's alone, but do you know how jarring it would be to just hear Bale's regular voice while the suit's on? I don't know, man, the scene just makes sense to me. Anyways, let's talk about Catwoman. Now, you may be aware of my thoughts on how they handled the character in Batman Returns, so I strongly say Anne Hathaway's Catwoman is far fucking superior to Michelle Pfeiffer's, and brings the seductiveness and the lightweight acrobatics that Catwoman has, and it's honestly amazing. She's not just doing backflips to do backflips like she's a fucking Lego character. She's gracefully jumping through and out of windows and beating the shit out of people, all while seducing a handful of men around the movie, including ones that she's beating up. I don't know, man. That scene of her backflipping out of the store just seems so fucking unnecessary to me. It genuinely reminded me of when you just, like, pull back on the joystick and hold down A at the same time in, like, a Lego game, and you just try to see how like, long you can get your character to backflip. Like, that's what that reminded me of. Another role that's really good in here is surprisingly Alfred. I think he truly shines in this movie, with Michael Caine putting in the most emotion into the character that I've ever seen out of any performance other than, like, Batman Arkham Origins. My favorite scenes from this movie, honestly, are the 3 emotional Bruce and Alfred scenes. And then there's Tom Hardy's Bane. Look, there is no comparison between live-action Banes, because this one is obviously more superior than the one at Batman and Robin. Batman and Robin's Bane isn't even Bane. It's just a dumb brute in a Bane costume that can only speak in whatever word he decides to pick out of an Ivy sentence. This Bane, however, is incredibly smart and insanely strong, just like the actual Bane. Of course, he can't transform into a giant brute, but I mean, if anyone was expecting that to happen in this trilogy, they're just fucking stupid. With all that being said, I genuinely do not know how to feel about the voice. It's not bad. I don't hate it. It just gets a little difficult to understand him sometimes, but honestly my biggest problem is how out of place he sounds every time he talks. There's just something about the audio of his voice that feels so out of place and forced in and just not mixed right, because the character will be talking and then Bane comes in and is just super fucking loud. Does this mask come with its own portable BioLab 90? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Talia al Ghul is also in this movie, played by a French actress that I'm not even going to even try to pronounce the name. And I don't know if it's just the fact that, like, the first time I ever heard of Talia or met Talia in anything was in Arkham City, but I do not like her performance at all. For one, she looks like a less attractive Mila Kunis, and it's constantly throwing me off, and I know that has nothing to do with her acting, and it's just purely visuals, but it's so insanely distracting. But then she has this, like, accent that doesn't sound like it fits at all, and Jesus fucking Christ, her death is so laughable because of how bad it is. How did you get a role in a Christopher Nolan movie when this is the level of, like, death you bring? This is the most, like, amateur, mediocre shit I've ever seen. I think the deaths in, like, my fucking school film festival were better than this. What the fuck? I just wasn't a fan of her at all. Alright, let's talk about Blake. Blake is a non-comic character that is in this movie as a detective that eventually ends up working alongside Batman and Gordon. And overall, I actually liked him a lot in here. I think his character works pretty well, and I like Joseph's performance. But then there's the ending scene.
I like that name. Robin.
Now, I understand wanting to have a reveal at the end of the movie of Robin taking up the mantle after Batman's supposed death, but I just have a problem with having the character be literally named Robin. I also understand not wanting them to just fully reveal himself as one of the Robin names before, like, the ending of the movie, but I mean, for fuck's sake, Dick Grace's middle name is John! Would it have been so hard to just name Blake John and then have him go under that as his alias and then reveal at the end that his full name is being Dick John Grayson or fucking something? Name him Drake Jackson and reveal he's Tim Drake in the end. I don't know, do something other than forcing an awkward Robin into his name. It's so fucking lazy, and it doesn't fit at all, and it's so awkward. It's just so fucking stupid. Like, you had so many chances. You had so many chances. You could have fucking named him after Jason Todd and called him Peter. I don't know. There's so many different Robins that you could have just given him a fucking alias, like used his middle name. Only probably like diehard comic book fans would be able to just immediately pick up what the character is, just going off by the fucking middle name. But like a lot of the mainstream who didn't read comics watched this movie. So like you had one job. It was right there. It was fucking right there. You could have done something, but you did. You did this. You went for this, and I just don't understand why. Anyways, contrary to what you might believe from that previous rant, I don't think this movie's bad. I actually think it picks up once Batman's back breaks and Bane takes over Gotham. I don't know why, but there's just something about the tone of the film and the way Gotham looks after Bane takes over that makes me really like the movie at that point. I don't know, man. There's just something about snow that I love, and just seeing how visually remarkable, like visually stunning Gotham looks while it's just covered in snow. And it's also really interesting having the final climax happen during the day and having Batman show up during that time. That is definitely something that wouldn't go over well. I mean, just look at fucking Justice League. But I think in here, it works. Also, I genuinely think this movie has the best soundtrack out of the three. On Thin Ice and the full version of Mind If I Cut In is so beautiful. The Fire Rises and Fear Will Find You are so badass that they just hype me the fuck up. The Shadows Betray You is so unique and dark that I have no choice but to stand. They even brought back molasses during the chase scene, and honestly, I really liked it in this movie more. There are just a lot more highlights in this soundtrack, and more times that a song stuck out to me than in the other two. Don't get me wrong though, Why So Serious is, like, easily the fucking best song out of this trilogy. A few other things that I liked in this movie are the reference to Killer Croc.
He chased the gunman down into the sewers. I pulled him out. He was babbling about an underground army. A masked man called Bane.
Well, shouldn't you be telling your superior officers about this?
They asked me if he saw any giant alligators.
Even though he's a crocodile and not an alligator. The no-kill rule.
You gotta be kidding me.
No guns, no killing.
Where's the fun in that?
Morgan Freeman, the more attention to time, Batman thinking that Bane was the child, even though Bane said that he didn't see the light until he was already a man. Honestly, I could just be misunderstanding that, and those two things aren't correlated. I wouldn't put it past me. The fight scenes are a definite step up and are pretty good in here, in my opinion. I especially like the one with the flashing lights in the tunnels. I thought that was fucking amazing. And finally, there is the chilling scene of the police slowly getting stuck underneath the tunnels, and Blake finding out about it and telling the chief, being only soundtracked by the singing of a small boy. Who would rather win, 100 cops or one singy boy? But overall, this movie's just good to me. There's really nothing super memorable unlike The Dark Knight, and it just kind of falls in the same watching experience as Batman Begins for me personally. It's fun at times, but then at others, I just kind of coast through it.
It's fucking distracting. Oh, good. It's fucking distracting.
Overall, I think these movies are their own kind of special. Not because of how they paved the way for the character, both good and bad, but because of just the movies themselves in terms of quality and enjoyment. I originally had the title used in this video be the term "a very weird sandwich," which in itself is weird, but it all came down to the films. You see, Batman Begins and The Dark Knight Rises are the bread, and then The Dark Knight is the peanut butter. Why a peanut butter sandwich? Because they're severely underrated. Anyways, Begins and Rises give off the same enjoyability for me, while Dark Knight is on a whole other level to a point that it's practically a standalone film that doesn't require you to see the other two. I mean, I had a friend come over and watched The Dark Knight, just strictly The Dark Knight. He had never watched anything of the trilogy. He didn't watch Batman Begins. He didn't see, The Dark Knight Rises afterwards. He just strictly saw The Dark Knight, and I think he still has only strictly seen The Dark Knight. And I didn't have to explain anything to him, like, context-wise. I didn't have to explain, like, the origins of Batman. Like, he didn't have to watch Batman Begins in order to watch The Dark Knight. And there was nothing about the ending of The Dark Knight that required him to see Rises. It doesn't mean that Begins and Rises are bad. It's just that Dark Knight somehow managed to be a standalone film while also being, like, dead set middle in a trilogy. And from what I've seen, I'm not the only person that thinks this way. The majority opinion is that Dark Knight is one of the best Batman movies of all time and is easily the best in the trilogy, while the other two are debated on which one is better. They're both good, like I said, but not as amazing as The Dark Knight. So in simpler terms, Begins and Rises are gold, while Dark Knight is the diamond in between. There's an age-old question that will continue having arguments come out of until the day comics are eradicated from the world. That question is Marvel or DC. Now, when people speak of Marvel, they bring up the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and while DC also has their own cinematic universe, it wasn't that good. But when people say DC, they're usually talking about their animated films and shows. Now I bring all this up to simply say that the opinion is that DC has good animated films and a bad extended universe. But what if I said that DC combined the two and made an animated extended universe? That's right, the first movie to ever be released in the DC animated universe was Justice League The Flashpoint Paradox, released on July 30th, 2013, but that wouldn't be the only universe. Nope, there's actually a second one called the, get ready, DC Universe Animated Original Movies. Fucking Christ. This universe specifically consists of both the movies from the DC animated universe and the animated adaptations of classic comic books. And there are two little neat things about this universe. One, it's still continuing to this day, even with 3 movies being planned to release in 2021. And 2, it covers every DC property. And because this is a Batman series, I will be strictly going over the 12 movies in the universe that are primarily Batman focused. So without further ado, let's get right into it. Batman Gotham Knight was released on July 3rd, 2008, and is supposed to take place in between Batman Begins and The Dark Knight, and I guess it's not supposed to be taken as canon according to the producers? Which is kind of weird. The movie is an anthology film consisting of 6 different short segments, and initially I wasn't going to include this on here, but I thought that if I was going to review the 1940s Batman, then I guess I should do this one as well. The film is produced by 4 different anime studios: Studio 4C, B-Train, Production IG, and The Madhouse, which I personally know them for Death Note and the 2011 Hunter x Hunter. Also, every one of these segments feature Kevin Conroy providing the voice for both Bruce and Batman, which is pretty nice. The first story is called Have I Got a Story for You, and was produced by Studio 4C. The plot is basically 4 kids hanging out while 3 of them tell their stories of when they've seen Batman, until eventually Batman shows up where they're at, fighting what I guess is called the Man in Black. First off, this art style is fucking horrendous. Everywhere I've seen has said that Gotham Knight had an anime art style, so when I saw this piss-poor Newgrounds looking motherfucker, I was so confused and thought I was watching a completely different movie. I had to stop and look up images to see if I was watching the right film, and I could only find one image that showed this story. Batman looks like the Tick at one point, if the Tick was played by 2004 Christian Bale and was drawn by a 5-year-old. The art style is so vomit-inducing it makes the Slim Shady Show look like fucking modern-day Da Vinci, and the story can't save it either. It's so boring, and it's written in a way where it relies on the abhorrent artwork that this whole segment is just a dumpster fire. Moving on to the second segment, Crossfire, produced by Production IG. This one follows 2 cops heading down to Arkham Asylum and then getting caught in a crossfire. Between the Russian and Maroni until Batman comes in and saves the day. Already, the animation style has improved immensely and really brings out that anime vibe that I love. I don't know why, but this one gives me kind of a Death Note vibe, and then you get this fucking great shot of Batman and this amazing moment.
I'll kill her! I swear to God! I'll do it! I'll do it!
No, you won't.
There's not much I can say about the story, though. It's a very simple and pretty enjoyable experience. Third segment is Field Test, produced by B-Train, and features Lucius Fox, voiced by Kevin Michael Richardson, inventing an advanced sound sensor that does cool high-tech stuff and ends up deflecting bullets. Bruce, doing what he usually does, uses it to win a golf game, and then eventually uses it in combat, where it goes good until it ends up causing a bullet to go into someone else, and at that moment he resigns the invention and gives it back to Fox. And oh my god, is it distracting how much Bruce looks like he's from Death Note. I know it's starting to sound like the only anime I've seen is Death Note, but Jesus Christ, look at this and tell me he doesn't remind you of Light. My biggest complaint with this segment is honestly just the design of the Batsuit. I understand it's supposed to be anime inspired, but it just comes off looking kind of weird. Other than that, it's a pretty good watch and has some of its funny moments. Fourth segment is In Darkness Dwells and is produced by Madhouse, and I already have to mention that this has the movement and feel of a Death Note episode that I was expecting from Madhouse. The segment features Batman going down in the sewers in search of Killer Croc and Scarecrow, eventually finding both of them, getting in a fight with Croc, defeating Scarecrow, and saving a soon-to-be Scarecrow victim, and escaping from the sewers, then off to, I'm guessing the Batcave to heal his wounds. This one was a really enjoyable watch, all thanks to the art style and the movement the Madhouse brings. I will say though, a lot of the dialogue gets kind of distracting given how the mouths look like they're saying something completely different, and there's nothing I can find of a Japanese dub being the original. As far as I know, it was only in English, so this is just kind of weird. That and also the design of Bruce in the Batsuit, I'm just not the biggest fan of. Other than that, I loved this. It was just really entertaining. The fifth segment, Working Through Pain, is produced by Studio 4C, and what the actual fuck? The art style in this just looks like regular anime with, like, kind of a hint of an Adult Swim animated show, so what in the goddamn fuck was that art style, and have I got a story for you? Anyway, this one's probably the best in the storytelling aspect. It shows a bit of Bruce's origin as Batman and him training and learning how to handle his pain, something that he'll eventually have to deal with when fighting people. So he goes to none other than India and is trained by a woman named Cassandra, voiced by Parminder Nagra. Massive apologies if I just butchered that name. Occasionally it cuts from this flashback to Batman slowly crawling his way out of the sewers and eventually ends up being met up by Alfred after collecting a ton of guns that he's found, which I thought was kind of neat because it was reflecting from field tests where the victim threw his gun down the drain. Overall, I thought this was a great story showing more of the origins of Batman, and even in a kind of psychological way with how Bruce lives in constant pain from his family's death. The sixth and final segment, Deadshot, produced by Madhouse, follows Deadshot showing up in Gotham so Batman must stop him. That's it. That's the segment. But I really like it. For one, the suit looks a lot better in here, and you top that off with the intense animation done during the action scenes. Once again, all thanks to Madhouse, and you have a really enjoyable experience. Like, I literally only have 4 things written down in my notes for this because I spent the entire time being too fascinated with the segment while watching. Overall, this is another one of the highlights from the whole movie, though I will say I'm not the biggest fan of this line.
You have to know your enemy, Alfred. I'd never use one, but even I can appreciate the attraction of a gun.
But other than that, pretty good. Also, you can't have a Batman movie without seeing the Waynes get killed. Overall, this is a film that I didn't expect to like, and I came out really wanting to see a full Batman anime show or movie. Kind of like Death Note, more in like the art style, the animation, and the writing. And I have no idea why I kept thinking of Death Note while watching this, because I haven't seen that anime since April of 2020. One thing I kind of noticed but didn't fully understand until I read through the wiki page is how every single story in here all link up in some way. The man being taken into Arkham in Crossfire is the Man in Black from Have I Got a Story for You. Bruce's gun collection in Deadshot is the guns he collected from Working Through Pain. The man who shoots Bruce in Working Through Pain is a Scarecrow victim from In Darkness Dwells, though that's kind of weird given the ending of Darkness. Nonetheless, the fact that they all link up somehow is pretty nice. But yeah, I really like this movie and I'd love to rewatch it sometime, but I would easily skip past Got a Story because of that repulsive art style. Assault on Arkham was released on July 25th, 2014, and follows the Suicide Squad having to infiltrate Arkham Asylum to get a USB from Riddler, voiced by Matthew Gray Gubler, and I think also kill him. At least that's what Amanda Waller wants. But breaking into Arkham Asylum isn't an easy task when Joker, voiced by Troy Baker, has planted a bomb somewhere in Gotham, making Batman, voiced by Kevin Conroy, eventually make his way there. The people that are a part of the Suicide Squad in this movie are Deadshot, voiced by Neil McDonough, Captain Boomerang, voiced by Greg Ellis, Harley Quinn, voiced by Hynden Walsh, Killer Frost, voiced by Jennifer Hale, King Shark, voiced by John DiMaggio, and Black Spider, voiced by, once again, Giancarlo Esposito. Oh yeah, there's also KG Beast, but he dies in like 10 minutes into the movie, so he doesn't really matter. His feature in this movie does so little that he doesn't even appear on fucking IMDb. Kevin Conroy is still amazing as Batman. I just wish that they gave him white eyes because the animated regular eyes look kind of weird. I've always loved Troy Baker's Joker, to be honest. Even in his debut, I thought that despite it having to sound like a younger Mark Hamill, he comes in with his own sound. Neil McDonough as Deadshot is pretty good. I don't really know much Deadshot performances, so it's hard for me to say much about his. The same goes for Greg Ellis as Captain Boomerang. John DiMaggio as King Shark is interesting, though. I only know King Shark from Harley Quinn, but this one's not bad. For all I know, he might be more comic accurate. I have no idea. What I do know is that John goes into a schnitzel voice at times during this. Giancarlo barely speaks in this movie, sadly, though there is a weird thing that comes from his character, and that's how when Batman defeats him, he's put into the Batman suit while Bruce goes into the Black Spider suit. Except when Black Spider gets outed as being Batman, Bruce is somehow wearing the Batman suit underneath the black spider suit. So that was weird. Killer Frost is pretty cool.
Ice puns? Really?
No, but seriously, she is so fucking hot. The worst character here, honestly, is Harley Quinn. Hayden Walsh manages to pull off a kind of Tara-strong performance, which is the only thing going for her. Because on top of the kind of bad design for Harley, the writing for her is just so uncomfortable. She's gone from being this idiot in love with the Joker to someone who's moved on and hates the Joker, which is perfectly fine. It's been done multiple times and pretty well with all of them. Except in this movie, because in here, she's just a fucking horn dog because of it. Any scene that has her and Deadshot in it is extremely uncomfortable because she's constantly trying to hop on his dick. And then there's a literal sex scene between the two towards the beginning of the movie. And that is not what I signed up for. Other than that, the movie is not bad, actually. It's got some pretty good comedic scenes.
Why do you talk to me like this, Waller?
Simple. I needed to keep you babbling long enough to pinpoint your position.
What?
Best gun ever.
And I have to say, the action scenes in this are top-notch. The Batman invasion scene in the beginning really caught my eye with how everything was animated, and the movie never goes below that. Also, this movie has quite a few times where it seems to take inspiration from the Arkham games. You have the Penguin's lair, which looks identical to the lair in Arkham City, along with the fact that Nolan North voices the Penguin in here, which he voiced the same character in City, Origins, and Night. The room in Arkham Asylum that houses the Joker looks like the same room in Asylum where you have Harley's boss fight. And even the Batmobile in here looks like the Batmobile in Arkham Asylum.
And then the logo used in here is the exact same that's used in the games.
That's a pretty neat addition to the movie. Overall, it's pretty good for the most part, but the odd amount of sexual tension between Harley and Deadshot, and for some reason Killer Frost and King Shark, make it kind of uncomfortable at times. I will say, the ending was pretty fucking dope. Batman and Harley Quinn was released on August 14th, 2017, and follows Ivy, voiced by Paige Brewster, and Floronic Man, voiced by Kevin Michael Richardson, trying to turn everyone into plant people to save the planet. So due to this, Batman, voiced by Kevin Conroy, and Nightwing, voiced by Lauren Lester, have to recruit Harley Quinn, voiced by Melissa Raunch, so they can be able to track down Ivy and try to convince her to step away from her plan. I fucking hate this movie. The only two positives I can give to this movie is Kevin Conroy and a 10 fucking second scene.
I know, it looks like a total dump, but trust me, it is a total dump.
Everything else in this movie just wastes my fucking time and insults my intelligence. Before I get into all the reasons why this movie wastes my time, I just want to talk about Melissa Raunch's performance of Harley Quinn for a second. I'm one of, like, the two people on Earth that like Big Bang Theory. I don't mind Melissa Raunch on there. I fucking hate her Harley Quinn voice, though. Holy shit, this is, like, atrocious. It's not Harley Quinn at all. That accent is so strong that at points she sounds like Quinn Curio.
Anything else for you today, boys?
You're seeing less of Hermione's flaws. She's looking a little smooth. She's an airbrushed Hermione.
That's not what I want my Harley Quinn to sound like. Quinn Curio is dope, she's a dope content creator, and I do like her voice and her accent, but that's not what I want to hear in Harley. And it fucking baffles me that they were able to get Kevin Conroy, aka the original voice of Batman in Batman the Animated Series, and Lauren Lester, aka the original voice of Robin and Nightwing in Batman the Animated Series. I can understand not being able to get Arlene Sorkin, because by then she already retired the character. You couldn't get Tara Strong? Like, literally everyone on this planet has just come to the agreement that Tara Strong is the second best Harley Quinn. You couldn't get her? You had to go for this? Really? Fucking really? Anyway, on to all the examples of this movie wasting my time. Oh, Nightwing needs to go get Harley. Let's have them battle and then fuck because Harley's a horn dog now. Oh, they need Harley to go find Ivy. Let's have a 2-minute chase scene that results in nothing happening and the story going nowhere. Oh, they need Harley to still find Ivy? Let's have a fart and shit joke. Oh, they need Harley to still find Ivy? Let's have her shake her ass for 3 minutes and then sing the entirety of Hanging on the Telephone while humping the microphone and shaking her titties. Oh, they need to go find Ivy? Let's have Batman get confronted before he leaves so he'll drink some milk, say a cliche corny line.
Okay, boys. Let's dance.
And then we're not even going to show the fight. We're just going to cut to outside the building and show the fucking Adam West action cards. Oh, they're off to go find Ivy? Let's have them fuck around in the Batmobile for a minute while refusing every offer of help so none of this is worth anything. Oh, Harley wants to come along? Let's have her cry about her past pets that she had. Oh, Harley needs to talk Ivy out of her plan? Let's have them fight for 3 minutes and then to the turning point is just her pouting her lip and crying. Oh, they need Floronic Man to be talked out of the plan? Let's get this giant swamp monster to come out from the ground and have a slow lecture about the Earth for 2 minutes and then leave without doing anything and Floronic Man continues with his plan. Oh, they need to stop Floronic Man? Let's burn him with the match, but oh, before we do that, we'll have Nightwing and fucking Batman kiss Harley before we cut to the credits! I understand the time spent for those scenes may seem really small and quick, but God, in this movie, they feel like they go on for fucking hours! Bruce spends half of this movie just looking like he's tired of this bullshit, and I relate to that. But no, we can't even have Batman be good in the movie. We gotta have him resort to cracking jokes. There is legitimately a line in this movie that sums up the entire film.
Well, that was a big-ass bucket of nothing.
Look, I know I gave a pretty positive review for Batman 66, and I defended Batman and Robin in some cases. But at least those movies fucking know that they're campy. At least they know the kind of shit humor they have and the bad writing and that they're not trying to be anything different. But when you have your movie set in the same location and the same art style as fucking Batman the Animated Series, and then you reference Batman 66 humor, is when I start to have a fucking problem. You know, at least with Batman Returns, I can think of at least 3 scenes that I thought were good and sometimes even enjoyable. But this movie has absolutely none of that, and Bruce Timm makes Tim Burton look like a fucking saint. I would, honest to God, rather sit through the sexual tension-less scene between fucking Catwoman and Penguin, or sit through Penguin getting horny for a woman and groping them, than watch Bruce Timm get the fucking closest he's ever been to making his own Harley Quinn hentai. I'm getting really fucking tired of seeing Harley get sexualized or being written as nothing but just a horn dog, because it's annoying and shits all over the fucking character. I don't need to see a guy trying to grope Harley. I don't need to see Harley get on Nightwing's dick. I don't need to see Harley shake her ass and her fucking tits. Fuck off! And none of this is surprising, given how this was released a year after The Killing Joke, and that stupid fucking prologue, and that bullshit disgusting Bruce X Barbara romance, because you want to take a wild fucking guess whose idea was it to have them fuck on a rooftop? The same guy who was probably the reason why Barbara got horny for Bruce in Mystery of the Batwoman. The same guy who has literal fucking drawings of Joker and Harley from the animated series fucking each other. Fuck this movie and fuck you, Bruce. Wait, who created this movie again? Oh. Well, let's see if he can make up for himself. Batman Soul of the Dragon was released on January 12th, 2021. It shows the origin of Batman while also just being another Batman story that does absolutely nothing new. The most new thing this movie does is add elements of a karate movie into Batman's origins. And that's basically it. The film constantly goes through flashbacks of Bruce, voiced by David Keantoli, training in martial arts, where he's taken this class by this old dude who, according to IMDb, is called O-Sensei, voiced by James Hung, and he's taught alongside with Richard Dragon, voiced by Mark DeCassos, Ben Turner, voiced by Michael J. White, Jade, voiced by Jamie Chung, Rip Jagger, voiced by Chris Cox, and Shiva, voiced by Kelly Hu. And when it's not doing Batman the Karate Kid, it's just got this generic story of a dude trying to steal a door so he can summon a demon into Gotham, so Richard and Bruce have to go searching for their old classmates, align them together, and stop the villain. I mean, I guess it's not a bad movie, but it's also just painfully generic. Also, this movie was so fucking incredibly boring for the first half hour, which doesn't sound like much, but the pacing in this movie is so bad. The half-hour runtime feels like 2 hours. But anyways, movie's boring until they meet up with Shiva, and then it kind of takes a turn and starts showing action, which honestly, the action in this movie is pretty good. But then we cut back to the flashbacks where those are, once again, boring as shit until the one with Ben and Rice where it gets a little bit more interesting and entertaining. Then the movie starts having a good pace once again and becomes a bit fun, and then by the final fight, I just honestly stopped paying attention. This movie can be summed up to, if Mask of the Phantasm was a Karate Kid movie and was generic as generic can be. I guess maybe if you have a thing for karate movies, the flashback scenes might interest you, but personally, for me, I'm not the biggest fan of karate movies. I can at least say the voice acting is solid. David is a pretty good Bruce and Batman, despite his Batman not showing up until half an hour in, and then leaves, and then doesn't show up for another 30 minutes. And Josh Keaton's in here as Jeffrey Burr, who's the main villain. I genuinely don't remember them ever actually saying his name, by the way, but anyways, he's my definitive Spider-Man, so it was nice seeing him in a Batman movie, given how, you know, Spider-Man and Batman are the two comic book characters that I like and care about the most. Everyone else is fine. James Hong as O-Sensei is pretty entertaining, I guess. Same goes for Michael J. White. Shiva is a complete badass in here, I'll give her that.
Fool, you gave up your weapon. I am the weapon.
So that's pretty much it. There's not much else I can say about a movie that doesn't do anything new and interesting. The most interesting thing it does is end on a cliffhanger, which means there's probably going to be a sequel to this that I might end up having to watch and review later down the line. Yay. So I guess to answer the question at the beginning, did Bruce Timm make up for himself? I mean, I guess technically, but it's not that hard to do something better than Batman and Harley Quinn. But the product is just so bland and generic, it can't even light the candle, let alone hold it close to the original animated movies, and that includes Mystery of the Batwoman. That substanceless movie ends up having more substance and interesting ideas than this mediocrity. So yeah, I guess it's not a bad movie, just a boring one, which is actually kind of worse. Hell, just look at these reviews of Batman and Harley Quinn and this movie. 1 second I was yelling, which produced some banger level content in my opinion, and the next second, I barely have anything to say, which probably makes this the most boring section of the video. And I wasn't even planning on including this movie for that reason, and also because it came out after I already wrote, recorded, and edited this video, but I thought that it has to do with the DCU, so I should probably include it anyways. Hope you're happy. Under the Red Hood was released on July 27, 2010, and follows a new vigilante in Gotham by the name of Red Hood, voiced by Jensen Ackles, and Batman, voiced by Bruce Greenwood, having to figure out who he is, eventually finding out that he's Jason Todd, and having to try to stop Jason with doing what he's doing. The movie includes the death of Jason Todd, as well as flashback portions showing Batman reliving memories with a young Jason. First off, I have to bring up the fact that fucking Neil Patrick Harris is in this movie as Nightwing, and somehow it's good? I've never really seen many things that Neil is in, so maybe it's really obvious to everyone else that would watch this, but I just don't see the guy from How I Met Your Mother when Nightwing's talking. I just hear Nightwing cracking his usual jokes, just like I would when playing something like Arkham Knight. Also, another role in this movie that is insanely good is John DiMaggio as the Joker. If you've seen my Joker ranking video, you would know I ranked him pretty high on the list, and for good reason. He is able to pull off the Joker sounding like the complete opposite. Instead of being all high-pitched and crazy and rambunctious just like most Jokers, he goes for more of a low-pitched, calmer version, and it fucking works. He sounds menacing every time, and you can tell in the voice that he's got a few screws loose, and when you can fully tell he's insane is when he starts laughing. Joker is the reason why this scene specifically is the second best scene in the movie. Just him being all silent eating his chips is kind of uncomfortable, but also funny at the same time, and then shit just goes wild in a matter of milliseconds, and he takes down every guard and then makes one of the greatest jokes I've ever heard.
I'm going to need something to wear in a very big truck.
Sure. Anything else?
I'll need some guys. Not these guys, because, well, they're kind of dead.
They really did Joker well in here, and John's voice is just so good. I laugh at, like, every other line that he has.
that he has horrible taste. Gonna be a sleepover, right? I packed my toothbrush. So, I've been bamboozled. Oh my. Okay. So, what's the plan? Slumber party? Charades? A little truth or dare? Yes, I'll start with dare. Or maybe I'll just go with truth. And then one with the crowbar. Party pooper. No cake for you.
Enough of the Joker, let's talk about the main act, Redhood. Man, did Arkham Knight do this character dirty. I used to absolutely hate Jason Todd because the only representation I had of the character was this whiny baby that embodies a 13-year-old who just got rejected by their school crush, so they spammed their IG and Tumblr with edgy fake depression memes while blasting Billie Eilish in Last Resort.
Oh, the Joker killed me and really beat me, and now Batman, you come save me, now I want to kill you.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
But then I see comic panels of Red Hood, and I see this movie, and he has the anger towards Batman and Joker, but it's a lot more emotional than teenage angst, and he's also just cracking jokes to everyone else.
You wanna die? There's easier ways to kill yourself.
Yeah, like yelling at the guy who's holding the AK-47.
Easily the best scene in this movie is when Jason, Bruce, and the Joker are all in the apartment, and Jason's going on about how evil the Joker is and how he's hurt that Bruce would keep him alive after killing him, leading to Batman to truly explain his no-kill rule, which is so amazing.
It's too hard to cross that line. No, God Almighty, no. It'd be too damned easy. All I've ever wanted to do is kill him. A day doesn't go by when I don't think about subjecting him to every horrendous torture he's dealt out to others, and then end him. Aw, so you do think about me. But if I do that, if I allow myself to go down into that place, I'll never come back.
And then there's just this line.
I'm not talking about killing Penguin or Scarecrow or Dent. I'm talking about him. Just him. And doing it because he took me away from you.
This line genuinely brought me to tears. The emotion that Jensen has in his voice when delivering it is just so fucking good. And there's also this passing line,
a frenzy's crippled,
which I thought was nice as a little nod to Oracle. The biggest problem I have with this movie is Bruce Greenwood. Don't get me wrong, his Batman voice isn't bad. It's actually pretty good when it's there. There is a good amount of times in this film where the Batman voice just kind of goes away or is barely there. There's also the scenes with Black Mask that I'm not the biggest fan of. They're not bad, but they're not that entertaining, and that's kind of just the case with a lot of this movie. It definitely does pick up after the Black Mask Joker scene, and it becomes a really solid film. Not that it's bad before that scene, it's good, but just not as entertaining as the movie eventually gets. I will say, the reveal that Red Hood is Jason the Bruce and Alfred gave me chills. Also, yes, Jim Piddock as Alfred is a highlight. But yeah, Red Hood is an insanely good movie, and just because of that really good pickup during the third act, I would say this is one of the best Batman films of all time. Batman Year One was released on October 18th, 2011, which also happens to be the same exact date as the release for Arkham City, which is funny given the casting choices done for this movie. The film follows not Bruce or Batman, but actually Commissioner Gordon, voiced by motherfucking Bryan Cranston, as he moves into Gotham with his pregnant wife, showing what the cops are like in the city, and Gordon climbing to the ranks to eventually go from being the newcomer to being the commissioner, and making the GCPD a better place. All while this is happening, you get like a handful of scenes that have Bruce, voiced by Ben McKenzie, becoming Batman, and then him being Batman, and eventually him and Gordon teaming up. Also, Catwoman isn't here for some reason. Yeah, this movie is called Batman Year One, yet it has a lot more to do with Commissioner Gordon than Batman. And honestly, I kind of like it. For one reason though, I do not like Ben McKenzie as Bruce Wayne or Batman. His voice goes all over the place, and I guess I could handle one of the two Wayne voices he has, but holy fucking shit, the voice he puts on for Batman is just terrible.
You've eaten well. You've eaten Gotham's wealth. It's spirit, but your feast is nearly over.
At least when Bale sounds like a chain smoker, it can sound menacing, but here it's like Ben didn't even fucking try. But the fact that he gets overshadowed by Gordon, who's voiced by Bryan fucking Cranston, makes me kind of like the fact that this is more of a Gordon film, which, if you haven't guessed already, I think Bryan Cranston is easily one of, and probably even the best Gordon performance ever.
I only hate myself a little for hoping they came out negative. This is no place to raise a family.
And I'm honestly astonished that I never once thought he'd fit the role. I never once watched Breaking Bad and thought, hey, he should voice Gordon at some point. I think he'd be really fitting, and it baffles me how I never thought that, because he's fucking perfect. Gary Oldman will forever be my definitive live action, but I think Bryan Cranston is the closest to my definitive voice of Gordon. Anyways, like I said, Catwoman's in here, and I don't know why, because she does absolutely nothing to provide to the plot that you could take her out and nothing changes. And I would actually like that, because I do not like this Catwoman. I hate to sound like that guy, but Selena Kyle looking like the adjudicator from John Wick 3 does not sit well for me. On top of that, the Catwoman costume looks fucking disgusting, and Eliza Dushku's performance is just...
Batman? They're giving the credit to Batman?
What is this? You were able to get Grey Delisle, aka the voice of Catwoman, and you made her be Vicky Vale and Barbara Gordon, and instead made Eliza Catwoman. Eliza's performance of Selena Kyle is so not Selena Kyle that it makes Michelle Pfeiffer look like the fucking goat. This movie isn't bad, though. I liked the animation. Jeff Bennett was a pretty good Alfred. Once again, I fucking loved Bryan Cranston, and watching this movie, I can see how the comic would inspire Batman Begins, especially with the ending being so similar. And I'm pretty sure the comic itself is good, given how it was made by Frank Miller, and also that if this movie is very accurate to the comic, then the comic would be good. My faults with the movie that make it to where I probably wouldn't actively want to rewatch it just comes down to some of the casting decisions. Other than that, it's not a bad film. It's just Ben and Eliza's performances just bring down the enjoyment by a lot. Man, no wonder Brian ended up in a wheelchair. He had to carry this entire movie for an hour. The Dark Knight Returns Part 1 was released on September 25th, 2012, and it's the first of a two-parter movie. Why is this movie split into two parts? I genuinely have no idea. I tried looking it up, but I cannot find an answer. My only guess is the fact that it's animated, so they were forced to make it an hour long. Either way, the film follows Bruce, voiced by Peter Weller, coming out of retirement of being Batman because of how bad Gotham crime has become, right at the same time as Commissioner Gordon, voiced by David Selby, is entering his retirement. The movie follows Two-Face, voiced by Wade Williams, being fixed and then going immediately back into crime, which then includes this weird shot. Like, I'm still confused at what this was. But the big main villain of the movie are the Mutants, and Batman eventually stopping them and turning half of the members into a new group called Sons of Batman. With the return of Batman after a 10-year retirement, Gotham also goes into the state of discourse, with some people loving Batman being back and others thinking he's a true criminal. It's pretty interesting, not gonna lie. One thing I noticed while watching this was some of the influence it had on The Dark Knight Rises, with an old Bruce coming out of retirement, and specifically this scene.
You gonna tell me or hold me? You're slowing down?
Yeah, we're in for a show, kid.
What's going on with the lights?
Can't compete. Boy, you are in for a show tonight, son.
I also noticed that a lot of this movie was straight up put into Batman vs. Superman, but we'll get into that when we get to that movie. Peter Weller as an old Bruce and Batman is actually really good. There's a scene in here that I think gives Kevin a run for his money when it comes to being downright terrifying.
Do you know who I am, punk? Where am I? I can't see.
I'm your worst nightmare. The kind that makes you wake up screaming for your mother.
I think I'm bleeding. What's on my face?
Quite an arsenal you had in that apartment. Combat weapons. You're going to tell me where you got them.
Solid, man. I'll tell you, but no cops. And I walk. Deal?
You're in no position to negotiate. Let me show you.
David Selby as Commissioner Gordon is a bit weird. I guess I could see him as an old Gordon if this was in the same universe as the animated series, but according to Wikipedia, the comic takes place in the same universe as Year One, so that makes this casting choice a bit more... He just doesn't sound like an old Bryan Cranston to me, and I know that's probably not fair, but like, I don't know, when the adaptations are of comics that are in the same universe, I feel like the casting choices should be dealt in a manner of the movies being in the same universe. You get me? Michael Jackson as Alfred is great. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, so apparently there's a guy called Michael Jackson. Not the Michael Jackson, no, just called Michael Jackson, and he voiced Alfred in here. You have no idea how much of a severe double take I did when I first found that out. There is a new character added in here, Carrie Kelly, voiced by Ariel Winter, who eventually becomes the new Robin. I think J.J. Abrams watched this movie when he had to write the ending of Rise of Skywalker.
What's your name?
Carrie. Carrie Kelly. Robin.
I'm gonna be honest. I do not like Carrie Kelly. Or, at least in the beginning. Because when she meets up with Bruce and saves his life is when she actually becomes pretty good, but before that, she's just really cringy. And I absolutely fucking hate saying that word, but there's nothing else I could think of that would describe it. Joker's also in this, but he doesn't talk until the very end, where he ends up getting the last line of the movie, and I absolutely love it, to be honest.
Gotham City belongs to the Batman.
Batman. Darling.
One big thing with this film, though, is the fact that Batman constantly looks like he's killing, but then the movie's like, well, actually, he's doing this. There's even a point where he's holding a sniper rifle and ends up just being a harpoon gun, or he's shooting down the mutants, but with rubber bullets. Overall, it's a fine movie. It's a very interesting take on the character, and I understand that the comic was written after the Adam West show, but before the Tim Burton movie, so it was definitely a return to form for Batman. But then again, the experience of this movie is just kind of I didn't hate it, but I didn't absolutely love every second. It was just a fine watch. Would I rewatch it? Probably, but maybe not as much as the second part. The Dark Knight Returns Part 2 was released on September 23rd, 2013, and is obviously the second part of the two-parter movie. The film follows Joker, played by Michael Emerson, getting out of Arkham Asylum and immediately going back to his ways of killing, starting with the amazing talk show scene, which I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this had some influence on the Murray scene in Joker. Eventually, this leads to Batman and the Joker fighting each other and having their final fight because Batman finally snaps and kills the Joker. That's right. Kills. And it's done right. Because it's not something he wanted to do, unlike in Batman 89. He even ends up hallucinating the Joker, mocking him for the action, and then passes out.
Doesn't matter. I win. I made you lose control.
He also ends up using a gun to detonate a bomb, and then immediately afterwards, stops using them and starts breaking guns later and disavowing them once again. I have a pretty good feeling that Zack Snyder didn't actually watch this movie or read the comic, but again, that'll be something we talk about later. And later on, Superman, voiced by Mark Valley, is ordered to kill Batman because the city is now fully afraid of him, which leads us into a pretty epic fight that ends with Batman and Alfred dying. Except Batman isn't dead. Somehow, but Alfred's still dead. Which is kind of sad. Mark is pretty good as Superman, I guess. I don't really know, to be honest, because I've never really paid much attention to Superman, because I just always found the dude uninteresting. But holy fuck, Michael Emerson as the Joker is so goddamn good.
So long as you won't miss it.
He has the same performance as John DiMaggio, but more darker and psychotic sounding, and the delivery in this line alone just sold me.
You're in trouble now.
Carrie Kelly continues to be pretty good in this movie, so that's nice. My one big problem with the film that almost convinced me that this was going to be bad is that opening scene. It makes absolutely no sense, and it's just a far cry with how Batman is dressed up as this elderly woman, and then there's a topless woman with swastikas on both her tits. Like, what the fuck am I watching? But other than that, this movie is just fantastic, and honestly, I think it's a lot better than part 1.
And just like with Deadshot, The notes just stopped somewhere in the beginning of the movie, and started back up when the movie ended, because Alex just got so drawn into the film that he forgot to actually write things down LeMayo.
Besides, as I said, I would have a higher chance of rewatching Part 2 over Part 1. Yeah, it's a great movie and a great showing of Batman at his lowest and fully breaking his rule, something that makes me ever so looking forward to talking about when we get to Batman vs. Superman. Oh boy, I have an unpopular opinion for this one. The Killing Joke was released on July 25th, 2016, and is the long-awaited, hyped-up, animated adaptation of the Alan Moore comic of the same name. The comic book follows a psychological look into the relationship between Batman and Joker, showing how they're two sides of the same coin by giving us a look at the Joker's origins, and Batman kind of sympathizing with him, even wanting to help him get better so that neither of them dies. And the movie does exactly that. Except for the first 30 minutes. Now, you may expect the unpopular opinion to come in about now, with me coming out and saying, hey guys, the first 30 minutes aren't actually that bad, but no, I'm not that fucking stupid. The first 30 minutes absolutely fucking suck. I hate every second of it. You get this really fucking weird act that involves Barbara, voiced by Tara Strong, and Bruce, voiced by Kevin Conroy, not getting along, and so Barbara is somehow in love with him, because that makes sense. And somehow all the tension between them ends with them fucking on a rooftop, which then makes Bruce awkward around Barbara, which is totally valid, because I don't like this either. And then Barbara gets close to killing, so then she understands Bruce, and then she quits being Batgirl, and then we're done. Now we can start the movie. Except for the fact that we all just had to sit through this for 30 minutes, so let's talk about it. I will say I do kind of like the opening lines, because it kind of reflects the producers knowing this is unnecessary.
First of all, I realize this is probably not how you thought the story would start.
Batman giving Barbara a coffee to calm her down was kind of nice.
Oh, that's nice.
And that gay scene line honestly gives me a good chuckle.
And they say the gay scene is complicated.
I totally understand, though, how, that could upset someone, because, it's a fucking far cry from the original comic. And, that's the end of positives I can give towards this. The love relationship between Bruce and Barbara, I don't like. I don't like it at all. I didn't like it when it was in Mystery of the Batwoman. I don't like it here. Them fucking on a rooftop was just as awkward and as comfortable as the Catwoman and Penguin scene in Batman Returns. Every time Paris says baby, I cringe immensely. I don't care if the animation is really good. The writing is god-awful. And you can tell none of this was in the original comic, because there is a giant, jarring tonal switch when the actual comic starts playing. I gave it a chance, and I hate it like everyone else. So moving on, let's start talking about the actual adaptation. Now, I myself have never actually read The Killing Joke, so with that being said, here's my unpopular opinion. Pretending that the first 30 minutes never existed, everything after that is the most terrifying Batman movie I have ever seen, and I love it so much. I think this movie is fucking amazing once you get past the first 30 minutes. As I said, there is a massive tonal switch, and you can hear it in just the writing, and oh my god, the lines, they are so fucking good.
Sometimes I remember it one way, sometimes another. If I'm going to have a podcast, I prefer it to be multiple choice.
But what really takes the cake is Joker. Oh my god.
Do you ever think about how many times you've come close to World War III over a flock of geese on a computer screen?
Mark Hamill's performance just makes these lines so perfect, but even then, you don't need him to speak to get some of the most scariest scenes I have ever seen. The scene where Gordon is yelling Barbara legitimately terrified me. I spent that whole scene just wanting to curl up in the corner of my room and cry, with chills going down my body throughout it all.
It's so big! Barbara? If you had no inside gets set and you actually treat you bad, don't get it. Yes!
It's so good. I have this thing where if I am genuinely scared, I will start tearing up, and that happened multiple times throughout this movie. And the Joker's origin, I think, was done really well, with it being shown in just memories. And then you get the Joker's speech about memories while he's currently reflecting through them, that I honestly relate to so much.
Please, tell me what I'm doing here. Somebody! Doing?
You're doing what any sane man in your appalling circumstances would do. You're going mad. I remember. Oh, I wouldn't do that. Remembering's dangerous. I find the past such a worrying, anxious place. Yes, memory's so treacherous. One moment you're lost in a carnival of delights, childhood aromas, the flashing neon of puberty, all that sentimental candy floss. The next, it takes you somewhere you don't want to be. Somewhere dark and cold, filled with the damp, ambiguous shapes of things you'd rather forget. Memories can be vile, repulsive little brutes. Like children, no? Barbara.
I relate to it so much that I had to be the opening lines of my EP about my postgraduate life. There are points in this movie where I'm entertained by the Joker, and then he just goes balls to the wall, fucked up, that it makes me disgusted. And then almost immediately he's making me laugh. And then there's the ending, which, yes, I'm aware is done a lot better in the comics just because of how it's drawn, but in here, I think it's still good, especially given how you're hearing Batman laugh, something he never does.
Oh, excuse me.
And then the credits have no music, and it's just rain, ending the movie on a real spine-chilling note. Until this fucking happens.
Right then. Back to work.
Way to kill the mood, Barbara! Thank you! I don't feel like I have to go into my thoughts on Mark and Kevin's performances. I'd just be repeating everything I always say when I talk about the two. They're fucking amazing. So, The Killing Joke is an interesting movie to me because I'm thinking of doing something to it that I've only ever done with music. And that is completely cutting out that first 30 minutes. You see this? This is Idol by Hollywood Undead featuring Tech 9. This song is a blend of rock and EDM, and it works very well. The song features a powerful verse from Johnny and an amazing verse from Tech. Do you know what else this song also features? A really terrible opening verse done by Jarrell. So in order for me to actually be able to enjoy the song, I took it and cut out Jarrell's verse, and now the song is amazing, and now I can listen to it on repeat constantly and never hate any second of it. And that's what I'm probably gonna do with The Killing Joke. Because after those first 30 minutes, this movie becomes, like I said, the most terrifying Batman film I've ever seen. And I think it's amazing because of it. I love every second of it, even when it makes me disgusted or scared or both. But I can't enjoy it constantly if I have to sit through those first 30 minutes. And yes, I'm aware I can just skip past them, but like, here's the thing. I'm really lazy, and I kind of tend to go down the route that is going to require me to do a lot more work than I really have to do. So The Killing Joke is honestly an amazing movie in my opinion, and I highly recommend watching it. What I also highly recommend doing is just skipping the first 30 minutes. You don't need to see it. It's pointless, it adds nothing, and it does nothing, and if it's your first time, you don't need to see it. Sadly, the inclusion of those 30 minutes does bring down the final score, but fuck, I love the actual adaptation of the comic. I will say, though, a lot of the criticism this movie gets is completely warranted. I understand it. But like I said, I didn't read the comic before this. As a perspective of someone who's never read the comic, and probably one of those people that would have just walked in the theater anyways because it's a Batman movie, I enjoyed it. One thing I will say, though, is I wish this movie would have animated it in a way that the widescreen and like the framing of everything was a lot like the way that Zack Snyder's doing his Justice League. That way, when you get to the scene where Joker has become the Joker and he's doing his maniacal laugh, you could be able to draw the Joker on the black bars to kind of make it look like he's jumping out of the screen just like he does in the comic. I think that would have been a lot better. And also, like Nostalgia Critic said, just extend that scene a lot. Like a lot. It would have been fucking great. Also, if it seemed like I was a bit too repetitive on the point of me hating the first 30 minutes, I understand in internet rules that means I actually like it, but in all actuality, I'm just so used to reviews of mine getting bombarded with people taking things I say out of context and then making it seem like I said things that I never said. So it was just me really trying to get my point across that I hate those first 30 minutes. So yeah, hopefully you can understand that. Alright, moving on. Gotham by Gaslight was released on January 12th, 2018, and is a lot better than I expected it to be. The movie follows Batman, voiced by Bruce Greenwood, but in the tone of the 19th century, which also allows the main villain to be Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper does his Jack the Ripper things, going around and killing off prostitutes. Which, by the way, this has nothing to do with the actual movie, but did you ever think of the fact that Jack the Ripper could have just been another prostitute killing off the competition? That would explain how he never actually got caught, because they were looking for a man when in all actuality it was a woman. I mean, just think about it, the time period was pretty sexist, so, you know, it wouldn't be surprising if they didn't think, like, a woman was capable of committing murder. What? A woman murdering? That's not possible. Murdering isn't the kitchen. Anyways, back to the movie. Due to the massive increase in murders of strictly sex workers, the women of Gotham start getting a bit upset at the GC... SD? I guess PD still works. In simpler terms, they're upset at the law attorney for not taking the murder seriously strictly because it's of women, which is honestly pretty valid.
And you can't doubt for 1 minute that if men were being slaughtered, Tolliver would hire an army of policemen to find this Ripper.
She do be speaking facts, though. Batman doing what Batman does, hunts for Jack, while at the same time, Selina Kyle, voiced by Jennifer Carpenter, is doing kind of the same thing as an act of revenge. Great Delisle's in this movie, but she doesn't get to do Selina Kyle once again. What the fuck? Why? But unlike Batman Year One, it doesn't really matter, because Jennifer Carpenter does a pretty good performance that I'd say is mostly on par with Gray's, which is surprising given how the only movie I know her in is Quarantine, and that's a yikes. Eventually, Bruce and Selina kick it off, which is to be expected, which leads to the greatest thing about this entire movie: Harvey Dent's character development. You see, Dent is kind of a simp. He immediately falls in love with Selina and tries to have an affair with her, constantly trying to be the boss of the room when they're together. And Selina's like, fuck that, I'm a dancer, not an e-girl, so she talks to Bruce more often, which leads Harvey to start getting really jealous and pushy with Bruce. So Selina fucks Bruce. So Selina fucks Bruce, and then Harvey goes into fucking incel mode and calls the police on them, sends Bruce, his best friend, to jail, calls Selina a whore, and sends her to her fucking death. This dude! I know I gave Penguin shit in Batman Returns for being an incel, but at least in here, it's hilarious, unlike in there where his actions were just really gross. Also, I think Gotham by Gaslight gets kind of a free pass when it comes to changing up the characters because it's taking place in an older time, so obviously the male characters are going to be really sexist. Speaking of sexist characters, let's run a little test, shall we? I'm going to give you a multiple choice list of all the characters that I thought were Jack the Ripper. Let's see which one you get. Is it A, Harvey Dent, B, Commissioner Gordon, C, Sister Leslie, D, Hugo Strange, E, Ra's al Ghul, F, Catwoman, or G, Batman.
My bum is on your lips, my bum is on your lips, and if I'm lucky, you might just give it a little kiss, and that's the message that we deliver to little kids, and expect them not to know what a woman's clitoris is.
If you guessed A, C, or D, that's perfectly valid. The movie kind of makes it seem that way at times. If you guessed B, it's either because you're insanely lucky, I'm insanely dumb, or you've already seen the movie. Yep, that's right. Jack the Ripper is Commissioner Gordon. What the fuck? Yeah, Gordon's a demented, sexist piece of shit in this movie, and somehow it works. I don't understand how, but like our Lord and Savior God Howard once said, it just works. Oh yeah, one thing I noticed was this movie kind of takes inspiration from Mask of the Phantasm a bit, it seems, with the whole masked murderer that ends up being revealed at the end, but all the murders are being blamed on Batman. Only, obviously, I think Phantasm does it a lot better. Other random things in here that I like was the three poor boys being named Diggy, Jason, and Tim, and eventually being hired by Alfred and joining the Bat family. Anthony Head's performance as Alfred. I didn't really know what to expect given the time period, and I was really curious, but it's just the normal British voice. But it fits and it sounds good. Speaking of voice acting, just the casting decisions are pretty solid. I don't think there's a single voice in here that feels out of place. Also, I like Sister Leslie's death just because she's a fucking queen during it.
I won't beg, and I won't go hysterical. I won't give you the satisfaction.
Negatives to say would be the design of the Batsuit, and that's pretty much the only thing besides the fact that it's not constantly entertaining. Overall, it's a solid film, and I would definitely rewatch it. It's a movie that I was intrigued by because of the setup and had no idea what to think going into it, and I feel like it was executed pretty well. Son of Batman was released on April 22nd, 2014, and follows the story of Damian Wayne, voiced by Stuart Allen, going from being a part of the League of Shadows to joining with Batman, voiced by Jason O'Mara, and becoming Robin, and learning how to fight crime without becoming a criminal. All because Deathstroke, voiced by Thomas Gibson, killed Ra's al Ghul, who's actually voiced by fucking Giancarlo Esposito. Stuart Allen as Damian Wayne is, pretty good. He surely plays the pretentious brat well, and as much as I hate Damian sometimes, I would rather take him here over the one in Harley Quinn. At least in this movie, Damian has his moments.
Robin, you saved us!
This is totally unnecessary.
Also, there's this fight scene between Damian and Deathstroke that is honestly probably one of my favorite fight scenes in any Batman movie. It just looks so good, and it's really entertaining to watch a 50-year-old get his ass kicked by a 12-year-old. Speaking of Deathstroke, Thomas Gibson's performance is pretty good. I'll admit, Deathstroke is the character I'm not the most well-known for when it comes to performances. I only really know Mark Rolston, but Gibson does pretty well. A performance I'm a bit meh on, though, is Jason O'Mara. His Bruce Wayne voice isn't bad, but his Batman is just meh. It's not good, but it's not bad. It's just kind of okay, I guess. David McCallum as Alfred is great, just like every other Alfred, but in here, he even gets a really good line.
Watch yourself, Pennyworth. I'm not so young that I don't understand sarcasm.
While I am much too old to care.
Oh yeah, Talia's in this movie, and
Welcome to the Cum Zone.
Come, cummy, tummy, Ford, cummy, 20, chug, the cummy.
I also really like the animation style of this movie. It gives me comic book vibes mixed with just a teeny bit of anime. It's really nice. Overall, it's a fine story of a young kid trained from assassins learning how to become a vigilante instead of a criminal, but it's really nothing too special in my opinion. I can't really think of much else to say about it. It was entertaining, but that's pretty much it. Batman vs. Robin was released on April 3rd, 2015 and serves as a sequel to Son of Batman. The movie follows a disconnect between Bruce and Damian, with Damian feeling like he doesn't get to be his own person and that Bruce is too controlling, causing him to end up aligning with the Court of Owls. Jason's performance seems kind of worse than in Son of Batman. I don't think he even bothers to change his voice between Bruce and Batman. Speaking of Bruce, he gets really unlikable in this movie. There are times where his character is wholesome and great.
You ever see the 1948 movie version, directed by David Lean?
Ra's al Ghul wasn't much of a movie buff.
Well, I am. Alfred?
Yes, sir?
Popcorn, drenched in butter, and open up the screening room.
But a lot of the movie, I find myself siding with Damian. For the most part.
You're just some lost little orphan to keep pity on.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
But despite the movie being called Batman vs. Robin, they don't fight until 48 minutes in. And if you genuinely believe that, you're fucking stupid, because Bruce and Damian fight from the very get-go. Only, this movie handles the fight between father and son mentally. The constant constraint Bruce has on Damian upsets him, and he'll start to lash out on Bruce, but he won't listen, which eventually leads Damian into almost going into a life of killing just to spite Batman, but eventually doesn't, and they both learn how to coincide together.
Yeah, Batman vs. Superman did the same thing.
First off, you couldn't be any more wrong. Secondly, you're not allowed to talk for another 7 movies. Anyways, eventually there is a physical fight between Bruce and Damian. First, he started beating women.
The American people are tired of women.
Now he's beating his own kid. Oh yeah, and the Court of Owls are in this, and I have absolutely no opinion because I don't know them too much. I will say the twist of who Samantha was somehow wasn't expected for me, and Talon killing every member was fucking insane. You know who's also insane? The Dollmaker. I don't care if he was only in here for 5 minutes. What the fuck? This dude murders children. I knew some of the Batman characters were kind of crazy, but Jesus Christ. You know what's another thing in this movie that's insane? This.
Beware the Court of Owls that watches all the time, gazing from the shadows behind cement and lime. They see you at the hearth. They see you in your bed. Take care, beware, or they will send
A talon for your head. Is it true?
Who tells their child? Also, Kevin Conroy's in a Batman movie voicing Thomas Wayne. Let me repeat that. Kevin Conroy is in a Batman movie voicing Thomas Wayne. Okay. I get that this is a sequel, but if you were gonna have Kevin Conroy in this movie, why wasn't he in the last movie voicing Batman? Also, if we're gonna talk about really insane shit, what the fuck is this? Look, I know I said that I like mechanical suits, and I like the suit in Harley Quinn, but this one? What? And then Alfred's just fucking strapped with a shotgun, like what the fuck is going on?
Get the hell out of my cave.
Oh my god, my brain is having a fucking stroke. Okay. Other than that scene, this is a pretty good movie. The dynamic between Bruce and Damian and their feelings colliding together makes for some emotional moments, especially during the ending where I was just getting chills back to back to back to back to back to back to back.
You could never replace Batman. He's my father.
So yeah, other than a few hiccups, it's a solid film. If you like the more mental and psychological aspect of shit, then you'll probably like this movie. Batman Bad Blood was released on January 19th, 2016 and serves as a way of making me hate Taylor Swift.
Baby, now we got bad blood.
I don't care if her song came out before this. I hate it here. But in all seriousness, this movie is the follow-up to Batman vs. Robin and follows Nightwing and Robin having to take back Gotham after the death of Batman. This movie also introduces Batwoman, voiced by Yvonne Strahovski, which, can I say, is a lot better than the Batwoman in Mystery of the Batwoman. Even the suit just looks amazing. We soon find out later in the movie, though, that Batman isn't actually dead, but was instead kidnapped by the Hederick after the explosion and is being mind-controlled by Mad Hatter. And then the movie later reveals that Talia's in control of all of this. Oh, and who's Hederick? He's a future version of Damian, and right after revealing that, he's killed off, never to be seen again or explain how he was there in the first place. I mean, maybe they were explained in the Justice League films that happened in this movie's universe, but I'm not gonna watch those. All of this happens, though, because Talia wants to take over Gotham, something the League of Shadows and her father couldn't do. Now, this might be sounding like I think this movie's an absolute mess, and it's awful because of it, but not at all. I actually enjoyed it.
Stop me if you've heard this one before.
I do think it can be a mess, storytelling-wise, but once you get to that third act, holy shit!
Coincidence? I think not!
Talia is at full force with her plan, and Damian, Nightwing, Batwoman, and Batwing, who's voiced by Gaius Charles, need to save all the rich people in Gotham, including Bruce, which all of this turns out to just be an entire act dedicated to them having one big giant fight with Talia and her members, having everyone have their own personal fight that the movie switches to throughout the whole arc. Damian has to fight with Tusk, Batwing with Firefly, which then leads them into having to stop the place from crashing to the Wayne Towers, Batwoman against Talia, fucking Alfred against Mad Hatter and whoever the fuck this guy is, and then Nightwing versus Batman, which is just a perfect fight given how Dick spends the entire movie getting progressively angrier with Bruce. All of this coming down to one final fight with Nightwing pinned to the ground and Talia having Bruce pointing a fucking gun at Damian, with Bruce about to pull the trigger, but Nightwing talking him out of it. Talia then yeets herself out of the building to escape, but ends up dying by the Hederick's girlfriend, who I straight up forgot about. But then the ending of this movie. My god, the ending of this movie. It's so stupidly fucking good for absolutely no reason. It's so good that it made me want to skip the 3 movies I have next and go straight to the 4th and final movie in this universe. Seeing each character on the team adapting to what just happened, and then a bat signal being lit in the sky, and Dick Kate and Luke all show up to see Bruce and Damian, so they fly off to go fight crime together, and then you see Barbara emerge from the shadows to join them. I am genuinely getting chills from writing this. The performances here are mostly solid, to be honest. I've grown accustomed to Jason O'Mara's voice, even though I'm still not the biggest fan. I like Robin Downey's performance as Mad Hatter. I don't know why, but he was always just really entertaining when he was on screen. I don't remember Sean Mayer or Travis Williams' performances, to be honest, so take that as you will. I had to look up and see if Batwing is an actual character, and yes, he is. What is he like? I ain't got a clue. But Gaius Charles' performance, just as a performance, wasn't bad. I didn't hate the time he was around, but I don't really remember it. That could just be chalked up to the fact that compared to all the other characters, he was the least interesting to me. He does get this scene where he references a line that Nightwing said before.
Luke? You want a megaphone to announce that?
Except for, he wasn't there for that.
Grayson.
Maybe you'd like a megaphone to announce that?
So it kind of doesn't work. Yvonne Russian last name that I already tried to pronounce once in this video and struggled, and I'm not going to try again, was pretty good. I didn't really have a problem with her at all. She also has this pretty funny line in here.
When I got kicked out of the military, my life was a blur of sex, drugs, and techno house.
Speaking about funny lines, Kate, Damian, and Dick have a scene together that got a good chuckle out of me.
First tell me why you're running around Gotham playing dress up. I'm guessing Nightwing?
Busted.
Actually, I think he's more than capable of fooling most people. And you're certainly not going to pass for Batman, short stack.
Who the hell are you? And we're just supposed to believe that.
Believe what you want.
I don't trust her.
Oh, but you did trust Talon.
Shut up.
Also, speaking of Damian, during his fight with Tusk, he has a really good part in it where he tries to save Tusk's life while repeating the words Bruce has taught him.
Justice! Not vengeance!
I'm glad that Mothman is in this movie. I've said it before and I will say it again. Mothman needs more representation. Please. So yeah, I'd say the first 2 acts of this movie is a lot like the past 2 when it comes to enjoyability, only it does kind of improve a little bit thanks to the addition of Kate, if I'm being completely honest. And yeah, the writing in those 2 acts is pretty messy when you think about it for 2 seconds, but that 3rd act just picks the entire movie up so much that it makes up for this messy writing. I can see myself willingly sitting down and rewatching this movie just for that 3rd act. Also, one neat thing that this movie taught me, and like this whole series, is I wasn't around for this movie's release, so I wasn't there for all the hype and frankly misleading promotion this movie had. I kind of entered into this knowing absolutely nothing about the movie. Speaking from experience of not being there for the hype and not being there for, you know, the promotion and stuff and just being there for the movie, it's pretty fucking good. Batman Hush was released on July 20th, 2019 and is the follow-up to Batman Bad Blood. Or well, actually, it's a follow-up to Reign of the Supermen because of a bunch of Justice League movies that happened between Bad Blood and now. Which, as I said, I don't count Justice League movies as Batman movies, so that's why they weren't covered here. Anyways, the movie follows a new villain in Gotham by the name of Hush, who's been controlling the villains like Bane, voiced by Alvin Gifford, Poison Ivy, voiced by Peyton List,
Oh, nut!
Riddler, voiced by Jeffrey Aaron, and Joker, voiced by Jason Spizak. He also uses Ivy to indirectly control Catwoman, voiced by Jennifer Morrison, and Superman, voiced by Jerry O'Connell. Batman obviously has to find out who Hush is and put a stop to him, and in the process ends up falling in love with Catwoman. At this point in this universe, I've become used to the voice acting by the main characters, though I will say, Stuart Allen, you sound kind of fucking weird. I just want to mention that Stuart Allen was 20 when this was released, which means he was probably either 19 or 20 when filming this, and yet he sounds like he was going through puberty. What the fuck? Anyways, Jennifer Morrison as Catwoman is decent. She doesn't really have the seductiveness unless she's Selena, but she does have the sarcasm down, so it's still an enjoyable performance.
You know, some guys pay for that.
And honestly, the rest of the voice actors do fine. Even Jason Spizak's Joker, which I knew from Lego DC Comics Superheroes The Flash. What the fuck is it with DC movies and just having an absurdly long name? Anyways, while he still ends up being a bit too cartoony, there are times where he does get kind of terrifying.
Batsy, I was in a basement until 5 minutes ago. I'm also looking for Harley. Have you seen her?
This movie is probably the weirdest out of the four. It starts off promising, introducing Thomas Elliot and having Batman go off and fight Bane. And then so much shit happens, including Batman fighting a bunch of different villains who never show up again, slowly falling in love with Catwoman to the point they end up together and she finds out the truth about Batman's identity. And then a very quick fight between Batman and Superman, and then Superman's just gone and he never comes back. Now, this may sound like I don't like the movie, but just like Batman Bad Blood, this was actually pretty enjoyable for the most part. It got a lot of laughs out of me, especially with this joke.
Okay, freak. Who are you and what do you know about my pudding?
I know he needs your help.
Hey, I'm the only one who gets to tie up Mr. J.
And to be honest, I was thinking this was going to end up being the same score that I gave Bad Blood. But then this movie just pulled a Disney and had to have a fucking twist villain. Now, I already know that Hush is Thomas Elliot because I played Arkham Knight, so I spent this entire movie going through all the weird shit, just waiting until it was revealed that Hush was Thomas Elliot. And then Thomas died. And Hush continued doing his thing. And that confused me. And then we get to the ending. And Hush is apparently the Riddler. What? So you're telling me this scrawny motherfucker went into Lazarus Pit and became super strong buff guy and is now Hush? What the fuck? What kind of fucking change is this? And then just to continue, Catwoman then kills the Riddler and then is like, oh yeah, Batman has a no-killing rule. Well, guess we can't be together, roll credits. Like, what the fuck is this ending? You kept me through this entire movie, even during the fucking weirdest times, like Damian telling Bruce how to have sex and a cheesy romance movie montage between Batman and Catwoman. And then you just end the fucking movie completely ruining a character, and then just be like, oh, well, this relationship was a waste of time, goodbye. Like, I guess I could still rewatch this and have a good time with it, but that ending is still gonna happen. And it's still gonna be fucking terrible. Can an ending ruin a film? Yes. Overall, I would say that the DC Universe animated original movies, Batman speaking wise, is kind of underrated. If you look at the 13 movies discussed and split them into two halves, original movies and adaptations of previously written stories, you get 6 original stories and 7 adaptations. And they're both pretty even when it comes to the ratings, with 4 of the original movies being positive, 1 being meh, and 1 being extremely negative, while on the adaptation side, 4 are positive and 3 are more on the meh to okay side. And with that in mind, when you put them back together in one list, 8 out of the 13 movies are great, with 4 being meh, and 1 being fucking god-awful. And just like with the Batman animated series movies, when this universe pulls out a banger, it's a fucking banger. And I have mostly positive things about all but 2 movies. Even the ones I deem as meh or okay, I would still watch and have some decent enjoyability from. And with that in mind, that's 11 out of 13 movies that I would be fine watching. There's only 3 times in this universe where it pulls a fucking disaster of a move, and after the legacy DC has built itself up to be with the DCEU, you would think there would be a lot more than just 3 times. Then again, I'm only speaking Batman movies. I haven't seen the other 27 that they've made, but focusing solely on the DC animated Batman movies, you got great psychological films, movies that put Batman in a different light and work really well, and better movies than their live-action counterparts. And while there's movies like Under the Red Hood and Dark Knight Returns that people praise, there's just so many other movies in here that I really don't see people talking about, or people don't like it because of one bad decision in either the movie or the marketing. But to me at least, I think most of the DCAU Batman movies are kinda underrated and underappreciated. If media property exists, there is most likely merch of it. We all know this happens, and our favorite Batfellow wasn't able to escape from it. If you do a quick Google search for Batman merchandise and go to images, you can see how much capitalism hit the Playboy billionaire. But today, I want to talk about a specific merchandise line. A merchandise line that came out with 3 full-length animated straight-to-DVD films in order to promote itself. That merchandise line was the Batman Unlimited toys. Now, there was originally a line of toys with the same name back in 2013, but after it became discontinued, Mattel produced a line of action figures under that name in 2015, and to promote them, they created 3 animated films and 33 animated shorts that all came out around 2015 to 2016. I won't be going over the animated shorts, but from my understanding after reading the wiki and IMDb pages, they have no dialogue at all and are loosely based on the movies, timeline-wise, but some of them seem to conflict with actual things in the movies, so I don't think they pulled a Disney and used them to explain context outside of the movies. And even if they did, I wouldn't fucking count them anyways. But enough talking about shit that doesn't matter, let's talk about what does matter, and that's the 4-hour ad that was spanned across an entire year. Animal Instincts was released on May 12th, 2015, and follows a pack of animal humans doing various crimes that eventually lead to Batman, voiced by Roger Craig Smith, Nightwing, voiced by Will Friedle, Red Robin, voiced by Yuri Lowenthal, Green Arrow, voiced by Chris Diamantopoulos, and Flash, voiced by Charlie Shatler, having to stop them. Soon finding out that they're all led by the Penguin, voiced by Dano Snyder, who I know him as Shake from Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Look at him and tell me there's a god!
And the Penguin's plan is to blow up Gotham because his feelings are hurt. Yep, his motive is just like Returns, but more basic this time. But don't get me wrong, I don't think this movie is bad. The human animals in here are Silverback, voiced by Keith, last name I'm not even gonna bother trying to pronounce, who's fine, I guess. I like how he sometimes speaks in Reddit Big Brain. There's also Cheetah, voiced by Laura fucking Bailey, but sadly there really wasn't anything memorable about her character. Man-Bat's also in here, which is dope because I love Man-Bat and he does his usual Man-Bat thing. 10 out of 10. And finally, we have Killer Croc, voiced by John DiMaggio, which was actually pretty dope. The heroes are all great in their own ways. I don't have much complaints about any of them. If anything, it's just all positives, especially the chemistry between all of them being really good. Also, I like the Batman Beyond-esque suit that Batman wears at the beginning of the movie. In fact, this whole universe kind of gives me Batman Beyond vibes. Batman names a robotic dog that turns into a motorcycle Ace, and they got Nightwing to be voiced by the dude who voiced Terry McGinnis. Speaking of Nightwing, his design is a small negative for me. It doesn't impact how I feel about the movie, but I'm just not a fan of the hair. I can see it as kind of a tribute to the new Batman Adventures, but even then, I didn't like the hairstyle that Nightwing had. Penguin's motives are basic and somewhat laughable. He's kind of dope sometimes, but overall, he just comes off as an insecure incel.
This evening is at an end.
One other negative I have towards the movie is that there's this kind of side plot that barely ever shows up, where like some of the cops are after Batman, but it's never really explained why. And he's friendly with Gordon in some scenes. The cops don't seem to have a problem with him in others, but you get dialogue that strictly states that they're on the hunt for him.
Hey, you see him tonight?
Sorry, not tonight. We've got no sign of the Batman.
It's weird and it's just bad writing. Also, they use the same stock cheetah sound effect like 10 to 20 times throughout the entire film. Other than that, it's kind of dope and entertaining. The third act and just the fights in general are nothing special, but the chemistry between the characters really help it. Yeah, it's a good movie. Monster Mayhem was released on August 18th, 2015, and follows pretty much the same plot as Animal Instincts, only instead of animals, it's monsters. So instead of a gorilla, cheetah, penguin, and giant crocodile, this movie has Solomon Grundy, voiced by Fred Tatasciore, Silver Banshee, voiced by Kerry Wooer, Scarecrow, voiced by Brian T. Delaney, Clayface, voiced by Dave B. Mitchell, and the one and only Joker, voiced by Troy Baker. The movie follows Solomon and Banshee breaking out of Arkham, going for a joyride, almost getting defeated by Batman, Nightwing, Red Robin, and Green Arrow, who are all voiced by the same voices as in the last movie, but ends up winning until they're defeated by Scarecrow. Soon enough, a teenager who's really good at video games gets kidnapped by Clayface, and then after Solomon Grundy is just a wholesome pizza man for a moment, we find out that the group is all led by Joker, who plans to take over Gotham by hacking all the AI and then later deciding to take over the entire world. Because yes, that's what Joker does. Obviously, all the villains are defeated like they usually do, and all is fine. Oh yeah, Carrie Payton is in here as Cyborg!
They'll interface nicely with the propulsion upgrades.
Propulsion? I can fly?
Okay, so is anyone planning on telling me that Ezekiel from The Walking Dead is pretty much the definitive voice of Cyborg, or was I supposed to find that out in an hour-long toy ad myself? My god, did it feel so good to finally hear the voice of Cyborg from something mostly serious for once. Seriously, the last time I heard him in anything serious was in the original Teen Titans, and since then I've just had to constantly hear him in fucking Teen Titans Go, so this felt so refreshing. And while we're on the subject of the voices, let's talk about them in this movie, because I got some shit to say. So starting off, Fred Solomon Grundy is completely fine. Actually, it's really great.
Grundy, good actor.
He ends up just being this uwu soft boy wholesome hours for the entire length of the movie. I love him so much. Brian T. Delaney as Scarecrow was overall pretty good.
And yet, in the end, it all comes down to us confronting ourselves.
I definitely prefer Dino Android and John Noble more, but I thought Brian brought his own spin to it, and as I said, it's pretty good. I don't really have anything to say about Karras's performance as Silver Banshee, because this is honestly the first time I'm ever hearing of the character, so I don't really have anything to compare it to. But the biggest voice issue that I have is Dave B. Mitchell's Clayface.
Well, the industry isn't for everyone.
It's just not good. He's not a bad voice actor. It's just the voice isn't Clayface. When I think of Clayface, I think of that low-pitched voice from Arkham City.
The role of a lifetime!
I don't think of him sounding like a normal fucking human being. It's really jarring, but it's not the worst thing in the movie. No. The worst thing in this movie is how fucking goofy it is. It's like they wrote in the Joker and thought, well, we got the Joker. Guess the whole movie's gonna have a bunch of jokes and get really weird sometimes. Like, no. You can have the Joker in your movie and still be serious. Look at Dark Knight Returns, The Killing Joke. Hell, even his fucking self-titled film. Just because he's this insane, crazy character doesn't mean the whole movie's gotta go into this heroin-fused trip during the third act where Batman rides a robotic dinosaur in a virtual world. No, I am not making that up. That actually happens, and it happens at the same time while Cyborg is hacked by the Joker and is trying to kill the other heroes. What did we learn from Caped Crusaders and Batman Forever? You can't be serious and campy at the same time. The only time I can think of that working is in an anime. And this isn't a fucking anime. I'm sorry, but I just don't see Batman with his titties out fighting a titties out Joker in the middle of the schoolyard while Robin goes on a massive speech about how much bigger Bruce's titties are. You're not inferior to Mr. Joker. Your boobs are bigger than his. I saw them. That Batman, he's got a great rack. My whole dead family was talking about them. I just want y'all to know that I wrote this at fucking 5 in the morning and I've been laughing at it for the past 10 minutes. I don't know how to follow it up. I would also like to know, what the fuck are these movies' budgets? Because last time it was the stock cheetah sound effect. This time it's the stock maniacal laughter sound effect. Anyways, there's some Killing Joke / Dark Knight Returns inspiration here, and by that I mean Joker's base is a fucking carnival with a tunnel of love, and Solomon Grundy is in the same position as Joker at one point. Anyways, the rest of the voice acting is great as usual, no need to go in depth there because I've already talked about them before, but overall, I'm just not the biggest fan of this movie. The corny route it takes is just a bit too much for me that it becomes kind of a drag and a headache, and it's kind of also annoying. As I said, it's not a bad movie, but the tone is really fucked, and I wish people would understand that the Joker can be serious. For fuck's sake, this movie came out in 2015. Joker was already established as being a fucked up character by then, so I just don't understand the direction taken with this movie, but whatever. Mechs vs. Mutants was released on July 24th, 2016, and follows the Penguin, voiced by Dan Snyder once again, tricking Mr. Freeze, voiced by Odin Fehr, into freezing Gotham so that he can take over. It's also explicitly stated that it's been a year since Penguin was stranded here at the end of Animal Instincts.
Did I deserve this? Being stranded up here for over a year?
Which makes everything weird when you have Damian in this movie, as a full-grown adult. I guess you could make the assumption that he was already born way before the first movie, but I mean, it doesn't matter what conclusion you come up with, because it's all assumptions, because this series doesn't fucking explain anything! Anyways, Penguin and Freeze break into Arkham Asylum and take Clayface and Killer Croc, voiced by Dave B. Mitchell and John DiMaggio once again, Bane, voiced by Carlos, once again another last name that I'm not even going to bother trying to pronounce, and Chemo, also voiced by Dave B. Mitchell. despite him really just making sounds. Freeze turns Croc into Godzilla.
Nope. No. Nope. No.
Yes.
No. Nope.
No. Yes.
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 And then Penguin turns the rest of the group into the same size as Croc, so Batman, Nightwing, Flash, Green Arrow, and Damian have to put a stop to them. Flash, Nightwing, and Damian work on a machine to freeze Clayface with the help of Freeze, while Batman and Green Arrow get into giant mech suits to fight Croc, Bane, and Chemo. Wait. Insecure Boy? A pet penguin? Giant mechs? All the voice actors who reprise the roles are still good. Davey Mitchell's Clayface is still not the greatest, but there was a tad bit of improvement in here. Odin Farrell's Mr. Freeze is okay, I guess. I wasn't really the biggest fan of his performance, but it's not bad. Carlos as Bane was pretty good, though. And honestly, I like Lucien Dodge as Damian here. Just Damian's entire character, with him being an adult this time instead of a little kid, makes him really mature for the most part, and I really enjoyed him in here. Speaking of character writing, I have some problems with that in this movie. For one, Mr. Freeze is really that easy to just murder all of Gotham and the world. I highly doubt that. Mr. Freeze, to me, has always just been ride or die with his wife, and that's all that matters to him. Yes, he'll kill someone, but only if they're getting in the way of him saving his wife. Other than that, he just wants nothing to do with them, so why would he be so easily keen on murdering a bunch of people and taking over Gotham? Also, if he hates people so much like he says in this movie, how and why the fuck is Penguin living with him for an entire year? Moving on, Nightwing is a dick to Flash, and while he was that way in the first movie, it seemed like they were getting on better terms at the end of it, and then now he's just back to hating him. And what the fuck happened to Green Arrow? Like, he and Batman used to have such great chemistry between each other, and now Oliver is just such an unnecessary dick to Bruce, and Bruce just gives Oliver the cold shoulder. What the fuck happened? Can someone here explain, please? Also, I guess 1 year is enough to forgive someone wronging you, except I guess it's not, except I guess it's not, except I guess it's not. Hey, movie. You want to explain why Killer Croc can't forgive Bane, Bane can't forgive Killer Croc, and Cheetah hates Penguin, but Croc is perfectly fine with teaming up with Penguin again and asks 0 questions about it, despite Penguin betraying him and leaving him to die in the first movie.
Would it help if I gave you an elevator scene, Woo?
No, it would not help if you gave me an elevator scene. Wait, how the fuck can you talk? I mean, I guess at least the Joker is his usual self.
No, you wouldn't forget little old me in your escape plans, would you? Because that wouldn't be funny, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, so this movie is kind of terrible writing-wise, but other than that, it wasn't a painful or bad watch. Just a lot of things were really confusing, inconsistent, and just never explained. Some positives I can give to the movie is that Penguin is actually entertaining in here. He's got some pretty good comedic moments, and him being voiced by Dano Snyder makes it all the better.
Well, Mr. Freeze is crazy, but he's always entertaining. Victor, they are roughnecks. Obviously here to drill. They might have... Here, one of those. Where are my monsters? What are they doing? Ah, here comes one now.
And that's all the positives I can think of. I know I just said the writing is kind of terrible and there aren't really many positives, but this isn't a bad movie. It's more just something I coasted through and didn't have anything too memorable about it. Overall, I think these are a decently enjoyable ad. Yeah, they have their ups and downs, but what doesn't? And of course, it doesn't delve into some deep psychology of Batman, but I don't know why'd you be expecting that from a 4-hour toy ad. These movies are just kind of fine to throw on if you want to have a bit of fun, especially with the first one. That's actually the only one I would recommend. The other two are just meh experiences, and all 3 of the movies I can see as something you would just kind of throw on for a young child that wants to watch Batman, but you don't think they're old or mature enough for some of the better movies. Overall, they're fine. They're decently enjoyable, but nothing too special. I will say, though, besides one scene, these movies don't even feel like advertisements. They just feel like regular Batman movies, so props to them for that. If you were expecting a documentary type intro like I've done for all the other ones, that's not going to happen here. You know why? Because today we're just going to be talking about random Batman movies that just didn't have their own universe. Now, like I mentioned in my DC Animated Universe video, this is strictly a Batman movie review series, so that means movies like the 3 Lego Justice League movies and the 2017 live-action Justice League movie aren't going to be covered in here. I can't say that maybe someday I'll make a Justice League movies video because I don't really care that much about Justice League to watch its movies. Also, crossovers don't count, so movies like Batman and Scooby-Doo or Batman and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles won't be appearing here. And finally, what counts as a film to me is the movie length, which is usually at least an hour and a half long, so any Batman movies that are 5, 10, 20 minutes long aren't going to be covered here either. So with that all being said, let's wrap up the review portion of this series. Batman was released in 1943 and was followed up in 1949 with its sequel, Batman and Robin. These two movies were actually the official first ever Batman movies. The movies, being from the 40s, are 15-chapter serials that bring the overall length to 4.5 hours for each film. The first film features Batman and Robin being played by Lewis Wilson and Douglas Croft, while the second film has the characters being played by Robert Lowery and Johnny Duncan. I also didn't even bother watching the second film, nor did I get through the first one. Yeah, so speaking on Batman 43, it's so fucking boring. The movie is basically Batman 66, but without the humor, with exception of these 2 lines, I guess.
All right, gentlemen, right up these steps. And if when you come out you don't face the greatest exhibit you ever saw, I'll refund your money. All right, folks, who's next? Just a minute, folks.
What were those? Just some of my bats.
It's in black and white, and it's, pretty racist. Yeah, if you don't know, there's a certain event that happened in America's history in 1941 called Pearl Harbor. So in response to that, we kind of put Japanese people in concentration camps and bombed their country twice. And as a product of that time, the first ever Batman movie includes the main villain being played by an American actor doing a stereotypical racist Asian accent, and the whole movie basically being Japanese evil. So on top of the very dated writing, like I said, this movie is just fucking boring. There might be a charm if you like movies from the 40s or were around during that time, but I was born when Willem Dafoe had a drug trip with a bunch of masks, and I also just do not care about movies that came out in the 1940s. The only positives I have towards this movie is Lewis looks like Bruce Wayne, and the opening theme is kinda dope. But other than that, I'm not a fan. And I am definitely not a fan of Douglas Croft as Robin. Jesus fuck, he makes Burt Ward look like an S-tier actor. And the reason why I didn't bother watching the sequel is I've heard it's basically the same thing as the first, and I already wasted an hour of my life watching the first one. I'm not about to waste another 3 to finish that one, and then waste 4 more hours on the second. I will say though, I guess the racism isn't in the second one because I've heard nothing about it being in there, but who knows, I could be wrong. So yeah, the only reason why I bring these movies up is just because they happened, and that's pretty much it. Moving on. The Batman vs. Dracula came out on October 18th, 2005, and was a direct-to-DVD movie based in the universe as the 2004 TV show, The Batman. The movie features Penguin, played by the Tom motherfucking Kenny, and Joker, played by Kevin Michael Richardson, breaking out of Arkham Asylum to go steal a bunch of loot from Gotham's graveyard. In the process, Joker fucking dies, and Penguin somehow resurrects Dracula, voiced by Peter Stormare, or what I know him for, one of, like, the 5 good things from John Wick 2. So anyways, yeah, this movie is already weird. And you would think that'd be a bad thing, but somehow it kind of isn't. Batman then has to find out who's causing all the murders, while handling the fact that Vicky Vale has fallen in love with him. Bruce eventually finds out who it is, in the easiest way possible.
And you are?
Alucard.
Whatever are you writing?
His name. Alucard.
Greatest detective. Batman soon enough fights Dracula after creating a cure for vampirism using Joker as a test subject. Oh yeah, I forgot, he somehow fucking survived Toaster Bath, and immediately after it's revealed, he turns into a vampire. Anyways, Batman defeats Dracula and murders him. I mean, I guess he wasn't living, so he didn't break his rule? I don't know anymore. So starting off, I really have to say, I do not like Rino Romano as Batman. He's okay as Bruce sometimes, but he is so unbelievable as Batman. And not in a good way, obviously. His Batman voice just kind of sucks.
I'm the Batman.
And if we're talking about voice actors, it is so jarring yet so hilarious to see the Penguin speak and just hear a low-pitched SpongeBob. I love every second of it.
I think I need to unwet my pants.
Obviously, Kevin Michael Richardson is great as the Joker. If you've seen my Joker ranking, you would know this already. But the performance that takes the cake is easily Peter Stormare's Dracula. It is absolutely astonishing. He brings in this cold, but a little warm, deep voice, and it feels so good to listen to. The movie itself is honestly just really average. It has some cool things, like fucking Dracula being in Gotham and how he turns every person he bites into a Draugr from Skyrim, and the whole Batman versus Batman thing was kind of cool. But then it just rips off one of the main story plots from Batman 89, and yeah, the twist of Dracula wanting Vicky not for himself, but to resurrect his dead wife was kind of dope, but at the same time, they steal from Mask of the Phantasm with the whole Batman's to be blamed for the murders, and from Batman Forever, and shows flashbacks of the Waynes getting killed, and Batman overcoming his fear of bats, and it's just... I get that this was 2005, so the Waynes getting killed trope wasn't as overused, but I've sat through seeing them die so many times at this point that I just do not care anymore. And other than that, the movie just really doesn't do much for me, you know? Like I said, it's got its cool moments, but the experience overall is just really basic. And I would say the soundtrack is amazing, because it is, but after hearing the same guitar riff in every other scene, it starts giving me Johnny Test Whiplash vibes. It's not a bad movie, it's just mediocre. I will say, if you were a fan of the TV show, you would probably love this movie, but I never watched the show, so I just don't really vibe with this movie. Also, just one thing, I do not like the art style design in this universe. It gives me classic Cartoon Network vibes, like Total Drama Island, 16, Johnny Bravo, and while not on Cartoon Network, I'd say even Danny Phantom. And while I love some of those shows, I just don't personally like seeing that art style in Batman, because, you know, if I'm being honest, the design of Joker and Bruce look fucking awful. So yeah, like I said, not a bad movie, just bland, basic, average, mediocre, fine. Any other words that fit with those terms? Batman vs. Superman was released on March 25th, 2016 and follows the introduction of Batman, The Flash, Wonder Woman, Cyborg, and Aquaman in the DC Extended Universe, while serving as a semi-live-action Dark Knight Returns, the semi-live-action Death of Superman, the Batman origin story, the Man of Steel sequel, and the Justice League prequel. Jesus Christ, where do I fucking begin? Alright, let's start with the plot. The movie follows Bruce Wayne, played by Ben Affleck, meeting Superman, played by Henry Cavill, for the first time by watching him destroy the buildings in Metropolis. If this looks familiar, then it's probably because you watched Man of Steel, because this is the ending fight from that movie between Superman and Zod, and honestly, I think this was a pretty good way to start the movie. Except it isn't. Nope, instead this movie has to start off with showing the Waynes get killed. I don't know why. The only thing I like from this opening isn't even the cinematography or the fact that everything's in slow motion like everyone else does. It's just the fact that the family looks so happy and like an actual family. Anyways, Bruce gets angry at Superman for recklessly killing a bunch of people. So in response, he goes and brands a bunch of people, sends them to their death, guns down a ton of other people, and is on the hunt to kill Superman, because that makes sense. On the other hand, Superman's getting blamed for murders that happen in Africa, and Clark spends every day constantly seeing people calling him an alien and debating on whether or not he should be allowed to stay on Earth. While dealing with this, Clark finds out about Batman and how he's basically killing people and gets to stay in Gotham, which bothers him. Now see, that makes sense. Hell, Bruce's reasoning for hating Clark is pretty valid. It's the fact that his response to reckless killing is reckless killing that makes absolutely no fucking sense. Eventually, after 2 hours, we finally get to see Batman and Superman fight, and it's revealed that the reason they hate each other is all because of Lex Luthor. Oh my fucking god. So they spend the next 15 minutes
fight each other until they're referencing their mothers.
Okay, so like, this scene isn't inherently bad. Like High Top Film said, this would have been a great scene to show Batman just almost breaking his one rule, and then after hearing that Clark has a mother, is a boy with a mother, just like Bruce, he realizes that he would just end up being like Joe Chill. But all of that gets thrown out the window when you realize Batman blatantly murdered so many fucking people! Also, I think this scene would have been even greater if, instead of showing the Wayne's death at the beginning, they showed it here, like, as a PTSD flashback to truly show the viewer what's going on in Bruce's head when he hears his mother's name. Here, I even edited the scene to kind of show that.
Martha!
Yeah, that wasn't edited by me. That is an exact scene from the movie. Why? What was the fucking point of making me sit through the Wayne's death all over again when you're just gonna show it again later in this movie in an even better way? Everybody knows what happens to the Waynes. We don't need it explained. In fact, you fucking explain what happened in the flashback, so why must you waste my fucking time? So, after this scene, the next hour of the movie just sets up the Justice League and then kills Superman. God, this was such a mess. On to the characters. Honestly, I liked Henry Cavill's Superman. I understand that he's not portrayed correctly, but Henry himself, I think, brought a bit of charisma for me to really care about the character, which, as I've said before, is, you know, a plus because I just don't fucking care about Superman. Ben Affleck's Batman is, ooh boy, where do I begin? First off, I just want to say that I think he's actually a pretty good-looking Bruce Wayne. Christian Bale was the best-looking Bruce Wayne we had until him, and I think he really delivered. Well, until Robert Pattison came along, but that's a story for a different time. Anyways, I don't mind the voice modifier, to be honest, but it's kind of a double-edged sword. On one end, it's something new and interesting. On the other end, it's kind of cheating because one of the biggest points of playing Batman is your Batman voice, which Ben doesn't really have one because he just relied on vocal effects. I also just wasn't the biggest fan of the suits. I understand it's taken directly from The Dark Knight Returns, and the fact that they're made into live action is dope, but I just don't see anything in them.
But Batman is full of muscle, and that made him the greatest Batman.
Oh god, here we go. Ben Affleck's body isn't that bad. In his workout scene, I think he looks pretty good, and you can see it and know that he is full of muscle. But then you put him in the suit, and my god, does it not translate well at all.
Batman incarnate is muscle, and hey, Batman is muscle. Bitch, Batman.
God, you're fucking stupid. See, like anime, drawings don't inherently translate well into live action. We've all seen how horrendous it was to see Dragon Ball try to be in real life. So when you try to take this big buff machine and make it human, that's kind of close to impossible without making him look either extremely fat or a freak of nature. Like, here's what Ben Affleck would look like if you looked exactly like the Bruce in Dark Knight Returns. In my opinion, I thought the muscle that Henry Cavill brought for Superman was perfect, and when it comes to Batsuits, I just like the more mechanical-esque look in, like, The Dark Knight, Arkham Knight, even the original BVS concept art, or the Batman 21 suit. Or I guess, Batman 22.
Gonna cry?
Yes. But enough of the performance and looks, let's talk about what's important. The writing. Oh god, the writing is terrible. Zack Snyder has absolutely no fucking clue who Batman is.
How could you say Snyder doesn't understand Batman when you made a whole Twitter post about him? You're basically just saying that nobody understands Batman. Even people like Frank Miller, Christopher Nolan, and Matt Reeves.
Motherfucker, he made Batman use a gun, and not even in the Frank Miller kind of way. He just uses a gun to kill people.
Batman should be allowed to use gun because Spider-Man used a gun.
What?
Spider-Man used a gun before, so Batman should as well.
What the fuck does Spider-Man have to do with Batman?
Cause Tom Holland wore the Iron Man suit, and you like your Batman wearing Iron Man suit. I think both Batman and Spider-Man don't use gun often, but Spider-Man did in a Japanese movie. Batman should be able to as well.
That is literally not how any of this works at all.
At least Ben Affleck doesn't spark in the sunlight.
You want to say that one more goddamn time? So like I was saying, since this movie steals so much from The Dark Knight Returns, it's about time we start making the comparison. Spoilers for Dark Knight Returns, by the way. Also, if you want my thoughts on the movie, you can click on the card. So in Dark Knight Returns, Batman only uses a gun 4 times. The first time is to shoot a harpoon onto another building. The second time is to shoot a gun out of somebody else's hand. Third time was in his Batmobile, but they were all rubber bullets.
Rubber bullets. All this metal, and you don't even use it to kill.
And the fourth time is to shoot a bomb in order to escape. And he also only kills one person. That person being the Joker. And it's by mistake. Almost immediately after killing him, he starts envisioning the Joker mocking him until he passes out. In this movie, however, Batman uses a gun 5 times. In the nightmare sequence, where he guns down 9 people, you could choose to not count it because it's a dream sequence and it's a nightmare, but the nightmare aspect of that scene isn't the fact that he's using a gun and kills, it's the fact that Superman kills him. He also uses a sniper rifle, but that gets a pass because he uses it to shoot a tracker. There's the chase scene where he uses a gun on the Batmobile and kills 9 people. The warehouse scene, where he uses a gun twice, doesn't kill anyone using it the first time, but still manages to get 3 kills. But then the second time he uses it, he gets 2 kills. And then uses guns on the Batwing against Doomsday. So how many kills did Batman manage to get? Well, let's find out and get to the numbers. Including the nightmare sequence, I counted 24 victims of the edgy night. All of them, I assume, being male, giving us this delicious blueberry pie. With a runtime of 182 minutes, that gives us a kill on average every 7.5 minutes. Golden Chainsaw for coolest kill goes to none of them, because Batman shouldn't kill. Dull Machete for lamest kill goes to all of them, because Batman shouldn't kill.
But he could just be using rubber bullets like in The Dark Knight Returns, you fucking idiot!
I don't think rubber bullets fucking explode vehicles, nor do I think the goons use rubber bullets. Face it, Zack Snyder doesn't care about knowing the character of Batman and just wanted to have a bunch of explosions like he's Michael Bay 2.0. I think I've spent enough time talking about Batman. Let's move on to Lex Luthor. Alright, what the fuck is this character? Now, I don't know exactly who Lex Luthor is supposed to be because I've made it pretty clear on this channel and even in this video, I don't really give a shit about Superman or his universe. But I've seen enough performances of Lex to know his character is supposed to be a calm and more laid-back approach while also being incredibly smart. Not whatever the fuck this is. Hey Zach, what was the writing process and inspiration when it came to creating Lex Luthor in this movie?
NANI?!
So yeah, Lex Luthor is fucking garbage in this. And finally, the last performance we get is Wonder Woman, because when I think Batman vs. Superman, I think Wonder Woman. Again, it's like Zack read a couple speech bubbles from The Dark Knight Returns and called it a day. It's like he read the words Diane and thought, yes! I need to have Wonder Woman in my Batman vs. Superman movie. And don't get me wrong, Gal Gadot's performance isn't bad, and Jesus Christ, her theme is way too stupidly good to be in here. But I do not care about Wonder Woman in a Batman vs. Superman movie. I do not care about The Flash in a Batman vs. Superman movie. I do not care about Cyborg in a Batman vs. Superman movie. I do not care about Aquaman in a Batman vs. Superman movie. I do not care about anything that isn't Batman or Superman in a Batman vs. Superman movie. Do you get my point? This movie is a fucking mess. It tries to be 15 different things at once, and the experience is just awful. Like, yes, there are some good things about this movie. I like the relationship between Lois and Clark. I love Jeremy Irons' performance as Alfred.
The next generation of Waynes won't inherit an empty wine cellar.
I like the action during the warehouse scene. I like the Batcave. Fucking hell, I like the fact that Jeffrey Dean Morgan is Thomas Wayne in this universe. I would even go to lengths of saying that I like the fact that the Robin in this universe is Dick Grayson. Hear me out. I was listening to the Snark Tank podcast one day, great podcast, and they brought up that if Joker had killed Dick Grayson instead of Jason Todd, Batman would start killing. And that made sense to me, and I thought of a story where Dick dies by the Joker, and then Batman snaps and kills the Joker, and then feels regretful about it, and defeated like he can't continue. And that's why I said that I kind of like the fact that Robin is Dick Grayson. Because it's new, it changes the story, and Zack could have gone an interesting route, but instead, he chose to leave the fucking Joker alive. Why is Batman killing while the Joker is still fucking alive? Make it fucking make sense! Also, none of this actually makes sense, because apparently, according to Zack Snyder, this dead Robin is Dick Grayson, but according to Suicide Squad, Jason's also dead. So you're telling me that Harley Quinn killed Jason Todd, and then Joker killed Dick Grayson, and yet for some reason they're both still fucking alive, while Batman is out gunning down everyone. Once again, make it fucking make sense. I need to wrap this up quickly because I've spent 5 pages talking about this movie. Overall, this thing is an incoherent mess. It's inconsistent, hypocritical, and just flat out boring. Even when Batman and Superman fight, it's not really that exciting, and fucking Christ, some of the punches look so fake. And it's not even that satisfying because when they actually do fight, it's after being revealed that this whole thing's been set up by the big brain near moment that Lex had, and that's not how this fucking works. The reason why Batman and Superman fighting works so well in Dark Knight Returns is because Superman tells Batman, hey, you're scaring so many people. If you continue doing this, I'm going to eventually be ordered to kill you. And Batman's just like, okay. And the reason why Superman being ordered to kill Batman in that comic worked was because Clark and Bruce had already worked together for so long. They already had a relationship. In here, they don't fucking know each other. And if Zack just kept going down the path of, oh, they don't know each other, but the way they've been introduced to each other, they have their reasons to hate and disagree and want to kill each other, that would have worked perfectly. But instead, they have to have this stupid fucking twist villain like it's a Disney movie, and oh, look at Lex Luthor and his big brain 4D chess moment. He set all this up over the span of 2 years, and it just fucking ruins everything. So do I hate this movie? Yes. Do I hate it as much as I hate Batman Returns and Batman and Harley Quinn? Fuck no. Those movies are on a whole other level of pain. This movie, however, just sucks. It spends 3 hours having an identity crisis. None of the characters are who they're supposed to be. And even though I like a handful of things from this film, it does not make up for the boring-ass experience I had while watching. This movie fucking sucks. And I expected it to. It's a fucking Lego movie. It's a sequel to the Lego movie. What else outcome would I have other than painfully edging death? But, ooh, boy, was I not prepared for the level of fucking bullshit I would have to sit through for an hour and 45 minutes. This movie is just a near 2 hour long Family Guy special. In fact, it's more Family Guy than the 3 fucking movies that Family Guy has. This movie was Ralph Breaks the Internet before Ralph Breaks the Internet. Every goddamn fucking scene in this movie is just Warner Brothers being like, hey, do you remember this thing we have and that thing we have and this and that and that and this and remember? What meteor flung the Earth into a course that set us in a reality where a Batman movie has fucking Voldemort, the Eye of Sauron, and Batman singing rap metal?
Does the sickest backflips.
Oh god, and that song is horrible. It was the equivalent of just getting the fucking rights to use the Batman rap by Warp Zone.
Na, y'all remember that song? There's a reason I've been famous for so goddamn long. Words flying off my fists like power kablam. By now you better know who the fuck I am. I'm Batman, the motherfucking Dark Knight. I'm a playboy by day, vigilante by night.
Oh, and don't even get me started on the voice acting. The fucking voice acting. My god, the casting is fucking garbage in here. The only saving grace is Ralph Fiennes, and Jesus Christ, he doesn't even get to be the fucking voice of Voldemort in here. Michael Cera. You chose Michael Cera for Dick Grayson. Casting Michael Cera as Dick Grayson makes Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor be the greatest casting decision of the fucking century. And oh my god, Zack's Joker is fucking garbage. Does Zack ever try to be the fucking Joker? No. The answer is fucking no. The comedy. Oh my fucking god. The comedy in here makes the ice punch from Batman and Robin be some fucking Dave Chappelle level of comedic gold. Again, every fucking joke in this movie is just, hey, look at all the shit we have! This movie only got 2 chuckles out of me, and that was the montage of all the past live-action Batman movies.
If you don't mind my saying, I'm a little concerned. I've seen you go through similar phases in 2016 and 2012 and 2008 and 2005 and 1997 and 1995 and 1992 and 1989 and that weird one in 1966.
And the reference to Batman 89 parade scene, I don't know why that was the case.
And trust me, Batman's never gonna see it coming.
Like that time with the parade and the Prince music?
Hey, quiet! Oh, what's the plot, you ask? Fuck if there is one! Batman just spends this entire movie just being an arrogant, annoying, childish, selfish fuck, and then by the end of the movie, he learns to be all better and accept himself and accept family and everything, the happy ending. Fuck you!
Are you fucking retarded? This is a kid's movie. You're so pathetic ranting over a kid's movie.
I understand how pathetic I sound, but fuck you, that's not an excuse. You know what was also made for kids? Batman the Animated Series. And yet that show treated its audience like fucking mature adults. You know what's a perfect example? Teen Titans. That show was dark, broody, even occasionally tackling mature topics, but still overall was meant for kids. It treated its audience like it was grown up and mature. It didn't talk down to the audience, it talked to the audience. And then Teen Titans Go comes around and treats its audience like they only have one fucking brain cell and it's only able to recognize flashy colors. That's exactly what this movie is. It took a character that anybody could look at and watch, read, play, and respect no matter what age you are, and they just dumbed it the fuck down to levels that not even Batman 66 would go to.
You're still fucking stupid. This movie's supposed to be a parody of action movies and Batman movies.
Movie 43. Movie 43 is a movie that showed that not everything that's a parody is funny. Lego Batman is the movie 43 of Batman films. This movie has no right being as good as it is. Ninja Batman was released on June 15th, 2018, and is practically an anime, with the director being this guy that I'm not going to pronounce his name, the animation studios being this, who also worked on parts 1 and 3 of JoJo Bizarre's Adventure, as well as this one, and also Yamato Works. And also another neat thing, this movie was also written by one of the guys who wrote Kill la Kill, and Kill la Kill is also my third favorite anime, and kind of explains how weird this movie is. But the one thing that makes this movie different from movies like Golden Batman or Batman Dracula is that Ninja Batman was produced by Warner Brothers. And by produced, I mean they just gave the rights to the animation studios to actually make a movie. And the other 2 movies that I just mentioned are just bootlegs that don't have the rights to the Batman character. Okay, so this movie has a very complicated history. The age-old question when it comes to anime is the sub versus dubs argument. And the argument in general is just fucking stupid. Sea Dog said it best.
It's really stupid. If you're an anime fan,
fan and you hate dubs, that is such a narrow-minded view. Dubs are a really important part of the anime industry, and it shows the industry in Japan that the West is interested in dubs. Just because you can read subtitles completely fine without hesitation doesn't mean that everyone else can. There are some disabilities out there that require audio help to understand and enjoy a show. It's okay to not like a dub. Obviously, you can like whatever the hell you want. What I meant is that it's not okay to hate on people who do like watching anime dubbed. Just keep your opinion to yourself. And also, if you're an anime fan, more money in the anime industry is great. That means we get more anime, it means we get more merch, it means we get more of the thing that we love. Anime. Now shut the f*** up.
But this movie's subs versus dubs argument is very complicated, except it kind of isn't. You see, prior to me watching this movie, I was under the impression that the sub and the dub were like two completely different stories because of what the English writers had said. And I tried searching for the sub myself so I could see the differences back when I originally watched this movie in October 2020, but I couldn't find anything accurate except for like fan subs that were immediately being taken down due to copyright. Well, turns out Meatball Land Netflix has the accurate sub of the movie, and a certain anime site that I already tried checking just miraculously has the sub as well. So I sat down, watched it, got about half hour in, and then, it's just the same thing. Yeah, it has different dialogue, but the same thing happens. It's the same exact story, but the sub just explains things better. And here's the thing. That's basically every fucking dub. It's the same story, just different dialogue that tends to kind of explain less and possibly may confuse the watcher. So no, it's not a completely different story. The sub versus dub argument about this movie isn't anything different or special, because it's just the same fucking argument. It's just a normal sub and dub difference. So thank you, Leo Chu and Eric Garcia, for wasting my fucking time. Alright, back to the review. So because I'm American, I'm gonna be watching this movie in the English dub. And also because I'm not Joey, I speak Japanese better than Japanese people, the anime man, and I just feel more comfortable not having to read subtitles. Besides, it also makes reviewing stuff easier because I can take notes and be able to not have to constantly look at the screen or have to pause the movie in order to write some notes. Ninja Batman follows Batman, Catwoman, Nightwing, Red Robin, Alfred, Joker, Harley, Penguin, Poison Ivy, Deathstroke, and Two-Face going back in time to ancient Japan due to a time travel machine built by Gorilla Grodd. Oh yeah, and I guess also Bane's in here, but he's only in one scene, and he's a sumo wrestler, and I mean, it's kind of funny. And I know I just spent a lot of time talking about the dub, but I just want to talk about the dub cast because my god is it great. Roger Craig Smith, Gray Delisle, Yuri Lowenthal, Brill Friedel, Tony Hale, Tara Strong, Tom Kenny, and a couple other people that were in cartoons I liked watching as a kid, like Fred Tatasciore and Eric Bozzo. And for the voice of Ian, they got Matthew Yang King, and after seeing 1943 Batman, I'm glad that they had the fucking decency to have him play that role. And on top of that, he was good. I liked his character when he was on screen. And that basically goes for the entire cast. I genuinely can't think of one bad voice acting moment. And I have to say, I completely underestimated Tony Hale's performance as the Joker. Yes, when partway through the movie I found out that he was Dr. Psycho from Harley Quinn, I couldn't unhear it, so sadly Joker ended up just becoming a rapist. If you don't get that, there's context in the card. But his performance is genuinely really good, and I think given the context and the vibe of this movie, his manic energy fits perfectly. The plot, other than them being in Japan, is its usual Batman story. Batman and Joker have a relationship together, they fight it out, Batman can't kill, all that good shit we've come to enjoy. But what makes this movie so different compared to every other Batman movie, and what makes the opening line so truthful?
You think you've heard every Batman story? I promise. You haven't.
Is just how fucking weird it is. Like I said, this is basically an anime movie, and given the fact that it was written by one of the guys who wrote Kill la Kill, this is all completely understandable. Cause you got houses turning into giant fucking robots. And then the final fight between Batman and Joker is a samurai sword fight, right after a bunch of monkeys become a giant monkey, and then a bunch of bats turn into a giant bat logo, then go into the giant monkey, and it turns into a giant Batman. This movie's insane, and I love it. So I praise the acting. I praise the cast. I praise the writing. The one last thing is the animation. Do I praise the animation? Unfortunately not. Yeah, this movie's big fault is with the animation. Now don't get me wrong, it's not terrible. I actually enjoy a lot of the character designs. I don't know what it is, but Harley Quinn finna make me go on some gigag levels of degeneracy. Congratulations! You referenced all 3 members of Trash Taste in a review of an anime!
Ooh boy, what do I win?
Nothing. I also really enjoy the action scenes, but I'm just gonna say it. This animation is on a Ruby type beat, though Catwoman and Harley Quinn look like they came from Persona. I could be wrong though, I've never played Persona, I'm too broke for a PlayStation. I mean, come on, I spent $30 for my Xbox. And then there's this scene where you're introduced to Redhood, who, by the way, looks fucking stupid. But he's attacking an innocent farm couple because he thinks they're Harley and Joker. But then Batman saves them and says they aren't, but at the end of the scene, it's revealed that they are. And the whole art style of that scene, I'm just not the biggest fan of. I will say, with this art style, it makes the dub a lot easier to be synced. Something I can't say with the other art style. Yeah, that's something about CGI. It does not make dubs look good. Obviously, I'd be fucking insane to knock down points for that, so I won't, but I'm just saying it's there. Other than that, this movie is really fucking enjoyable. If you're a fan of Batman, if you're a fan of weird shit, and or you're a fan of anime, I highly suggest you watch this movie. But yeah, overall, Ninja Batman was a pleasant experience and has no rights being as great as it is. Time to sound like a hypocrite. I don't mind the comedy used in this movie. It's the usual LEGO comedy that I would expect from a LEGO product. It's on scale with, like, the old school games. You know the ones: Indiana Jones, Complete Saga, Harry Potter, Batman, and every other LEGO game that came out in the early mid-2000s. Unlike the LEGO Batman movie, where they took the comedy that I was kind of expecting and ramped it up to 1,000,000, making it insanely painful, this movie uses that typical comedy while still keeping it a traditional Batman story, with this one being the Batman family and the Red Hood story. But it's not the traditional Red Hood story we've all come to love, because they completely fucked with its origin, and that's my biggest problem with the movie. If you don't know the Red Hood story, to quickly sum it up, Jason Todd gets murdered by the Joker, he's revived somehow, and due to the hatred towards Batman's rules, Joker in general, and the fact that Joker is still alive even after he died, he goes around and starts killing off any villain or goon while also confronting Batman. The movie Under the Red Hood is really fucking good. I highly suggest watching it, and if you want to see my thoughts on it, the review is up in the card. But in here, Red Hood's origin is basically Jason is an angsty teenager that rebels against his dad. So when Batman finally pulls the plug on his precious video games, he gets mad and blasts Linkin Park while he runs away. Yeah, I don't like this treatment of Red Hood, not at all. To be fair, he's not as whiny like in Arkham Knight, and he's more like the actual Red Hood. But if there's anything Batman and Robin has taught us, is that you don't fuck with the origin of a character. Moving on, the cast in this movie is fine. You have some highlights like Will Friedle as Nightwing, Tom Kenny as Penguin, Steve Blum as Scarecrow, Scott Maville as Damian Wayne, which really throws me off because he's Dick Grayson in Teen Titans. I don't understand the casting decisions, but I'm not going to complain about Will as Nightwing because he's actually surprisingly good. And even Jason Spizak isn't that bad as Jason Todd. And going back to the weird casting decisions, they have Tara Strong in here as Batwoman, but not as Batgirl, who she's one of the voices of Batgirl / Barbara. And don't get me wrong, Tara's performance as Catherine isn't bad. I actually like her a lot as the role, but I kind of wish she did Batgirl because I wasn't the biggest fan of Alison Stoner's performance. And just overall, Batgirl's character is just not good. It's no that, but her whole character in this movie is just being the annoying, upset girlfriend over the lack of a text message, and given how amazing Batgirl is, this doesn't sit well with me. And then obviously, there's Troy Baker as Batman, who... I love Troy Baker, but my god, his Batman voice is not good. There's just something about it that feels so off and sounds kind of half-assed. The plot is nothing really special either. Bruce sells Wayne Industries, which then gets bought by Two-Face. Red Hood kidnaps the Bat family, and then like 5 minutes later is completely fine with everyone helping out the team. And also there's a giant robot in the sky that's going to take over and destroy Gotham. Yeah, it's kind of a messy plot, but I honestly wasn't expecting too much from a LEGO movie. Overall, it's meh. The comedy doesn't really hit that much. There's like 2 jokes that got a really good laugh out of me.
That's Bruce Wayne.
Honestly, I thought he was dead.
Honestly, I thought he'd be taller.
Which is weird because we're all the same size.
That's why, as of this morning, I've sold my company to concentrate on crime fighting full time.
You what? What? Tell me that doesn't affect the trust funds you've set up, right? Right?
You sold your company? Since when? Why?
If we could just go back quickly to the trust fund thing.
If I was in another boring meeting, would I have been here to save Gotham?
We could do
my
not.
trust fund.
Everything else is either a mess or just uninteresting. It wasn't a bad or painful experience, and if this movie was playing in the same room that I'm in, I wouldn't really care or mind, but it's not something I can see myself willingly going back to. Overall, there is no overall section. I mean, what am I supposed to say about a bunch of movies that don't coincide in their own universe? Go watch Ninja Batman. It's the only movie in this video that's worth watching. Ladies and gentlemen, we've made it. So without further ado, let's get on with the ranking of the Batman movies. At number 37, we had the 1940s Batman and Batman and Robin. I never actually watched Batman and Robin, but I heard it was basically the same thing as Batman. Speaking on just my experience with 1943 Batman, it was just painfully boring to the point that I ended up just not finishing it. The thing's like 4 hours. That's 4 hours of racism too much. Like I said in my review, the movie can be summed up as just Batman 66, but longer, boring, not as funny, in black and white, and extremely racist towards Japanese people, given how this movie was made around the time Pearl Harbor happened. There's really nothing I liked from it, and the only thing that stood out was the American doing the most racist accent throughout the whole movie. I give both Batman and Robin a DTF out of 10. At number 36, we have the Lego Batman movie. This is barely a movie. There's barely a plot, character development is practically non-existent, and it's supposed to be this funny parody of Batman movies, but a parody doesn't automatically mean it's funny, and this is a massive example of that. I expect a comedy in this movie, given how it's a Lego movie and also a sequel to the Lego movie, but it is nowhere near the Lego comedy that I can actually stand, and instead it's just almost 2 hours of me being an immense pain and annoyance. Every joke can be basically summed up as, you remember that thing in that one Batman movie? Or, you remember this thing that we own? The casting decisions for this movie aren't good either. Michael Cera's Dick Grayson is still mind-baffling, and then they got Ralph Fiennes to voice Alfred, but included Voldemort in this movie, and had somebody else voice him. Phineas is a good Alfred, but any old British guy can play Alfred. Why did you bother putting Phineas in a movie with Voldemort if you weren't gonna have him voice Voldemort? And yes, Voldemort is in a Batman movie. Like I said,
You remember this thing that we own?
this wasn't fun at all, even for a kids movie, which this list has Batman movies made for kids. But those were back when they had the dignity to not treat kids like they're fucking brainless idiots. 0 out of 10. At number 35, we have Batman and Harley Quinn. God, this movie sucked. The fact that it's drawn and written to be in the Batman animated series universe, and goes to the lengths of getting Kevin Conroy and Lauren Lester to voice Batman and Nightwing, just to have the film stand above the universe having an hour jack-off session until it blows its load all over it, is just fucking offensive. Bruce Timm took an iconic character that he himself created and turned her into just a sex object. Harley went from being this blinded by love abuse victim to just an animatronic blow-up doll, and it's just so fucking gross. And I know this is all coming from the guy who is constantly horny on Maine for mourning Harley from Arkham City, and it spilled quite plenty of seas to the sexy joke 1 and 2. I sound like a massive hypocrite, don't I? Well, maybe, if you want to look at it that way, but to me, and probably anybody with more than 2 brain cells, there's a massive difference between the fans being horny of a character and releasing that in a way of tweets, fanfictions, or dojins, and the official creator of that character reducing her to nothing but a walking, talking fleshlight in an official movie set in an iconic universe that defined many people's childhoods. And that's barely touching the surface of everything wrong with this movie. Every other scene in here just wastes the viewer's time having something happen for so unnecessarily long just for there to be no outcome, and the characters to go back to what they were originally doing. This movie is set in a universe that was so iconic and beloved because it came out after the Tim Burton movies, and ended up being more serious than those films, and continued being serious during the Joel Schumacher films, and then included fart and shit jokes and the Adam West action cards. What a disgusting far cry. Also, Harley rapes Nightwing, and it's played off as a joke. 0 out of 10. And number
34.
We have Batman Returns. Just like with Batman and Harley Quinn, this is Tim Burton coming up with all the ideas that he wanted for this movie, only during his jerk-off sessions. The Penguin's no longer this rich dude that, despite being a foot tall, strikes fear in people that try to fuck with him. Nah. He's an unlikable incel that gropes women, gets extremely horny, and wants to kill babies. Nice going. What about Catwoman, a victim of sexual abuse, practically forced into stripping and prostitution, and then uses the natural lust for men in order to get her way and get the things she wants? Nah, she's just a hoe that gropes Batman and acts like a cat. This movie is a perfect example on how Tim Burton doesn't give a shit about comic books and any character from Batman, and when he was given full privilege to do whatever he wanted, he just wanted to make softcore porn. The sole reason why this is above Batman and Harley Quinn is that it somehow has some scenes that I enjoy. Whenever Michelle Pfeiffer is out of the cat suit post becoming Catwoman, she's actually pretty entertaining, and the chemistry between her and Michael Keaton is really good. And the opening is pretty good, with it making the viewer ask questions, and then throughout the film it answers all of them. But then Michael Keaton is a massive downgrade from his performance in Batman 89, and after hearing Eat Floor High Fiber, I don't blame him one bit. I will never forget that line, and it will hurt my soul every time I think about it. 0.5 out of 10. And number
33.
We have Batman Forever, and here's where we start getting a little bit controversial. Come on, it's me. I gotta at least have one unpopular opinion. I just end up having 9 in here. I put Batman Forever over Batman Returns for one reason only. I will take boredom over pain any day of the week. Unless it's in Batman Forever tries to be campy and serious at the same time, which for some reason this isn't the only time it happens. And it comes out to be a really boring 2 hours that feels like it's longer than it should be. People want the Schumacher cut, which supposedly is more serious, but I will 1000% take a cut of this movie that gets rid of all the serious shit and just goes corny. You can take the story of Bruce dealing with his trauma at the same time as Dick gaining that same trauma and give it to a different director to make something really good. Schumacher should just keep with the campy shit. And there is one thing that I will never forgive this movie for, and it's not how Two-Face looks or acts, it's not how Dick is an absolute crybaby in every scene, it's not how Bruce is an egotistical, jealous maniac, and it's not that stupid fucking smile on his face. All of those are terrible, but it's not the one thing I can't forgive this movie for. No. The one thing I can't forgive it for is making Jim Carrey boring. How do you make Jim motherfucking Carrey boring? And apparently there's a version of the Riddler in the comics that's very goofy and campy, and knowing that, yeah, Jim Carrey is the perfect role for that, but Jesus Christ, somehow he is not entertaining in here in the slightest. How the fuck? So yeah, this movie tries to be two completely polar opposite things at once, and it comes out as incredibly boring, which I will take over being in pain from physically and mentally cringing in every other scene. And also, Val Kilmer isn't that bad in here. 1 out of 10. And number
32.
We have Return of the Caped Crusaders. So I guess after the original 66 Batman show was gone for 50 years, it wanted to go back to that style, but also kind of adapt to the character that Batman was known as by 2016. And I don't think that was a good decision. It comes out exactly like Batman Forever, where it's just trying two different things at once and not working at all. A story about is pretty interesting. I just don't think it works for Adam West. So yeah, every reason why Batman Forever is so low is the same reason why Caped Crusaders is low, but this movie is above Forever for one reason, and that is because of Adam West himself. The dude is just so charismatic and lovable, and even in a movie like this, he's still able to be a joy when he's around at times. 1 out of 10. And number
31.
We have Batman vs. Superman. The writing of this movie had potential. It could have been a really interesting story of Batman and Superman hating each other and fighting all because of a first impression, which everyone knows is the most important impression. But the movie is so bogged down with trying to set up the Justice League so then they could get that movie out the next year, along with poor choices in the writing that absolutely ruined most of what I found to be good from here. And the worst part of it all is Zack Snyder himself. When you say this,
Batman's dark, I'm like, no. Batman is cool. He gets to go to a Tibetan monastery and be trained by ninjas. Okay? Like, I want to do that, but he doesn't, like, get raped in prison. Like, that could happen in my movie. Like, if you want to talk about dark, that's how I would do it.
Or this.
Here's one piece of information nobody knows. This movie is insane and so epic, it's probably rated R. That's one thing I think will happen, that it will be an R-rated version for sure. There's one scene where Batman drops an F-bomb.
Or this.
There's a great YouTube video that shows all the kills in the Christopher Nolan movies, even though like we would perceive them as movies where he doesn't kill anyone. I think there's like 42. Also, it goes back and includes even the Tim Burton Batman movies where, this reputation as a guy that doesn't kill comes from. Although I would say, in the Frank Miller comic book that I reference, he kills all the time.
I don't think you should be anywhere near comic books, let alone the character of Batman. The movie could have been something interesting and cool and maybe a psychological aspect, but Zack just comes in and goes, we need to have Batman shoot or kill people, because if my movie doesn't have explosions and the main character killing people, then it's not going to be dark. And Batman's not the only character in this movie that isn't the character. That's everyone in this movie. Batman kills 24 times. Superman is emotionless and doesn't care about humans or Earth. Lex is just the complete tonal opposite. Also, Jesse Eisenberg is Lex Luthor. Are you smoking crack? There are things from this movie that I like. The second opening scene is pretty dope. The potential of why Batman and Superman would end up fighting each other is really good, and I wish it was executed a lot better. Wonder Woman's theme is amazing. The fact that Wonder Woman is in a movie called Batman vs. Superman, so much to the point that she has her own theme and is on the promotional material is just... God, so many things are wrong with this. And Jeremy Irons is probably up there in at least the top 10, maybe even top 5 of my favorite Alfred performances. But everything else about this movie is just a shit show, and it did not need to be 3 fucking hours. Yeah, it's just boring and bad with like a handful of interesting and sometimes good things from it. 3 out of 10. And number 30, we have Batman and Robin.
Disagree.
What?
Disagree.
I haven't even given...
Disagree.
What? Why do you disagree?
Your opinion is wrong.
We've been over this before.
Any opinion I hold is objectively correct.
Why are you staring at me like that?
Oh yeah, I forgot. You can't see anything that I put in post.
I can't even see you now.
I got explaining to do, don't I?
How could you put Batman and Robin over fucking...
Yep. I put Batman and Robin this high up because of how goddamn entertaining it is. Yeah, I got on Lego Batman for having comedy, but there's a difference between the comedy used in that movie and used in here. The comedy in here is pretty much just a spiritual sequel to Batman 66, and goddamn is it great. The comedy doesn't always hit, shit like this is why Superman works alone, or all the ice puns get nothing out of me. But there's the line by Floronic Man that he says to Ivy, which is the greatest joke in the entire film. I think, just like in Batman 66, by halfway through the movie, I just stopped caring, and it became so much fun to watch. That doesn't mean all of it's great, though. Dick still sucks. I'm not a fan of Arnold as Freeze until, like, his last scene. And Alicia Silverstone just in general. I think I would genuinely take Michelle Pfeiffer in the catsuit over anything with Alicia Silverstone. But Uma Thurman is incredibly hot as Poison Ivy, and for a while she just carries the fuck out of it. And Bane, while not being anywhere close to who the character is just so goddamn funny whenever he speaks. Some of it is a fun watch in a so bad it's good kind of way, and some of it is just not that fun. With that in mind, I give it about a 3 out of 10, which is probably absurdly high for a lot of people, but I would much rather watch this over Batman vs. Superman, while any movie above this is easily more entertaining. Also, the fun moments make it fun. The boring moments impact it a little bit, and then Alicia Silverstone absolutely plummets to score. So I think a 3 out of 10 is reasonable, and if you don't like that and want me to make it lower, well, too bad. I don't need to submit and let other people's opinions cuck mine. And number
29.
We have Lego DC Batman Family Matters. Unlike Lego Batman, this movie knew how to do the Lego comedy right. It felt like a movie version of one of those old school Lego games, and after trying to 100% the 2008 Lego Batman game while making this series, I've grown to not really mind it. And the comedy aside, this movie actually has a story, and it's not fucking terrible. It isn't anything special though, it's just a generic Red Hood story. The thing is, there are some changes in the movie that I'm not really a big fan of, that make it kinda boring and put Troy Baker as Batman, and it drops the movie down this low. It's fine, and I wouldn't mind seeing it again, but then again, it does get kind of boring here and there. 4 out of 10. And number
28.
We have Batman 89. Once again, another controversial spot, but as I said in my review, I don't think any of the Burton Schumacher films aged well, and especially this one. When it came out, yeah, I could see how it could be dark, but over 30 years later, and you can see how goofy this movie is. With that being said, at least it has Michael Keaton, who I will gladly take over Troy Baker any day. I love Troy, but God, his Batman was not good. And while I didn't even think Keaton was that good of a Batman, he ends up coming out better than Troy. And Keaton as Bruce is pretty good. Have any of you heard about that time in 1989 when Jack Nicholson had to go to the hospital after breaking his back from carrying this entire movie for 2 hours? Yeah, well, I find this movie pretty boring. Any scene with Joker that's not being soundtracked by Prince is an incredible highlight. But sadly, when Joker isn't in the scene, the movie just takes a nosedive and gets really boring. And I know I just said any scene, but the third act is the fucking worst part of the movie. It feels like it drags for fucking ever and will never end. I give it a 4 out of 10. And number 27, we have Batman Unlimited Monster Mayhem. The movie is fine and just kind of follows the same plot as the movie that came before it in the Unlimited trilogy. But the writers seem to think that because they brought in Joker that the movie needed to be incredibly goofy while also trying to be serious, which drops the enjoyment down by a ton because by the third act it's just absolutely fucking insane to the point that it's annoying. But the casting here is actually really good, so that kind of makes up for the shit writing. While the third act sucks, this movie still has Roger Craig Smith as Batman, Troy Baker as Joker, Will Friedle as Nightwing, and fucking Carrie Payton as Cyborg, so everything before the third act is at least somewhat enjoyable, but the third act still sucks, so 5 out of 10. And number 26 is Batman Year One. This movie actually isn't boring for once, but it's just so meaningless that I end up coasting through it. Ben McKenzie as Batman and Eliza Dushku as Catwoman fucking suck, which is why I'm glad that they barely end up showing up in the movie, and the whole thing gets dominated by Commissioner Gordon, who's voiced by Bryan fucking Cranston. And if you've seen my review of the movie, you know that this movie sold me on Bryan Cranston being the voice of Gordon for me. I don't know how different the movie is from the comic, but the movie at least is more of a Commissioner Gordon origin story than a Batman origin story. And getting such an incredible voice and actor for the part of Gordon was a great decision, because just like Jack Nicholson, Bryan absolutely carries this entire movie. If I were to ever rewatch this, I would get some pretty good enjoyment out of every Gordon scene, but then Batman and Catwoman will end up showing up and ruining it, so that's why I give it a 5 out of 10. And number 25 is Soul of the Dragon. Like I said in my review, the best way I can explain Soul of the Dragon is if Mask of the Phantasm had a karate movie influence, but was also insanely generic. At least to me, the movie took a while for it to pick up, and the first few flashback portions bored the shit out of me. With that being said, it did pick up around, I think, half an hour in, and the pacing became a lot better, and the movie as a whole started being more entertaining. I guess I put it above Year One because all the voice actors in here are pretty good. David Giotoli does pretty good Batman. Also, Josh Keaton is in this, and he is my definitive Spider-Man, so extra points to that. But at the same time, it's still kind of a generic story and doesn't really say anything or do anything new when it comes to Batman. So 5 out of 10. I basically just rehashed my entire review because there's so fucking little to say about this movie. And number 24 is Mechs vs.
Mutants.
Now, despite my review basically being me getting upset at this movie for not explaining anything, I don't think the film's bad. The movie's a lot more entertaining than Monster Mayhem because they toned down the goofiness by a ton, and instead just made Batman a bootleg Evangelion with Dan Snyder as the Penguin. I fucking love that concept. But the thing that gets in the way of me fully enjoying this movie is the fact that they basically got rid of the one thing I praised the series about, and that's the chemistry between the heroes. While the fights in Animal Instincts weren't anything special, I thought they were still fun to watch because of the chemistry between all the voice actors for the heroes, and the dialogue between them having them kind of bounce off each other during the fights. Mechs vs.
Mutants
doesn't really do that. They just kind of ruin the relationship between some of the characters, which causes the fights to be boiled down to generic action that I'm just not that interested in. And yeah, it does get kind of annoying with so much shit happening that makes no sense and no explanation about it whatsoever. So yeah, the pros and the cons go hand in hand to the point that this movie is probably a 5 for me, but I can't get enough of Dan Snyder's Penguin, especially in this movie because he has more good moments, so 6 out of 10. And number 23 is Batman vs. Two-Face, which is a far better Adam West Batman movie than Caped Crusaders. This movie feels like it could have been a part of the show or a sequel to the original movie, and it completely gets rid of trying to be serious and goes back to being campy like I'd expect from an Adam West property, and I enjoy it. And the comedy in here isn't that bad either, with one of the jokes towards the end of the movie just fucking killing me because of how out there it is compared to every other joke I've heard from this universe. They also managed to up the action and make it kind of look like the action of nowadays Batman, and I think that's the perfect execution of trying to modernize the Adam West Batman. A lot that this movie tries to do mostly hits, and I respect it for that. The only reason why it's below the original is, one, the original is a fucking classic, and there's no way they would have been able to top that, and also just I like the original cast of villains more than their replacements in these animated movies, except for Wally Winger, because he's the Riddler in the Arkham games. But I also just like Lee Merriweather more than Julie Newmar. I understand that Julie was the OG for the show, but personally, I just like Lee's voice more. Obviously, this isn't one of the greatest Batman movies of all time, and it's an Adam West Batman movie, so 6 out of 10. But other than that, I think it's a really good sequel, as well as very faithful to the original movie, TV show, and universe. And at number 22 is Batman Hush, and I feel like I might need to explain something. I understand that I ended off my review of this movie in a way that could be interpreted as I hate the film, but in all actuality, I don't. Other than the third act, this movie was pretty much at the enjoyability factor as its predecessor, and it is a fun watch until the ending, which does sour the movie quite a lot, making me a little hesitant on wanting to rewatch it. But then that leads me into remembering how fun the movie was before that, especially seeing the chemistry between Batman and Catwoman. It's done a lot better in here than in past incarnations. So while I don't think the movie is bad, I just have very mixed feelings about it because of how it decides to end, but the fact that it was so much fun for most of the movie. This is just the Hensuki of Batman movies. So because of how I'm very about it, 6 out of 10. And number 21 is the Batman vs. Dracula. Now the thing that makes his placement a bit iffy is that I kind of have the same thoughts as I do with Soul of the Dragon. Well, yeah, there's some cool concepts about it. It's just kind of generic and doesn't really say or do anything new. But while I did like the voice acting of Soul of the Dragon, this movie just has far better voice actors for the most part. While I think David Giattoli has a better Batman voice than Reno Romano, none of the voice actors in Soul of the Dragon can top Tom Kenny's Penguin, Kevin Michael Richardson's Joker, and fucking Peter Stormare's Dracula, which is by far the best performance in this entire movie. Also, I guess I just remember more from the movie than I do Dragon or any other movie before this. So yeah, I give this a 6 out of 10 because while it has kind of a generic story, the top-notch performances from Kenny, Richardson, and Stormare absolutely carry it. And number 20 is Batman the Movie. While the movie isn't a good Batman movie in the slightest, that's just not something you should expect from this. The film just has this nice summertime, kind of nostalgic charm to it, and is actually really entertaining and funny. Most of the jokes don't really hit for me, and I know I'm gonna sound hypocritical here, but the fact that it does so much outlandish shit and explains absolutely none of it is so fucking fun to me. And maybe it's just me, but I feel like the charm of the movie aged pretty well, because I watched this back in July of 2020, and now every time I think about the movie, I get a bit nostalgic for that summer and having fun. Granted, nothing about 2020 was fun, but you get my point. Is the movie good? Is the movie bad? Well, it's a 60s comic book movie, so my answer to that is I give this movie a solid yes out of 10. And number
19
is Batman Mystery of the Batwoman. I know I said this movie doesn't really have much substance, so it ended up being the weakest out of the 4 Batman the Animated Series movies, and that could come off as me being very, everything has to have a meaning and a deep intellectual story for it to be good, but that's just objectively not me. What I meant was, compared to how the animated series was and the 3 movies that came out before this, it just didn't really have the substance that you'd probably expect from an animated series property. And personally for me, when I go to the animated series, I go to that universe and those movies for the substance that the universe is well known for, which this movie didn't really carry. And while it still continues to be a fun watch and it doesn't dumb shit down like it's fucking Teen Titans Go, the lack of substance just kind of drops the enjoyment value to me. I hope I'm making sense. Overall, I don't think it's a bad movie. I think it can be pretty fun, and it can hold itself up to the other 4 movies because it's at least mostly faithful. Except for that one scene I brought up in my review, and anybody who's seen the movie can probably think of what I'm thinking of. I think that was incredibly uncomfortable, gross, and should never happen in anything, not even fan fictions. Fuck you, Bruce Timm, and your weird fetishes. I usually don't kink shame, but this is one of the times where it's like, what the fuck are you doing? But anyways, I like the movie, just not as much as I wish I could have, and I do kind of wish that Batwoman would have been handled a lot better, but what they did was fine. 6.5 out of 10. And number 18 is Son of the Batman, and I'm sorry for the review saying basically nothing, but oh my god, was there basically nothing I could say about it. It might be weird for it to be this high on the list if I can barely think of anything to say about the movie, and that's completely fine and valid, but there is one thing I can say, and that is, it was at least fun. And while in my review I said that I wasn't very knowledgeable on Deathstroke performances, after that I binge-watched all 5 seasons of the original Teen Titans, got the depression that you get after binge-watching all 5 seasons of Teen Titans and being left off where you're left off at, but that's besides the point. The point is, after doing that, I have come to the conclusion that nobody has been able to top Ron Perlman's Slade Wilson. But anyways, while I don't really like Jason O'Mara's Batman in here, and Damian's kind of annoying, but not as annoying as he is in Harley Quinn, so that's a plus. I gotta say, Talia's titties and the action does kind of make up for it, especially during the fight towards the end of the movie, where its premise alone is incredibly funny in all the best ways possible, but also just the animation looks nice and pleasing to me. So yeah, while it doesn't really say or do anything, it's kind of fun, and it does get the advantage of not having the expectation of being full of substance like Mystery the Batwoman unfortunately has to carry. They're both the same score anyways, a 6.5 out of 10, but I don't know, there's just something about Son of Batman that makes me more inclined to rewatch than Mystery of the Batwoman. And number 17 is probably another controversial spot, and that's Dark Knight Returns Part 1. Now, I know Dark Knight Returns is this absolutely iconic comic book, and I didn't really hate the movie. I enjoyed them a lot, but I enjoyed Part 2 a lot more than I did Part 1. And the thing about Part 1 is that I've tossed back and forth on where to put it on the ranking and whether or not I give it a 6.5 or if I want to give it a 7. But then I just kind of think about how I don't really remember a lot from the movie, nor did I really have much interest in a lot of it. I kind of just don't care about the main villain in this movie, but then again, the montage of Batman being back in Gotham is fucking brutal and amazing. And I love Peter Weller as an old Batman, and especially that one scene I showed in my review. And there is no doubt in my mind that this is a good story. It's a far different take on the character, especially during the time, and I think it's done really well, and I appreciate it a lot, especially how it handles the one big important aspect of Batman. But, I don't know, there's just something about Part 1 that didn't really hit. So, I'm gonna give it a 6.5 and remind anybody here that's watching and possibly forgotten, but none of these scores are from an objective point of view. They're all based on my personal entertainment. So yeah, good story, good movie, just didn't really hit for me. And number 16 is Assault on Arkham. This is just a fun action movie set in, I assume, the Arkham universe. Yeah, it's more of a Suicide Squad movie than a Batman movie, but it's far better than the 2016 live-action film. Is there something deep behind this movie? Nah. Why should there be? I enjoyed the movie, that's why it's up here. If I'm being completely honest, I can't really think of anything else to say on why it's here, just that I enjoyed it and it has a higher possibility of me wanting to rewatch. Plain as simple as that. 7 out of 10. And number 15 is Batman vs. Robin. I think this movie is pretty interesting with the whole mental fighting that goes on between Bruce and Damian, which leads Damian to make regrettable decisions instead of just having them constantly physically fighting for an hour and a half, or whatever the fuck Batman vs. Superman was. It's got some questionable decisions towards the end of the movie, but I can forgive them because the rest of the movie is pretty fun for me. The action is pretty good, especially during one particular scene that I can't really mention because spoilers, but it happens about an hour in. And the ending was pretty nice and wholesome and gives me chills through my body every time, so that's a plus. To me, I think it's a good movie that blends the psychological fighting and physical fighting really well, and it never really came out as boring. And if you know me, I have a goopy goblin gamer brain when it comes to almost everything in media, so if a movie chooses a psychological route and I find it enjoyable, I think that's worth some praise. Or maybe it just means that it appeals to the lowest common denominator. Either way, it's a fun movie, 7 out of 10. And number 14 is Gotham Knight, and I really wish I was able to place this higher and give this a higher score because it is absolutely amazing. In an ideal world, this would have been like maybe an 8 to a 9 because of the absolutely beautiful and stunning animation brought by B-Train, Production IG, and the absolute anime legends Madhouse, who they specifically held my favorite segments of this movie because they are gods at making action scenes. It's also just created by a bunch of anime studios, and I'm a weeb, so I love it, along with the fact that most of this movie gives me Death Note vibes, which isn't that far-fetched when, like I said, Madhouse worked on part of this movie. But the thing that drops it down a lot is that first segment. It makes absolutely no sense to me why it was there when Studio 4C made a better looking animated segment later on in the movie, but apparently this is one of their big styles because I find that disgusting artwork when I search their name on Google. I really wish the first segment was never put in this movie because it kind of ruins the film as a whole. It being the first thing that shows up doesn't help it either. It is just appalling, and while the other 5 segments are far better and easily top it, that first segment still exists, which, yeah, you can skip it, but I shouldn't have to skip anything in a movie. Sadly, I have to with this. So that's why it's down here at a score of 7 out of 10. Great movie, but god-awful beginning. And number 13 is Batman Unlimited Animal Instincts. Once again, just another pointless fun movie, only I kind of have less to complain about than, say, Assault on Arkham. Voice acting's good, animation's good, characters' designs are mostly good. The only complaint there is Nightwing, but that's more just taking the animated series style, so I can forgive it a little bit. The chemistry between all the heroes when they're fighting is absolutely stellar, which is why I like the fight scenes in here so much. I would really like to do a video essay explaining my thoughts on action scenes and what makes an action scene good, because this movie is a perfect example of one of my points. It has very generic action scenes, but they're so much fun to watch because all the characters and voice actors are just bouncing off each other in a very charismatic way. And while he's not as good in this movie, Dana Schneider is in here as Penguin, and I've already stated how much I love Dana's Penguin. Not much else to say, just a fun action movie meant for kids, but doesn't really come across that way, and I enjoyed watching it. 7 out of 10. And number 12 is another controversial spot, and that's The Killing Joke. Yeah, the first 30 minutes suck. They're the worst fucking part of the movie, just like the first segment in Gotham Knight. Those first 30 minutes are the sole reason why this movie isn't sitting at number 5 with a 9 out of 10.
Well, if the beginning of this movie knocks it down 2 points, why is it still above Gotham Knight, you idiot? None of your list makes any fucking sense.
Because when you get past the first 30 minutes, you get to see why The Killing Joke is such an iconic comic. And personally, for me, it was the most terrifying Batman movie I've ever seen, and so incredibly entertaining and enjoyable that Gotham Knight can't hold a candle to. This movie was able to make me cry because I was so uncomfortable and scared. I have to at least give it props for that. The Conjuring is held as sort of an iconic horror movie, and I watched that in the back of a car, in the middle of the forest, in the dead of the night. And it didn't do shit. This movie, on the other hand, shows me one Gordon boy and I cry. It is fucking fantastic and does a lot of stuff that I enjoy from a Batman property. Yeah, it has its flaws, and I do think there are things that can help improve it, but to someone who's never read the comic book and went into the movie like the people who went to it for the first time in theaters because it was a new Batman movie and had no knowledge of the comic book, I found it fucking incredible. But again, the prologue exists, so sadly, it's down here with a 7 out of 10. And at number 11 is Batman Begins. Now this might also be a controversial spot because you can already tell it's below Dark Knight Rises, which a lot of people seem to have a big problem with because of the amount of plot holes it has. And that's fair, but like I said in my review, both Begins and Rises gave me the same amount of enjoyment. I just like Begins a little less. The origin story of Batman is cool and all, but I kind of just don't really enjoy it all that much. And then the second half of the movie is more enjoyable, but again, not as much. I also just kind of don't remember much from it, if I'm being honest. And I know this sounds like it should be a lot lower on the list, but despite me not really remembering much of it, I know for a fact that if I did go back and rewatch it, I would enjoy it. And that's all that really matters. Yeah, it's a 7 out of 10 for me, but it's still a good and fun movie for the most part. And at number 10 is The Dark Knight Rises. See, they're not that far apart. Like I said, the same enjoyability, but Rises just has more stuff I remember. I can remember Bane a lot more than I can remember Ra's al Ghul. I can remember the plot and what happens in here a lot more, and there's also just a bunch of improvements, like Alfred, who absolutely kills it in this movie, or the action, which is a lot better. Actually, one of my favorite fight scenes of all time came from this movie, and that's the final fight. It just visually looks fucking beautiful to me, and that's what makes it so memorable. And yeah, as I said, there are the insane amount of plot holes, but I can overlook messy writing in something if there are enough things there that I do like and enjoy. There is a massive difference between this and Batman vs. Superman. But yeah, just like with Batman Begins, it's a good movie, it's a fun movie, 7 out of 10. At number 9, we have Gotham by Gaslight. I really enjoyed this movie, a lot more than I expected to. The concept of the world of Batman taking place in 1888 is already so interesting to me, and I think the movie executed it very well, especially with having Jack the Ripper in here as the main villain, because he is... I know this sounds fucked, but he is easily my favorite murderer of all time. I know it goes against my one American rule because he's British, but the fact that the dude never got caught and nobody actually knows his identity is so remarkable to me. I mean, yeah, he did only get a kill count of 5, but it's still pretty impressive. Also, this movie tackles a classic love dynamic that I think is done really well and turns out to be really entertaining and funny in some ways. Pretty much to the point that those ways become the best part of the entire film. It's just overall really fun, really entertaining, and I expected to possibly like it, but not as much as I actually did. I can't believe, as an American, I'm going to give a movie based in Britain an 8 out of 10. But life do be sometimes doing that to you, though. And number 8 is Batman and Mr. Freeze Sub-Zero. Yes, it's a basic Batman story, but it's executed so well, and especially with its ending, that it's just fucking great. The pacing is damn near perfect, with it feeling like half its runtime in the best way possible. And yeah, the animation is a little wonky here and there, but it's overall still good. And like I said, that ending, which I would genuinely say that is quite possibly the best ending in a Batman movie ever. Again, the movie almost made me cry. Gotta give it massive points for that. It's a simple story, but it's executed so well that I feel the stakes, I feel the emotion, I feel almost everything that this movie wants me to feel. Obviously, it's not the best Batman movie of all time, but it's a damn fucking good one, and it is so much fun to watch despite its hiccups, which is why it's an 8 out of 10. And number 7 is Batman Bad Blood. Now, I know most people didn't like this movie, but I'm about to go full-on Ava fan right now. The third act is so goddamn fucking good and so much fucking fun that is the sole reason why it's up here so high. The entire third act is so much fun to watch that it completely makes up for the kind of messy writing and decent enjoyability that was happening beforehand. It's just something that I can giddy out over, and when I rewatched it after finishing editing its review section, it almost made me cry. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what about it almost made me cry, I just know it almost happened. I know the promotion of this movie was full on lies, but I didn't know about it when I walked into this, and if you were around that time, I encourage you to watch it again with that expectation. There's just something about the third act and the ending that feels so comic book, and I love it. Everything prior to it is like a 6 to a 7, but the actual event is like a strong 9 to a light 10, so I say overall an 8 out of 10 is a nice middle ground. And number 6 is Ninja Batman. Now, there's a review that I saw on my anime list about this film where it basically said that this movie wasn't that good because it has no substance. And to that I say,
not every story has to have significance, you know? Sometimes, sometimes a story is just a story. If you try to read into every little thing and find meaning in everything anyone says, you'll just drive yourself crazy.
This movie was written by the dude who made Kill la Kill. It is pointless fun that will make absolutely no sense half of the time. And as someone who finds a lot of entertainment out of that, which is why Kill la Kill is my third favorite anime, or when shit got really weird in Evangelion, I think that's the best part of that entire anime. This checkmarks everything. I love it. Yeah, I could have had this really emotional narrative, but it's just Batman characters in ancient Japan. That alone is fucking amazing. But then top it off with them doing outlandish shit, and that's an easy 8 out of 10 for me. Not to mention, both the English and the Japanese voice actors are top-notch and do a really great job. The best way to describe this movie is weird, and I am completely fine with that. And number 5 is Batman Beyond: Return of the Joker. Again, it's another simple story, but it's still so much fun to watch. It has this Saturday morning cartoon vibe, but for an hour and a half while holding a very special, very iconic scene that there is no way I couldn't have put this in at least the top 5. It's not the best Batman movie of all time, okay, V and Fuzo? Okay? But it's easily one of the best. I think if anything what this movie and some of the others show is that a Batman movie doesn't need to have a complex storyline. It can be a simple story, but it all depends on the execution. And I think it was executed incredibly well in here. Also, back to the fight scenes, the final fight towards the end of the movie was incredibly entertaining, even if there is barely any fighting. It's what was happening that made it so much fun to the point that I was constantly laughing along with it. So yeah, great movie, 9 out of 10. And number 4 is The Dark Knight Returns Part 2. Part 2 was just far more enjoyable to me than Part 1. I've already stated this. It does something that every Batman property should avoid doing, and then does it incredibly well. Then you get to the second half of the movie where the way everything plays out, it is so insanely entertaining that I just straight up forgot to write notes. I was just way too focused on the movie. It is an iconic and legendary piece of Batman media, and it absolutely deserves to be. I know I basically just said nothing about this movie, but I can't because anything I could say about it is just spoiler territory, so go fucking watch it. I give it a 9 out of 10. And number 3 is The Dark Knight, which again could be a pretty controversial choice, but hear me out. I don't hate this movie. Obviously, I think it's one of the best Batman movies out there. It's also incredibly amazing that it exists, because it truly showed the world that comic book movies can be cool. Comic book movies don't have to feel like a comic book movie. They can be dark and gritty and practically a crime drama if done right by a person who knows what they're doing. The movie also gave us Heath Ledger's Joker, which is absolutely fucking iconic and legendary, as he should be. But the movie isn't perfect. No movie is. But if I'm grading on enjoyability, I can't in my heart rank it any higher when the last half hour of the movie just kind of loses me and feels a lot slower than the movie was prior. And yeah, that's probably due to me having a small attention span, but enjoyability is enjoyability. And if this movie holds half an hour of its runtime that just isn't that enjoyable for me, then that half hour isn't that enjoyable for me. So that's why it's at 3 and not 2, but at the same time, it's at 3 and not anything lower, because the first 2 hours of this movie is fucking amazing. And like I said in my review, it holds 2 of the best scenes in a Batman movie of all time. Also, take this point as you will. Personally, I don't think it goes against the movie itself, and it's just funny to think about, but this movie indirectly ruined the entire DCEU. It was so grounded in reality that WB couldn't use it to build their world off of it and was forced to make their own from the start. It was so well loved by the masses for being dark and gritty that Zack Snyder tried to do that with his movies, but failed because his version of dark is just being an edgelord. Heath Ledger's method acting as the Joker was so intense and amazing to hear about that Jared Leto tried to recreate it and failed miserably because, just like Snyder, his version of being a method actor is just being an edgy asshole. Again, that does not affect the movie and my enjoyment of it and its score. I just think it's kind of funny to think about. So yeah, The Dark Knight is a great movie and a great Batman movie, but sadly, I have fewer complaints about the last 2 movies. But this is a 9 out of 10 anyways. And number 2 is Under the Red Hood. If I'm being honest, at last second, I did toss back and forth between whether or not I liked this movie than The Dark Knight. And I came to the conclusion that, yes, I do, just because I have fewer complaints. The biggest complaint about The Dark Knight is that it gets kind of boring towards the end. The biggest complaint about this movie is that Bruce Greenwood sometimes doesn't have a good Batman voice. Personally, for me, I feel like getting boring is a bit worse than just having subpar voice acting for like one voice actor. So let me get this straight. You think liking a movie more because of its advantage of being an hour shorter is funny?
I do. And I'm tired of pretending it's not.
But nah, seriously, both movies are fucking fantastic, but personally, I gotta put Under the Red Hood higher because I just enjoyed it a bit more. It also, once again, holds one of the best scenes in a Batman movie ever, and while I love the 2 in Dark Knight, they didn't get me to tear up like Under the Red Hood did. Also, it made me like Jason Todd, which Arkham Knight did not do a good job at doing, so I gotta give it props for that. Once again, it's a 9 out of 10. It's just as good as The Dark Knight, but I just enjoyed it a tad bit more. And finally, at number 1, we have Mask of the Phantasm. This should not be a surprise. I basically gave away its placement in my review of this movie. It is absolutely fucking incredible from start to finish. It holds the best scene in any Batman movie, and nothing has been able to top it in the 27 years it's been out. As great as I think Batman 22 has the chances of being, I don't think it even has the slightest of possibilities of topping this movie. It is just fucking amazing. I would love to give you all the reasons on why I love this movie so much and think it's the best Batman movie of all time, but all of them would be spoilers. So if you don't care about them, go watch my review. If you do care about them, go watch this movie. I would also love to give this a 10. Maybe it's at the fault of the 90s animation not really entertaining me fighting-wise, but I can't in good faith give it a 10 when all the action scenes really just don't do much for me. I can in good faith, though, give it a 9.5 out of 10 and place it at number 1 as the best Batman movie of all time, as well as put it at number 3 of my favorite movies of all time.
Has their own opinion, but my opinion is the best opinion. I'm sure you figured that out already.